I know. I know. He's live now. We had a plan. We had a plan. Plan did not account for him to jump in so fast. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the beginning of the Alex Murdaugh testimony. I think that makes most sense. I'm literally running. Sorry that I'm late. Let's get started. Pull this up here. I know he's testifying. That's why I'm starting. Y'all can hear me, right? I'm going to start from the beginning of his testimony. I just got to pull it up here. I literally came running in here. All right, here we go. Let's go. I'll put it at 1.5 speed for this part.
In the car
Good to
next
see you all too. Fine.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
Your
go live.
Honor.
We'll come back to it later.
The defendant, Richard
Live.
Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
You know what? I'm gonna do this double speed.
Watch your step. Yes, ma'am. You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. Good morning.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Goodman, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
That's not true. That's not true. Look at his.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the Kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you, in fact, at the Kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the Kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. And it could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick, just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th,
But the last one was true.
I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa Keith. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
He's either a great actor or he's telling the truth.
Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Wow.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th.
That's what
Starting
everyone
when
wants
you
to
met
know.
Paul.
We all want to know what the hell happened.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning? Or,
Sure, start in the morning.
it was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Who's Paul Paul?
that's Paul, my son Paul, Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul Paul?
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul, Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the Dove Field. That's not the Dove Field, which the Dove Field is just a big social part of having property. People would come, and it's just a big part of it. So the Dove Field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home. And I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah. After
Great
work,
camera work
I met
there,
Paul
long
at
time.
at the property.
Get the lawyer right in frame
We'll
there.
talk about more of the day, but I'm just
We need to see the guy
focusing on
sitting
that
there.
evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the Dove Field, and we look at the Dove Field. And
How'd you get to the Dove Field?
he had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's
They
truck.
didn't call it the black
So
pickup
you're in
truck.
Buster's truck, and you go to the Dove Field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the Dove Field and we look, and it was clearly, it didn't, you could tell they were, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. They might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul, we just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you?
I can remember the duck
When
pond
we
specifically.
get closer to the time
I'd help Paul
that he's
plant the
describing
duck
what
field.
happened that night, I'm going to
And,
slow it down.
The corn in the duck field.
So we get like
sunflowers,
him
corn,
talking
sunflowers,
about
corn.
like
I'd help him plant the
them
sun-
going down to the
corn in
kennels.
in the duck
I'm gonna
field.
slow it down.
Paul
The
had
regular
planted
speed.
the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was
This
in
is
the duck field.
background stuff now about the day.
We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
No, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small. It's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury's seen, some overhead pictures? It's right there on Moselle Road?
yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house,
Still
you
a
might
good
be out
25
going
minutes
to
behind.
this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. That was, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it, sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Papa was laughing at me, trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been
Just to
dealing
get the
with
denial out of the way
really
up
for
front
years.
is
and it wouldn't
important.
stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Papa. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
They said he was
Were
he was
you close to Paul?
a lot of fun, but when he drank, he became like an angry drunk, like a different
Couldn't be any
person.
closer than Papa and I and Buster and I were in our.
Other than that, he was supposed to be pretty affable.
He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Papa. It was an absolute delight.
We're watching Alex in
But, yeah,
1.5
one of the things,
speed.
I mean,
I'm gonna, so I
Paul's
can
passion.
start to catch up. When I get
Paul was
to
passionate about a lot of things.
him
but that property
talking
was really
about the-
a passion of his. I mean, he
the
loved to
evening of
do-
the murder, I'm
he
gonna
loved to
slow it
work,
down
he
to
loved
regular
work with
speed.
Fields. He loved to work with food plots. He loved to hunt. I mean,
this is
he worked on the
background now,
roads.
which is why
I
at
mean,
1.5 I'm okay with
he
it.
would work on all
But I
of it.
want
mean,
to
he
see
would
his
work on
face as he's describing like from
construction.
dinner
He would-
onward.
He worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Papa got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there very quickly thereafter,
And then-
by 7 o'clock.
So you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and
When
looking
did
at the
they
records.
eat dinner?
A little bit after 8.
And do you remember,
So they
remember
eat
her
dinner
arriving or
before
where
that?
you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody got in the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what did you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you.
This is where
in,
he's changing
in
clothing.
those clothes and what's
So this-
on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
He looks like he's
And,
like 230,
And this was in
220
June,
now.
right? June 7th?
Yes, sir.
Maybe even less.
When you're outside, riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer, we fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was
So his point is he was wearing the
I was
clothing at
heavy
the time they
and-
were killed.
taking
He was wearing the shorts and
prescription pills
t-shirt,
also
not
makes
the
you
blue
sweat worse,
shirt
or at least
anymore.
taking oxycodone makes you sweat.
That's
more than
his
you
story.
normally
That's
do.
the way he's telling
So
it.
was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what did you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What's going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed.
Dinner, I guess, was
I
what,
know Mags
15,
had fixed
20
mine in
minutes?
her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual.
Because we know by
I mean, Pawpaw
8:35
was
they're at the
always
kennel.
on the go. I mean, he never sat still, and he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal, or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. What we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV, and that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV. If we were in the house, the TV was on.
So what happened next, Alan?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house, or somewhere around the house, doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner.
slow this-
I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and
Yeah.
I just didn't want to go right then.
Well,
You did go, though, ultimately.
let me ask you, what had you done the previous days? Like
He's already admitted
Friday
that he
and
went.
Saturday and Sunday.
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Are we going Friday
Yeah,
now?
Start with Friday.
All right, on that,
Just briefly.
so 7, 6,
Come
4,
on.
4.
I want
So
to hear
June
about the
4th,
kennels. Tell us about the kennels. We want the
I was in the
kennels.
hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital, and I went down to visit him Friday afternoon.
We want kennels.
I stayed with him. in the
Go back
hospital.
to Friday.
Spent
You
the night
tease.
there. He was real sick.
Jim, you're a
I mean, he was having
freaking
hard time.
tease.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this. A nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. I didn't get a
It
night's
is
sleep.
sped up to 1.5 now.
And then Saturday and Sunday? you don't-
Saturday, we had plans with Buster
catching
in
up.
Brooklyn. Y'all heard about Brooklyn? It's Buster's
I
wonderful
made up
little
about 7 minutes so far.
girlfriend. And Max and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia to go to the South Carolina. It was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was
I'm
playing
at 1.5.
Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine, and they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We
Step on your
tailgated,
nails.
and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. It was fairly late into the evening, and after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and
Oh, it's good, right?
It's
really
then
good.
Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our
I
room.
think I'm going to
And
stream
what
like
up next
this.
day? Is there another game?
Trials.
Another game the next day.
From now on.
That's right, and
And then after that, you head back to
Because I
Moselle
can
with Maggie.
talk more.
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
Moselle.
Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talked about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad?
Maggie
We're,
loved him.
we're at 1.5 speed until he
She
gets
spoiled my dad, and
to
always
describing what happened at the
always
Kennels
taking
when he
something. My
went
dad
down there.
loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts
Or until I catch up,
to him.
which
And
I'm
then,
like 15
you
minutes
both spend
behind
the
him.
night together at Moselle on Sunday night? Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes,
And then the 7th was a work day?
that's right. It's a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was
Like I said,
Monday,
he's a
Saturday
pretty good
work day.
actor if he's
Yes.
lying.
And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Yeah.
Just had a
Yes.
shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels
No,
immediately?
no, I did not.
What'd you do? When did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Pawpaw was gone.
We're back
You
to
know
the
how she got to
Kennels
the
now.
kennels?
At the time, I didn't, but now, looking at these condensed records, and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Pawpaw.
And did you stay in the house
Yes,
for how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
That's why we don't see his car
Was
moving.
the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was, and it was there most of the time.
And that's why
And when you got
Records don't show
down to the
steps.
kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Max had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted.
I think he's going to be there all
I
afternoon.
mean, Maggie
across.
loved Bubba.
He's
She
spending
loved
4
Grady
hours
too,
on
but,
him.
I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway,
Going through
when the
everything.
dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it
Cross
too.
will
But
go
Bubba
wherever
had
the
to
judge
mark
lets
every
him.
tree. I mean, he
And he'll
he
probably
would
let him go
and
anywhere.
He'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a
Nice.
person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket.
Nice.
So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal, and they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, you know, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, you know, come back to normal and go on about its, you know, whatever a chicken does.
And they're dogs to torture chickens.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, you know, this video of Paul
He sounds like a fun dog.
with
I sort of
Cash.
feel bad for the
Rogan's
chicken.
dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that? About
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with, when I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. Storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back
That's
in
a
that angle
chicken.
where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
did you?
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up? You think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which both dogs? One dog? Do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his, what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might
I don't
have
know
been
why
6,
should we think
but
that's odd.
It's a tracking
That's
collar.
his nickname.
That had a device
My third child, my second
that
daughter,
would tell you where that collar was. So that
I only
Bubba
think of her
was
by her nickname.
bad about, you know.
Name is Shane the Riff Guy. I call her
Stay
Ricka.
close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie.
I have
He
to
would
think
he would
twice
take
to
off and run.
call her by her real name.
And so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you know, you could know, okay, he's, you know, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the, what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken.
And it makes sense.
then
You don't really
ultimately that chicken
think
did
you're
die.
just sort of like putting it somewhere high. You're not necessarily
And,
thinking.
What'd you do after you got
Putting
the
it
chicken out
on
of
a
Bubba's
portable
mouth?
dog
I
crate.
got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
Why?
Well, look, before we
What
do
made you
that,
leave then? What made you go down there? What made
seen
you?
the
I says, well, I'm
dog kennel
confused about.
video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground?
He wasn't going to go
Remember
down
seeing
there,
that?
and then he did go down there.
yes,
Now
I
he's
did.
leaving.
Was the water hose out? And
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
And then the 2 dogs were out,
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
David.
and then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
Same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left, on, you saw my route, in the car, I drove that same route.
My question was, obviously wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle, you walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it is the golf cart,
gonna say,
if
someone's
you
talking about this
remember
by
that
lunch.
Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it, you pull up, pull along the front entrance, and either you'd come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it
Thank
take
you.
you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was
What did Bubba have
sure
on
it's
the
much
collar, or was
cooler.
it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go
How do
ahead.
you know
If I
that?
misspoke on that,
And why does that
there's no
matter?
question about it.
Why is
Bubba
everyone-
had on a collar.
Why is everyone so big
I
about the
assume
collar?
Grady did too,
Because it's a tracking collar?
but I didn't, even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay,
But he probably did.
so
Makes sense to me that he did.
how long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but, you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open, all you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left?
And then I left.
Then leave, okay.
I'm so sorry, Viola.
And
I forgot to open that. I'll open the chat.
did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, was the TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you lay down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch, and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. That's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated, you need to check on her. I gave her medicine, she's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama, we all love Barbara. My mama loved
Speed back
Barbara.
up a little bit.
Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And, but Barbara had given her medicine.
When he gets back to talking
Settle her
about
down, calm her
the
down.
night of the
And
trial,
that would sometimes make her go to sleep
murder,
for a little while. But then she'd
I'm gonna slow it back down.
be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Did, where did you park when you got there?
And you saw the pictures.
The state
There's
claims
two
that he
exits
parked
off of
behind
that,
the house so that he was, because he
deck.
was hiding guns.
One
on
of
it.
them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there,
All right,
which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
all right, I'm gonna stop there and, ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence.
Let's go back up a little faster.
Can you see this, the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Alec?
I can.
Red dots here at the, that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
I struggle when I look at that
And
aerial
from this photo,
to know
can
what
you
I'm looking at.
point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this
Which
photo?
they say that's
are
a
you to the right
southern
of that?
thing to
Yeah, you'd be to the right of
drive
that
up on the
satellite dish.
grass.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that
That
satellite
would
dish is
never
right on
happen
the
up
edge of
here in the
the,
Northeast.
you know, there's a hedge, and like, you see the, I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border
This
where
is
the
at
grass
1.5
ends and the
speed. I'm
flower
trying to
bed or
catch up a
whatever it is
little bit.
starts.
Right.
I think, you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right, well, let's,
So it'd be to the
let's put
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, can you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134, see if this is a... So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about,
That's it.
the stairs, are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go, my dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but the bedrooms were, you know, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. Right? Those would be the windows
No.
for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew, under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad never You would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And
And people
When
do
you got
get
to
into
the house, who was
habits
there?
to use like
mother's
alternate
house
doors
on the night of
besides the
June
front
7th.
door.
My mom was there, and Shelley Smith was there.
and what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes,
Okay. And did she let you in?
sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah. What'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand, and
What kind of condition was she?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and, I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and, upbeat, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds. And then, but I didn't stay there. She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There weren't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
And when you
Talked to
talk-
Shelley and we watched TV.
And when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No,
Was-
in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy, but, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And, it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left,
I can very much
Moselle
relate
head
to that.
head to Almeda the evening after you'd come back to the house at Moselle.
I'll go regularly
What-
speak for a minute.
Say that
Ex-
again, Jim?
What exit did you use?
After my grandfather had a
of the Moselle
stroke,
property when you're
and he
going
lived around the
to
corner, I
Almeda
hated-
on the evening of June 7th?
I hated
I
seeing
went out the
him.
main gates, which would be straight
I loved him dearly.
ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop.
And you feel terrible that
entrance.
you feel bad about it. It's
There's
conflicting-
actually-
it's a weird thing.
Several entrances, but the main ones we used,
hate
there was an
seeing
entrance
them
by
like
the
that,
Dove
so you don't
Field,
wanna
there was
see
an
them.
entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance.
then you feel like a
and what
jerk
we
that
call
you
the
don't wanna
main
go.
entrance, where the brick gates were.
It's a terrible thing.
Did you go, why didn't you
People
go by
start
the
losing their
kennels
mind.
on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the Kennels at that point, and I was going to Almeda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one,
Spotty reception.
she was with Paw Paw. So,
See, I have a hard time accepting
no,
this part.
I mean,
That it was because she's
Number
with
two,
Paw Paw. You never assume someone's about
it's
to
not
get murdered.
unusual to not be able to get
Or worry
somebody
about
all the
people.
time when they're at the house or they're it's on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was, so no, at the time,
That's a more logical answer to me.
it didn't strike me as anything
That's
unusual.
more logical. It's like, yeah, okay, she's in a bad spot, so it's not.
Now, moving back to Almeda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head.
We don't
head
normally
back to
think,
Moselle, is
oh,
that correct?
she's going to need protection and safety,
That's
and she has
correct.
safety of having
You
Paul
dri-
there.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some
But I guess that's true.
information from the telemetry
I guess
data
this is
off
true.
your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped?
I
Do
was
you recall?
getting my phone that, my phone had gotten, there was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No,
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
no.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
It'd be really helpful if they had some sort of records from like other nights to
got
show regular
Back to the
speeds that he
Moselle
drives.
property, how
That'd
did
be really
you
helpful.
enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
I mean, there's no benefit to him speeding
got
as
to the
far
house,
as
what'd you do?
plotting a murder, but it's signs of someone who's under stress.
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but, I mean, I thought they would have been back by then.
Right.
You know, but, I mean, did it cause me to go into any, it wasn't like I was shocked. But, I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills, so I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room, you see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me, so I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And now, like, did you drive down to the Kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
What'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of.
Oh my God. Man.
So bad.
Wow. Man, he's dribbling snot and everything.
Can I have some water?
It's like he's living it on the stand. It's like his
Yeah, I went
brain
to,
is there. My God. My God.
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Pawpaw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes. Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
And Paul. Paul was he was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. I grabbed him by the belt loop and tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And I just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. when I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out, and I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over, no. No.
What side of the, on what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from, where my car was.
Okay.
I mean,
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
You know if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
I couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up.
If he
and I
could
put
tell you
back
about it, I
on.
would say he's lying.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Yeah, unless there was some reason for him to remember it. Why would he remember that? I still look so stone-faced.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down just around like, I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad. Excuse me. I mean, I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
I'd like to play Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9. And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
It's shaking.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
It's shaking.
I'm still here, okay?
Colleton County Communication.
Congressman, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Mobile Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alec, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw is what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Doug, keep going, please.
Oh, no. Hell no. do it now. It's bad.
Okay. How do they shoot? Do they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I just brain. I see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No. There's here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing, and I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog, or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
People really think she was playing with dogs.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
No, man, I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. So I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I won't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media, I mean, it was,
That was powerful. That was really
I
powerful.
mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top.
That was so.
Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, we just,
Wow.
I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
The state says he put himself through this so he
Keep
can
going,
get
please, Don.
a 1 month delay on the boat case. Makes sense. What's his motivation?
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that. And I said approximately to her
Right.
question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that. Because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. There are records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
Say what they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there to you. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about a...
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember, I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. That would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the, that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it, that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells, so.
Okay. Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not, I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, well, saw it. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
He's either an Academy Award winner or he's telling us the truth.
And does anything look out of place?
This is amazingly. It feels so real.
Not particularly, really, no ma'am.
You tell me who you've seen give a better performance in this, if you think he's faking.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house just to get a gun just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Well, good. I should be able to catch up
I
by the
said I
time
was
the break
100
ends.
yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Well, there are dead bodies here. What do you think, lady?
Ma'am,
We don't usually have my wife and son
not
spilling
particularly, really,
their
no, ma'am.
Okay.
watering the grass with their blood. It's a little out of place.
Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get
emotional than Kyle
He
is,
says hips
and
all the
rightfully so.
time, And you should finally quit.
Okay. Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many. Over the phone. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
Sled took
All right,
no
I'm going
fingerprints.
back down there.
Trampled all over the crime scene with their own feet. Covered the bodies with an absorbable material cloth, and then threw that cloth in the garbage.
All right, roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Yeah, everyone's telling me that he's on break. I'm like 10 minutes behind, so hopefully I should be just about caught up by the time the break ends. I'll skip the break, so I'll be caught up.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a cold blood smoke.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
Is that his brother that they're showing there on the left? Is that his brother?
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already
Yes, John
started
Marvin.
trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Alec, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And, can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie.
Which explains why there's a drop of her blood on the steering wheel.
I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think,
And he wouldn't be thinking to clean it off either.
I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah,
One or both, do you know?
both.
All right, keep going, please.
He said he had tried turning. He said touch
Okay.
Maggie, and he
Well,
tried
I
turning
just
the
don't
ball
want you to
over.
move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh,
Everything he's saying sounds far more consistent with the evidence than what the state's narrative is.
Okay. And
To me, at
did
least.
your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Now, if you're a skeptic, you'll say that he had 2 years to plan the story. I understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
But the state had 2 years to figure out its narrative,
Al,
and their story doesn't
You
add
informed
up.
the 911
It's
operator
inconsistent with the evidence.
that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that, I mean, I don't believe there was any, like, formal police reports or that type of thing, but, I mean, it had been reported, and, I mean, it was well known.
Okay. So were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that, no.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much and I never thought I'd forget it, but
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Paw and wanted to talk to him. And, I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And, I mean, even, I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned, well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
Now, what's your son's name?
Paul,
Paul?
ma'am, I'm gonna call, I need to call some of my family.
Okay.
On this.
Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
And I will let you talk.
All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Whodunit?
Rogan. We called him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles.
It's such a
I mean,
difference.
Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the
Living down
closest
south,
person?
2.5 miles is
I
like
just
your
wanted
closest
somebody-
neighbor.
I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's
me a half hour to drive
name on
2.5
Paul's
miles.
phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try Try multiple times.
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are, like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime people, so I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
Yeah, his brain is not.
In
right
the
for this.
State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09, you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat for Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you, I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it? Contacts that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously, they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
Like, even if you think he's the killer, it makes no sense to
I
think
want to
that.
ask you,
None of that made any sense.
Jury
That,
room
that
for
was
a break.
that was so
About 10
obviously the
minutes. Please
actions
do not discuss the case.
of
Yes,
an
sir.
addled mind, and to try and portray that as if that's indicative of him doing something nefarious is ridiculous. I'm skipping ahead here to hopefully try and catch up. I think I'm only a couple minutes behind now. So I'm running forward.
He did a great on that. Was the most.
He admitted that he.
But I think Alec,
Are we
we've
on
heard the process.
Trying to catch up to live. I'm gonna try to catch up to live real fast. We'll go double speed.
Bang the jury.
Come on, we can do it. We can catch up to live. We can do it. We can do it. I'm almost on live. I'm almost on live. I think I got it. Come on. Oh, we're almost there. Oh no.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Alec, you talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes. I got it.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten
I
on
think
you?
we caught up.
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
I think we passed live. I think we're in the future.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both.
Let's see if we go a little faster. And catch up completely.
Except for so much blood.
But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than put them up.
There's, did you submit to a GSR examination that night
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Whodunit testified about.
where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were
Ah,
collected
we caught
by,
up.
I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone
Bam.
else.
That's correct.
And,
Right as Vices is rating me.
And turns out there's some GSR on
I'm
your
caught up.
shirt and on your
We're
shorts.
caught up.
and-
Perfect time.
Did you
Perfect.
handle this gun?
Well done, Vices.
This is
Yes.
this is item 22 that
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
were, and I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was
Losing
meticulous about it,
things.
but
He's
it was far and few between when he
a
actually
slob.
cleaned
He's
them.
losing things.
Your shirt
Welcome all the Vices people.
went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't providing at the time. I've seen them
Right.
seen all these records.
You, well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high-velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high-velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't
You don't remember? Okay.
remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this, I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
And we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up, and we got up from Alameda, and we left, and we went to Moselle.
And do you know, do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that, I knew they were doing it, yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember, I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that, but I knew SLED, yeah, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths, and that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes,
Did she know your password?
yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently.
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was, there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, she followed you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On
By
June the
SLED?
7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response?
His mindset as
Well,
to whether...
It goes to his, you know, his...
Actions afterwards.
It goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
That's what he just said.
It's not sustained.
What?
Did,
Trying to show whether he feels guilty. He's trying to hide anything.
why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew, at that point in time, I knew,
Honestly,
since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags, that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but, I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
It's pathetic. It's like, why are we
And,
even here?
To your knowledge,
Imagine if
was
this trial finished on time. Never gotten it.
GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. And, you know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when, starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you? On June the 8th?
On June the 8th?
Yes, sir.
Like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster.
Which is what he would have imagined would happen
At the hip,
if he thought it through.
but
Family would come
I
to
mean-
support him.
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
and
You're
what,
not-
what happened on June the 10th? besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how
Which
far,
is-
how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and May stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And that, how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial service?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday, because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral?
All right, Monday, I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday?
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that
Yeah,
morning?
well, where did you stay? Monday night?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
And so, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and,
That's right.
okay, and Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay.
I think you should start wrapping up soon.
And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was, she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been, she's just been so excited. So, she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went
Yeah,
up?
baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl, beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed, this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday, I think that's a Wednesday, where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday,
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the,
I know for a fact that I didn't go
Why
to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning.
Why is the
I
defense
was
going
in
through this
Somerville.
post-trial timeline so distinctly?
I didn't go to Alameda at
I'm
any
not feeling
point
the upside here.
early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those, I know they did I know in some of those records they have, it was sometime before I left Somerville.
did you ever take during that week, let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral, did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp?
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
If you can ask about the tarp, ask him
Then,
more about that. Like, you know,
I don't
did
know
you
where it is in
recognize
any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket, have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Did you,
I prove him wrong.
did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't any time around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked
Did they get a further ruling about the financial crimes coming in on for
briefly
us?
about about your
They're
recollection.
gonna
of
crush
time,
him uncross.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure
and
they
I
will.
just want
So-
to play
They're open to questioning
Doug
about
from
Yeah.
State's
it. They need to get in
Exhibit
front of it now. Then
517, which
Character.
is the August 11th interview,
they need to. They need to
starting
get in
at
front of
5
it now.
minutes and 52 seconds. You could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Unless he's going to plead
Okay.
the fifth. He's gonna
Tell me
plead the
again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably.
Okay.
10 o'clock maybe at the latest. Something like that.
He looks more comfortable today than he did.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right.
It's very relevant.
If we'll
when he
go
went
to
work that
the
morning at 10
Doug
or
State's
8.
Exhibit 243,
It's a critical piece right there.
which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that there, you know, we have you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card. And you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them, you know, your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
Like most criminals.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here, you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, you know, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
And what time did you, looking at the record now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, you know, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? Do you remember?
You know, I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper, I mean, it went deeper than that, but, I mean, there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and
Oh, don't say that.
structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how
Well,
I'd
just
done
kick that door wide open.
this and would this witness and influence this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
I believe the correct phrase was our only
I'll rephrase it.
suspect,
At the
not prime suspect.
By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And and during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in,
And do you remember what kind of pants?
it was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short-sleeve button-down. I call it a dress shirt, but short-sleeve button-down dress shirt.
Like the shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short-sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up, did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back, when she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Question?
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
What, the blood on his clothes isn't relevant?
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this case, yes, sir.
What the hell's that mean?
The objection's overruled.
That was a weird response. That
I'm
was.
well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son
It's grape jelly.
was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And
made
once
the
they
clothing
filed
smell
the
fresh.
documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
All right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
Never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Ghost. And the cartel would have got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about the days and weeks, a week afterwards, but where were you staying? When you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed, all right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes,
that
sir.
would be so the first week, up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at
Don't
my
cheat in law school.
brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So you're close. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, this, so were your clothes spread out? A lot of different places?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and
This is so
return
bad.
at
Oh my God. I'm so
in an hour and
tired.
15 minutes.
All right, so
Please not discuss this.
2:38 or so. Okay.
Joe,
Wow.
thank you so much for letting me take the morning shift there. How was the how was the bris?
It was.
What'd you get?
It was really nice. We had a boy. We knew that was going to be the outcome. He was named at the bris. Those of you who've been asking, there's been a
Yes.
few super chats on that, so he got his name there.
Are you going to tell us or keep it to yourself?
His name is.
Yeah.
I actually was holding him while he was being named, and they gave me that honor. His name is David or David. So there you go, David. So yeah, nice biblical
Cheers to
name.
you, Grant.
Thank you. I'll take that. I'll take a shot for that. Yeah, my grandson. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Anyway, I don't want to spend much time talking about that. I'd rather talk about this trial. So that's what
It
I'm
looks like
doing
a
here
bottle
for.
of Kalila.
It's actually Lagavulin.
Oh, it is. Well, I got a little Lafroig here. Let's go some Isla here.
Nice. Lafroig. Based. All right.
Band-Aid.
To you and yours, I give you a blessing. And teach it to both you, Jeff, and everyone in the chat. You should get as much pleasure and honor from your children and offspring as I've been blessed by God to get. Thank you so much for your warm wishes, all of you. Salut. L'chaim. Wonderful day. Anyway, enough about that. Let's focus. Let's get back into trial talk here. So, before he took the stand, was there a discussion with the judge? What happened with that?
The judge went through the typical, do you know what you're getting yourself into? Do you want to talk
Was
to your
there-
lawyers more?
Were
And
there,
he said,
were there
"Don't
legal
need to
arguments,
talk to him."
though, between?
No.
So did they follow up? Because yesterday, the morning opened with him requesting, with Jim Griffin requesting that the prosecutor be precluded from being able to cross-examine with respect to the financial crimes.
Yeah, they get to do that.
And did he specifically rule on that? Because he sort of said he was going to wait and see what the questions were, and then he heard their arguments and started leaning towards the states, and then there were more arguments, and then he said, well, you can submit your written, you can give me written submissions with your case law, and we'll wait and see. But it wasn't clear whether he was going to make a determination before Alex took the stand. The implication was not. So my question is, has he made a formal ruling this morning or not on this issue?
God, I'm just like so wiped out right now. My recollection is that he just said, "You want to testify? Testify. Here's it. Here's all the legal ramifications of what you're going to do. If you don't testify, here's what I'm going to tell the jury. You want to testify? Go right ahead. Do you want to talk to your lawyer?" He said, "I don't need to talk to my lawyers. I'm going to testify."
So we don't have a more formalized ruling from the judge as to the limitations, if any, that the prosecutor is going to have. So we can anticipate fun legal battles between them. That will.
Then it says no, Jeff. I don't know what no, Jeff means. I love these vague chats like no, Jeff. Like what? We like no to what? But anyway, I don't recall a formal decision. I think it was just we're going to go ahead with it. Just kind of deal with the objections as they come.
Mm-hmm. What did you think about the defense's decision to advise him to testify? Do you think that's the right call given the state of the trial, or do you think that was an unnecessary risk?
Well, as I've said since before this even became an issue, he's got nothing to lose. He's going to jail for the rest of his life for murder. He's going to jail for the rest of his life for the financial crimes. Mm-hmm. He's essentially admitted to the financial crimes several times. Now he gets to go down on the moral high ground. No to Jeff in general. But now he gets to go down and say, yes, I'm a whore. And so far, the defense has been very, very, very careful to not open any doors to the financial stuff, but they're still going to come in on character evidence. But he gets to die on that hill. I'm a bad person. I've done lots of bad stuff. I've stolen money. I'm a terrible piece of shit human being, but I didn't kill my wife and child.
Right.
He gets to make that argument. He's got with nothing to lose.
And you're right, because if that's the case, do you think it would be wise? Do you think that it's in the defense's interest to try and take some of the sting out of that by addressing it before he's on cross?
Well, that's what they've been doing so far.
They haven't talked about financial crimes at all.
Well, they've gone through, and the very first thing was, did you kill them? No. And then, did you lie to SLED? Yes, I lied to SLED. They're hitting all of the bad points, just getting right out in front of it.
But not the finances.
But not the finance. They've been very, very careful not to do that.
Yeah. I think and I like the way you phrase that, because it sets up the thought that I was having. They seem to try to be getting in front of things, specifically not the finances, though, and I think that's a wise decision on their part, because I think that this prosecutor is likely to cross on that and try and say that I can bring this in as character evidence. You cannot bring this in as character evidence when it's just charges. That would be an insufficient grounds at this point.
Well, the defense did make that point at the very beginning, that he's been convicted of nothing. So far.
Yeah. So you can bring in character testimony, but you can't bring in charges that he hasn't been convicted of yet. Now, the other basis that they could bring it in is to say, trying to establish that he had motive, and as they've been saying all along, not that I'm understanding how it plays into the whole motive of getting a delay on the voting case, but whatever, they can't figure out what the hell the motive is. They can't figure out how he did it, or what he did with the clothing, or what he did with the guns, or anything like that. But we'll come to the testimony and how it comports or fit with the evidence better or worse than the state's theory. But what I was getting at is I think this is a wise move for them to avoid the finances, because if you're planning. You want the role of when you're strategizing as an attorney in a trial like this is you want to try and maximize the chances of your client's success. Obviously, it's very much like a manager in a baseball game. And you feel like, okay, do I want to use the pitcher here? Do I want to use how do you want to position your players? All these different things. You don't know, no one knows what the future is, but you're trying to manage for the greatest likelihood of success in a multitude of different variables as to what may play out as things as events unfold in the future. And what are the chances that we'll be properly able to handle that? If I use this weapon now, if I use this tactic now, how will that best help me or leave me hamstrung in 3 innings or in 3 months after the trial? So you're sort of trying to prepare for all of these. You want to try and, make sure I get the strike out of this guy here, make sure I get the win in the trial here, but at the same time, in case that doesn't happen, be prepared for an eventuality in the future. I think that while in general it's wise to get in front of, to get the bad parts out of your testimony on direct. Here, one of the reasons it's wise to do that is because you don't want the jury to be shocked by some information being brought up in cross that looks like you're trying to hide it. Bringing up the finances or failing to bring up the finances, not like when the prosecutor brings it up, the jury's gonna be shocked. They'll be like, of course he's going there. We know he's going there. It's not any sort of shock. So you're not really having much of an advantage by bringing it up on direct. And there's a big disadvantage that many of the people in the audience may not appreciate, and that's this. If the defense asks him about the finance crimes now, that creates a stronger doorway in the eyes of an appellate court down the road to justify and say that the prosecutor has a right to cross-examine on it. But by them omitting it from now, even though it's come up countless times in the past, the defense will have a far stronger case that if the prosecutor raises it here and the judge says, I'll allow it again and again, they're more likely to succeed with an appellate court in getting that appellate court to say the judge never should have allowed it. Whereas if they try bringing it up now to get in front of it, they're opening themselves up to an appellate court being far, far, far more likely to say that it was appropriate for it to come in. I had James in court here for a second, and then I lost him. So I'm curious what the feel in the courtroom was like while he was testifying. I know you're probably tired, and I don't know how much longer I'll be able to have you. So I will ask you, what was your takeaway about his testimony?
I mean, seriously, body language. I mean, all that's worse than voodoo. At least voodoo has some basis in historical fact. Body language expert is I mean, that's just crap. But all that aside, the way he's testified, the emotions he's conjured up, it's made me want to believe him.
Interesting.
And
way
I
of
think
phrasing
that's
that.
strong for him. Whether he did it or not, and see, and
Interesting way of
you're the
phrasing
same as
that.
me. A lot of people, and Bronco's one of them. He's very much strictly, this is the law, therefore this must be the outcome. You're like me. Strategy is important. And that's how I approach my cases when I get people to come to me like, I'm totally right. This horrible injustice has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I make sure to say, look, I understand this injustice has happened to you, and it's terrible, and it's wrong that this happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
But the law, the outcome of this has nothing to do with whether you are right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Whether the law is on your side or not has zero relevance to this fact. The
Right.
only thing that matters is what can you prove versus what can they prove.
Right. It's
Right
like
or wrong doesn't matter
You
in
can
law.
be right, but the point is not to be right. The point is to win. Ultimately.
Exactly. Right
So-
or wrong means nothing in law. It means what can you prove versus what can they prove.
Yeah. Similarly, and what will ultimately get the jury to say the words you want them to say is, "We find not guilty," and that's really what That's really what you're looking for if you're a defense. James, are you there, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hey, James.
All right. So, what you were in court this morning?
Yep, sure was. Packed house today. The line started at around 6 o'clock in the morning. They actually were giving out stickers this time, which they haven't done any time before. I know, Joe, you were there at the Johnny Depp trial and remember the chaos of, having that many people out front of the courthouse. So that kind of what it was like.
He's in Moselle now, so by the Kennels. So that's why his reception comes and goes. Papa, can you hear me? Papa! Papa! Yeah, we lost you there, James. James, you there?
No.
It's a crazy.
Hold your arm up in the air, like stand next to metal.
So, are you wearing rubber soles? Are you grounded? Oh gosh! All right.
Poor
Hopefully
James.
he comes back in.
You can't hear.
Now we heard you say you can't hear me, and then you faded as you were saying it. Maybe it's the entire state of South Carolina has bad reception.
See, and this is like the weirdest thing. You can go anywhere in Korea, like to the top of the most remote mountain, and you've got cell phone coverage. But I'm like back in Utah. I go 5 minutes
that's
from my
because
sister's house, and there's
Don't
nothing.
set me up for an Asian joke when you talk about technology. Come on.
No, it's true. It's not a joke. It's true. Like I go to Utah, I literally go 5 minutes from my sister's house, and I've got 0 bars.
Yeah, I can find a bank anywhere I go in Williamsburg, New York. But
I'm sorry. I can hear you all. Can you all hear me now?
now I hear you. Now we hear you.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh, I'm sorry. It's for some reason the service is extremely bad by the courthouse and actually everywhere in Walterboro. But
Well, there's probably like 500 people trying to use the same Wi-Fi router in the courtroom.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So we hear you now. So tell me this. What did you think of his testimony?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like there's just parts of it that feel rehearsed to an extent and feel like he's trying to be defensive about things that maybe we either forgot about or weren't that big of a deal to begin with, that didn't need him explaining. I thought, him crying on the stand is always good. It's always helpful to show emotion and things like that. I don't know how well that resonated with the jury, because I did see there was a moment when one of the jurors, she actually had her face covered with the blanket completely.
What?
Like where she couldn't see, she wasn't even, I don't know if she just wasn't paying attention or what, but she had a blanket and she was covered herself with it. In general, I think they were pretty engaged, with his testimony, just because, like all of us, they kind of want to see what he has to say.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I were his team, I would still at this point be nervous about whether or not this is going to be beneficial for him, to be honest.
Okay. So because I'll tell you this much, I personally, when I'm watching him, I actually got emotional, feeling bad for him when he was describing pulling up to the kennels there and finding the bodies. I personally, I'm just one person, but it felt very real. It felt to me. Did I think that he's had a couple of years to tell this story? Yeah, but I also felt like his story lines up with the evidence we've seen far better than anything that the state's come up with. And I actually made a comment. I was like, cynics will say he's had 2 years to rehearse this story. But, the response to that is Sled's had 2 years to come up with their narrative, and his fits with the evidence better.
They've had 2 years to come up with a single shred of direct evidence.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of questions that I had. I didn't get told about yesterday afternoon's testimony and the phone records, and the fact that, there's the phone record guy was basically giving a digital alibi, saying that phone was definitely the camera was manually activated and dropped when we digitally know that he was at least a half mile away from it after the murders had happened. So is that something you hear people like talking about, that part resonating at all, or you're saying your vibe that you're getting down there from people you talk to is string him up by the thumbs, let's tar him and feather him?
I mean, yeah, to be honest, I want to be, straightforward. That is the vibe I get from people in the courtroom. Now, people in the courtroom are biased, of course.
Which one? The string him up or the let him go?
Oh, I apologize. The string him up. I heard people behind me. I mean, you know, when he's talking, I'll hear them like hiss or say liar or things like that. So I think, but that's very biased because people who show up to court are usually people that have an emotional attachment already and already kind of maybe upset with him and are invested in the trial. So I don't know how good, you know, their reactions are. I will
Right.
say
You don't know
though,
that they're an accurate reflection of the jury pool in general.
yes,
That's
yes.
fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
I mean, I get what I do agree that, you know, him crying and I feel sympathy for him, especially, you know, in that moment. But if you are someone on the jury who has sort of made up your mind, maybe not completely yet, but you feel a certain way about him, I don't know if that's how his reaction hits. To me, it almost feels like a little bit hollow because in the beginning he starts that he lied to Sled, you know, and that was sort of a new, you know, tactic by the defense. They never insinuated that he was just straight up lying before to them. And I think if you're on the jury and you see this guy who lies, he lied about the financial crimes, he manipulated people, now he's lied to Sled. You saw that he has his volunteer solicitor badge in his car so everyone can see it. His defense has put in numerous times, and then today in his testimony, he alluded to the fact that people believe he fixes witnesses. Why would you even bring that up?
That was a
Even if
weird
you're,
thing to say.
yeah, right. If you're bringing it up to refute it, I get it. You want to refute that theory, but don't even bring it up. It's like the Barbara Streisand effect. Don't talk about the fact that you're so powerful that you have the ability to fix Sled and to fix witnesses. So again, if you're someone on the jury who already thinks that he's gonna corrupt, I feel like a lot of what he's saying kind of digs that more. I don't know.
Well, one thing I thought was really interesting was this idea of lying to Sled and admitting that he was there a few minutes before the murders were supposed to have happened. Does two things. And just because he was there 10 minutes before doesn't mean he was there when it happened. And also the 911 call corroborates that. There was a point in the 911 call when they asked him, when was the last time you talked to them? He said, I saw them in person maybe an hour and 15 minutes ago or something to that effect, which would have put him there just before he left and just before the murders were supposed to have happened. So by admitting he's lying and then playing that 911 tape, just that one thing sort of corroborates the other. And I thought that was a very interesting thing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't want to keep you. I know you have a short. You know, you're in and out. So I
I'm
appreciate you coming in
sorry.
here. No, you don't have to apologize.
No, and I gotta
I
prepare.
happen to like. I think that you add a lot, and you know, look. I'm sure you know that you're.
I'm on Nick's side. It's all voodoo.
No, I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know that you're a polarizing figure. That there are those who love the contributions you give, and those who despise, think it's useless and hate it, or have other issues with it. And what I think bringing you in here for like 15, 20 minutes is it adds flavor, and it's like, and this is why I tell my audience, I welcome him to come back every time for like 15, 20 minutes, and I like getting your feel for what people in the room are feeling, and it's not exclusively the jury, but like, you know, as far as how things play there, I think it adds a little bit of our understanding as to what's happening. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, there's the vibe, there's the energy in the room.
Right.
James, is Larry still there, or did he finally give up and go home?
He's here. I don't believe he made it into court, even though he had his press badge from his law firm. They're very strict today about it, obviously because hundreds of people showed up. So
This isn't worth paying someone $4,000 to get into.
Yeah, no, right?
It's
Not
worth
like
it.
the JD trial.
This isn't
Nothing like
worth it.
that. No. I can't believe that whole mess with him. But that happened during that time when he lost that money. I mean, that was awful. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. And for people who don't, you know, I get it. The jury is hard to, you know, the observations of the behavior of the jury is not something everyone's into. I also, you know, for anyone who's watching, like, I'm happy to also answer questions about, like, what goes on inside the courtroom, what the family does, who hugs each other, where they sit, the looks they give, all that kind of stuff. So when I do streams, or if anyone wants to tweet at me or ask me questions about that kind of stuff if you're not interested in the jury too, because I get that. So I'm going to be doing something right after court. I'm going to jump off now and go back in.
Well,
So,
but before you go, just one question before you go.
Yeah.
Is the long redheaded prosecutor and then the Winona Ryder from Beetlejuice? I mean, the Winona Ryder from Beetlejuice prosecutor and the long ginger haired defender, are they as hot as they look on TV?
The ginger-haired girl, yes, she's although she kind of has the face that she might never even look at you or speak to you or acknowledge your presence a little bit. And then
maybe
the other one is or me, yes, me or anyone. The other one, she's very, very tall. She's a little intense looking in person, but that's a vibe too. So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, James. You were great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one. Talk to you later.
Yep.
Have a great day, brother.
I just had to ask.
No, look, that's part of that's everyone who comes has their own different flavor that they add to this soup, and your flavor is more than welcome. I mean, it starts with the hat, but then it ends with the girl, with the redheaded girl, and there you go. So, I'll tell you this. I thought, to me, I was like, if that's acting.
Either way,
he should be the one teaching. You shouldn't have that weird mystical woman teaching Amber. He should be the one teaching Amber, because that dude, that was Academy Award, or it was either Academy Award and well thought out as to how we're gonna fit in with all the corroborating evidence, or he was just talking from the heart, because I mean there was snot coming out of his nose as he's when he breaks down crying. I mean, literally just like gobs of like fluids. Like, that was a DNA crime scene all over the front of his jacket.
Well, I think regardless of whether he did it or not, that testifying and just sitting through this whole.
And I'm not
trial,
saying he was acting. I'm saying I don't believe he was acting, because I don't think he could have faked
no, well, I don't think he was acting regardless, because whether he did it or not, this trial has to be a special kind of hell for him. I mean, either he did it and he has to sit here and listen to it and talk about it and lie about it, or if he's innocent, he just has to sit here and be accused of these horrific things. So either way, I think this is a special kind of hell for him.
Yeah. You envision it's not just it's a unique type of hell that people think they can understand or imagine what it would feel like when they really can't. The same way, people are judging how he reacts in the moments after discovering his family's bodies, and anyone who's sitting there thinking that he's looking up restaurants and that's an intentional action.
I just blown my son's head off. We're going to get some
yeah,
chicken at this hour.
This is like the most bizarre thing, and it's like, what do you like? All of a sudden, he just stopped being human, like snapped like that, and just didn't care about his family, didn't care about anything, willing to blow them away, checking out Chinese restaurants, like he's like American Psycho here or something. Like, what do you think you're dealing with? It just doesn't. I mean, I understand he successfully lied to his closest of friends for a long time, and those people who are cynics will say, yeah, there's a reason why people believed him, because he's a phenomenal liar. And he clearly has to be a good lawyer. So everyone who's like, I know for sure he was telling the truth, the counter to that is everyone he ripped off was pretty sure he was sure he was telling the truth also. And he got away with that for many years. So that's why I say to you, that's why I'm being 100% legit with you guys, as I always try to be. Do I buy it? His story? Yes. I'm also cautious of the fact that I would not swear for sure I know that that's what happened, because I know he's a really good liar. We know he couldn't get away with this without being a really good liar. And that if I was Creighton Waters, who's probably salivating as he's writing frantically he probably wrote this out a long time ago. He's probably salivating about the opportunity to cross him, is going to be hitting on the fact that he's a very effective liar. And
I think you're right. And that's why I was very specific in saying that, not that I believe him, but I want to believe him.
Yeah,
It's like,
and
I had a
that was
friend
great.
who is the most staunch Republican you will ever see in your life. He hated Bill Clinton, thought Bill Clinton was the spawn of Satan, and then he got an invitation to the White House. He went and he said the same thing. He said, when you're standing in front of Bill Clinton, as much as you hate him, there's some aura about him that makes you want to like him.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same vibe with
My
Alec
audience
here.
gets outraged because they're like, at the very least, we have to be at below that. There's that there's a reasonable doubt. We have to at least have established that there's a reasonable doubt whether he did it. And I was with that. I've been with you on that page for the last 5 weeks. Yeah, hell yeah. Now is this going to sway someone who was staunchly anti Alex Murdaugh to say he got to that level? You would hope so, but if you feel emotionally vested in seeing this guy punished because he's such a bad person, and he is a bad person, you sometimes just like there's nothing that you can hear that's going to change your mind and say anything other than he did it.
I think that's a thing that we as lawyers can do, is separate our emotions from the application of law. Is that a benefit, or is that a like we call it in Korean like jikupbyung, like occupational illness?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a benefit that we can separate that, or does it just make us weirdly inhuman?
I think
that we
that
can say, all right, I think he did it, but you didn't prove it, so he has to walk free.
Yeah, I a few weeks ago I'll answer you this way. A few weeks ago, I was talking about how if you're a human with a heart, a real heart, and you look at these two opposite economic systems of socialism versus capitalism, if you cannot have a heart and at the same time be able to completely ignore the proposed benefits of socialism, and you cannot have a brain without seeing how socialism must fail every time, no matter how good the people are trying to implement it. It cannot possibly work. So it's the ultimate battle between the heart and the mind. It's like, look, I wish that there was some sort of way socialism will work, but it's just inconsistent with human nature, which is part of the reason it must fail and will always fail and will always be a loser. I wish it could work. It would be great if everyone could have their needs met, by the group at large, but that's just not the way human nature works. And you have to understand and live in reality and use your brain to say, we have to live in reality, and that's just what it is. And that's what this is here too. It's like there's your emotion versus, people dealing with their emotions about how they feel about Alex Murdaugh because the guy is a slimy human being versus, what our brain understands is no, we have to separate this. We have to focus on what's right and how our process works, and when we convict someone, when we won't convict someone. And we're seeing it's the same battle of heart versus mind. And I think that we spend a lot of time having drilled into us the importance of removing emotion when we're reaching our conclusions. But at the same time, if you're going to be an effective attorney, you need to understand the benefits of passion and how that does motivate so many people, that we're all driven by we're the elephant rider, and that everyone's driven everyone has an elephant that they're riding, and then afterwards they rationalize how they got there. It's not that their emotions are dictated by their reason. It's that they form an internal emotion and then try to rationalize, and that's how it brings the brain along with it.
Well, two things. One, with what you were just saying a minute or so ago, it's this. I can't remember who said the saying, but like, communism works in theory.
It doesn't, and I'll tell you, it doesn't work. Here's the thing: it doesn't even work in theory. If you think about what human nature is, you can understand. Even that, I think, is giving communism too much credit, because
then it just goes straight back to
it works on
Orwell.
It works on an emotional level, because you say like how can you feel like that there's justice in the world when one person can have billions of dollars, more money than he and his offspring through eternity could ever possibly spend, while other people are dying of very curable diseases because they can't afford medicine, or and things like that. It seems so thoroughly unjust to our very, very limited minds.
All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others.
Yeah,
Go straight back to Orwell. But when it gets down to this separation in practice, where I get passionate is you take someone, even if you know they're absolutely guilty, they're still entitled to a defense. And if the government is seeking to take away your life, I mean, they're seeking to delete you or put you behind bars for the rest of your life. They better be prepared to prove that, not for your guilty soul, but for the next innocent person that's charged. The government literally has the power to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're going to exercise that or de facto kill you by taking you out and putting you in a small cell for the rest of your life, they better be put to a solid proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you did it, because the next guy that comes along who didn't do it, they say, well, it didn't matter the first time, so why are you making a big deal about it now? That power of the government to take away your liberty, your life, and your existence is a huge, huge power, and they better be prepared to meet their burden of proof to do that.
Especially because we're living in an environment where our government is motivated to put its own citizenry behind bars, as many of its own citizenry behind bars as possible, for so many different reasons. That, you know, as far as power and control and fame and all the glorious trappings that come with it, and the people who are successful at getting as many scalps as possible are the ones who are most richly rewarded. And they're the ones who are most recognized, and they're the ones who become most famous and have the most opportunities. So, you know, and especially if it's the bigger the more notable the scalp, the bigger the fame and glory that goes with it. So when we're living in an environment like that, right, and we're living in, and they can choose who they go after and who they don't, and try and pick off the best cases that work for them, which is why they have a 90% success rating, better than like any other area of litigation. They're going to have a much higher success rating because they can choose which their cases and only bring them at a point in time. Even though their yardstick is so much higher than everyone else, they win all the time. Why? Because they can pick their cases, and they have such unlimited asset behind them to try and prosecute. As you were saying, they're like this mighty giant that they can basically, you know, go to Einstein and they can invest unlimited amounts of money to try and get these scalps.
Exactly. And that's what I mean, every Thursday when I do my OJ Simpson stream, I make a point of mentioning that. People say, oh, OJ Simpson bought his freedom. No, he didn't. He spent, they estimate somewhere between, well, he didn't spend. His team billed between $4 and $6 million for his defense. He paid about 1% of that, but they billed between $4 and $6 million. The Los Angeles spent $9 million prosecuting him. His money did not buy his not guilty verdict. It allowed him the privilege of hiring people to level the playing field. Exactly. That's all it does. The state has, for all intents and purposes, at the end of the day,
with the dream team he had,
unlimited. Yeah.
With the dream team he had, if you think about it, it was kind of like a little takeoff of the Civil War, in the sense that he had the best generals, and he was going against all the troops and all the munitions and all the assets of the states, but he had the best generals. So anyway,
you're exactly right. And I mean, it's a thing. We tout this idea of guilty. I mean, innocent until proven guilty. But from a practical standpoint, virtually everyone in society says, well, he was arrested, so they had to at least have some grounds for it. From practical points,
there's an assumption that SLED is highly competent.
Yeah.
For example, there's an assumption that this is the state agency. They have integrity. They're out for justice. They're out for good. They're protecting us. This is the normal American way of thinking about things, and that they're not corrupt. And that they're out to catch the bad guys and protect society from the bad guys. That's what. And this is the person they figured out was the bad guy. And it almost feels like American to convict him when you look at it from that perspective. You know, you're looking out for your brother by putting away this dangerous person. That's the mind. That's really where they're starting from, which is why it has to be beyond reasonable doubt. And unfortunately, the line between preponderance of evidence and reasonable doubt seems to be ridiculously thin, and never ever can be, because if it is, woe unto you and me. Well, I guess not you. You're in Korea, but you and me living here in America.
Well, and I mean the prosecutors lose their job if they don't have a certain level of success in their prosecutions. They lose their jobs. Defense lawyers, you get a not guilty verdict, and it's high fives for days. You're just not expected to win as a defense lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah. But you think about like how there's an assumption that the government is competent, that their investigative team is competent and trustworthy and not going to be playing games. And there's an assumption that defense is anything but, that they're out to try and find an angle, that they're out to try and use loopholes and get away with murder, literally. And that's why. And so if you're a private agency that's hired, well, you're bought and paid for. But this is the funniest thing. If you think about this for a second, when you have a trial like this, the state, under the rules of evidence, if someone is an expert who's paid by a party, you're allowed to ask them if they're paid, right? I mean, how much did you get? And we've seen that with every expert that Alex has brought so far. They're like, how many billable hours and what's your hourly rate? And are you getting more for this? Unless that's what we've seen them do with the expert witnesses, which is their proper right. No one asks the state agent, how much are you paid? How much of a raise do you get if we get a conviction here? No one ever and that wouldn't even be considered technically. I don't even know if you could ask that question. They say calls for speculation, and so it's always an assumption that these people are so noble. They're doing it because they're standing for truth and justice. They don't care about money. They don't care about fame. They don't care about
witnesses get paid too.
It's not just and that's even the SLED agents themselves. They know that, hey, if we get a conviction here, this scalp goes on my record that I put away Alex Murdaugh. Are you kidding me? You think Agent Owen doesn't know that he's going to get the promotion the next time his promotion rounds come around if this guy gets put away?
Get your name put out there on the Netflix documentaries, and you get interviewed, and
yeah. I actually I've been running like crazy. I actually need like 3 minutes just sort of to grab some stuff. Can you hold the fort for 3 minutes on your own?
What could possibly go wrong in 3 minutes?
What could possibly go wrong? If I come back here, we'll start hitting up on some of these chats. But just give me 3 minutes here, brother. Okay, I'm gonna make you full screen so everyone can see the glory of you.
The glory of me. And he didn't make me full screen. Oh, there we go. Hey, hi everybody, it's me. I'm full screen. First of all, everybody, if you haven't already done so, get down there and subscribe to Joe. Joe needs to get to 100,000 subscribers darn quickly because he frankly deserves it. He's been busting his ass putting up with this BS trial while Nick's off gallivanting in Vegas. But if you want to do me a favor as well, I'm on my slow march to 50,000. So please go on over to Legal Vices and subscribe to me as well. After you've done subscribing to Joe, subscribe to me. That would be awesome. Because what I do is this is what we do. We do these trial streams. John Gordon says no, Jeff. We do these trial streams every Monday. I do a Maritime Monday thing because that's the main thing I do. My main job is maritime law, shipping law and things like that. So every Monday we do a maritime law run my channel where we talk about major ship disasters. We did a big deal about sexual slavery, cannibalism, murder, torture, and death last Monday. That was kind of cool. Every Thursday we do O.J. Simpson, and then we talk about other relevant legal matters and things. There's going to be a new trial starting on Monday that I'm going to be doing, but it's going to be super secret until tomorrow for the big reveal. But now this, I guess we should probably talk a little bit about this trial. Can you start swearing in Korean? Says Much Spurn. I could, but I mean, this trial has been rough, and this is literally what we've been waiting 4 weeks for. Is this moment? It's, I don't know. Like I want to believe him, whether he's telling the truth or not. We don't know. Nobody knows. We can guess. We can speculate. We can do whatever. But I want to believe him. I feel like I want him to be a genuine person. And I'll say that at the beginning of this, before the trial started, I was pretty much convinced that he was guilty, but I was open to suggestions that he might not be guilty. At this point, I have real difficulty believing that he actually did this. And I mean actually, that's just a gut feeling. I don't feel like he did this, but in no stretch of the imagination do I think the prosecutors have proved beyond a reasonable doubt why. We just got to look back at a few of the things that have been said. The first thing that sticks out in me, and the thing that I said it'll be the big nail in the coffin if it's harped on by Harpootlian during the closing statement, during the closing arguments, when the crime scene investigator lady, when she said, she used the magic words when she agreed that it is a reasonable explanation there are two shooters. As soon as she said that, I said, this case is over. It's done. If they harp on that during the closing arguments, because you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it. And their own witness said it's reasonable there was more than one shooter. Random question from Shalamang. Can you please show us the something babies? I can't see what that is. It's too small. Is this a cowboy hat or a sort of? This is a replica I had of Clint Eastwood's hat in Pale Rider. So go check out Pale Rider, and you'll see the hat there. And see, I don't like this crying stuff. That really, I'm like 5'2". I'm almost 5'2". I'm 5'11". So it's under 6 foot. Apparently, it's the same thing. I don't like this crying stuff because I'm not a crier. My brother was wiped out by a drunk driver on New Year's Eve, and he's almost 5 years older than me, and I didn't cry when my older brother was killed by a drunk driver. When I actually cried was when I reached the same age he was when he died. That was weird, and it hit me, and that's when I cried. I didn't cry when my mother died. But weirdly, I'll watch like Forrest Gump and tear up. It's a weird thing, and it doesn't show anything. Bulldogs, there's that Strawberry. Strawberry's asleep on the chair there, and Yoda is on the sofa in the living room. But it's the behavior. That's just voodoo, or worse than voodoo. I mean, whether you cry or not doesn't express your emotions. What happened to Legal Mindset? He didn't pop on over after your morning session. He said he has an early morning. I've got an early morning too. As soon as Joe gets back, I've got to tap out too. It's like 10 after 4 in the morning here. Baked Alexis, crying doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. Crying. There is no right answer. If he cries, he's crying because he's guilty. If he doesn't cry, he's not crying because he's guilty. It's just crap.
So I know you're probably exhausted. I get
it.
That.
It is 4:10 a.m. It's about time for me to tap out.
I want to thank you so much for hosting this morning, guys. Legal Vices, please make sure you sign up to him. Link is in the description below. He's based, he's smart, he happens to be an attorney, he speaks Korean, he's a Mormon, he wears cool hats, and he's a lot of fun. So I highly recommend.
That's all I've got going for me.
What? What did I miss? Did I miss something?
He's got good hats.
That's the last thing. That was like the last thing. That was like accolade number 11 or something like that in my list there. I mean, come on. No, he's really great. He's a good friend, and you see how much fun I have talking with him. He's like one of the few people that what he's saying, he means, and that's kind of cool. You don't meet people.
And thanks to all the subs I picked up. Subscribe to me after you make sure you've subscribed to Good Logic Joe. And if you've already subscribed to him, don't take that for granted that you're still subscribed. YouTube apparently is going through another purge. I've gotten a bunch of emails today saying that people have been unsubscribed again.
Yeah. What are you at now? Are you at? Have you hit 40 yet?
No, I'm getting closer. I am right now at 34,522.
All right, let's come over 35 today. 35 today.
Yeah,
That's my
that'd be
goal
awesome
for you for today.
if I woke up with 480 whatever. I can't do math. Roughly 480.
Whether you're watching live
subscribers.
now or watching later, just click on it and click his link and head on over there. I also included a link for James Court. Those of you who love him, great. Those of you who don't, you can pop on over there and yell at him. Whatever it is. do whatever it is it takes. There's no such thing as negative engagement. I thank you for joining me and for holding the fort here the last few minutes.
Thanks for letting me do it, and thanks for having me.
Take care, my brother. I'm gonna have you on. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll send you a link.
All right. Take
All
care.
right, take care.
Have a good whatever it is, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever. Bye.
Ciao. All right. So this was exciting. I'm sorry that for those of you who I promised I was going to start from the beginning of this morning's testimony, I did not expect that they were going to put him on the stand as quickly as they did. I did plan on going through at 1 1/4 speed. I apologize that we missed. There was a different guy who testified earlier. Obviously, the importance and impact of that testimony. I didn't watch it myself yet. I'll probably watch it tonight. That's probably what I'm going to do tonight. I mean, on the air, I'll probably watch it. We'll sort of do it like that. So anyway, I do have a regular nightly show from 10 to midnight Eastern time and a little bit later on the weekends. And you probably, if you like my commentary here, you'll probably really enjoy that even more. So I urge you guys to sign up. And if you think you're subbed, just to double check, because they do unsub people. YouTube is known to do that. They say it's supposed to be better. It's supposed to be better under Neil. I don't know. Susan was pretty brutal. Let's help Joe get noticed. Hit the like button. Thank you so much. It's okay, Joe. We understand. Oh, let me get to my Rummel rants also. I forgot about that. I had this here from Mommy Heather saying, not guilty. I've enjoyed watching your streams and love all you use in the chat. Cheers for the grandson, David. Amen. Thank you so much. Jess Revere says, I didn't know he told 911 he touched her. That rules out being an excuse for the blood on the steering wheel. Yeah, I agree with you. It does. You can't say that he's making stuff up if, he references it in the 911 call. I just touched her body in case I get blood on my steering wheel. That's just, I don't know. All of the evidence to me so strongly just doesn't fit with anything that how someone you can get a room full of people say guilt beyond reasonable doubt. It's astonishing. It's scary. It's really scary. It shows you how powerful public perception is. If he gets found guilty of these double homicides, and you're gonna say you don't have reasonable doubt, you might think he killed him. You don't have reasonable doubt. Maybe he didn't. Maybe. Okay. That would be disappointing. It'd be a disappointing statement about our judiciary if he's found guilty here. But it may happen. It really could. I mean, of course, supposedly Long Crimes poll has 10% not guilty. 10%. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. That's wild. Wow. Crazy. Charlie says, please share your new grandson's name when the court takes a break. Milestone, thank you. It is David. That is his name. I call my daughter Bob. Got that. He says he was super paranoid and that's why he lied. But how many people did the defense ask how he acted normal to show he was under stress? Yeah. Show he wasn't under stress. Yeah. It's like, and that's what Jeff was just saying a moment before he left. It's like, if you cry, you're guilty. If you don't cry, you're guilty. Doesn't matter really what you do there. You're just guilty. Sorry, I'm just protecting this Rummel rant here so I don't lose it. All right. K. Mishande. Mazel tov, Grandpa Joe. Best wish to your family. Can we know the name of the new blessing? That's David. I mentioned yesterday, but I think you'd be interested in the Daniel Perry case. It's the one where the detective accused the Austin DA of misconduct and altering testimony to the grand jury. I'll make a note of that here. Daniel Perry case. It didn't take. I appreciate people calling stuff to my attention. I'll try to check it out. I've never seen it before. I've never heard of it before you mentioned it. So thank you. Salty Hard, our brain waters. So I've been in meetings all mornings. How has this been going? Helpful, hurtful, nothing burger. Look, when I was watching it, I started watering up. Not going to kid you. Like it felt legitimately emotional when he's describing, what he was doing. He opened up his testimony. Those of you who missed the beginning of his testimony, first question out of the gate is, did you kill him? Did you shoot your son with a gun like this gun or a similar gun? No. Did you shoot Maggie? No. And then, start going through that day. And when he got to the part that he was talking about how he discovered the bodies, it was gut-wrenching. It was really gut-wrenching. And everything he said in explaining, all of the forensic evidence that we've seen so far, it lines up better than what Sled said. It makes sense. And I haven't seen anyone say, wow, this looks fake. I haven't seen anyone who said that. Quite the contrary. Everyone in my chat to a person was like, this looks real. That doesn't mean it's real, but it definitely looks real. So I don't see how it could have hurt. Now, the cross, I'm expecting the cross to be brutal and to feel like it's the cross might not finish before the day wraps today. The cross really, I'd be surprised if the cross wraps up before 5 o'clock. I think the cross is going to go on and on. I think he's going to go through everything. Every one of these crimes, he's going to go through it just to pound home. But if I was Creighton Waters, I'll tell you right now, if I was Creighton Waters, I would open up with, you're really good at deceiving people, aren't you, Alex? Put on a big show for all of them. Did you cry for them too? Did you cry? Did you cry when you lied to your maid's son? You told him. Did you cry to your friends when you stole from the law firm the same money twice? Did you cry? And I would, did you get all weepy when you somehow took your maid's son as a client and told him that you had $500,000 in coverage when you really had $5 million worth of coverage? Did that make you, or was it just an easier lie? Was that an easier lie? You didn't have to cry for that one. I would be all over him. I would not. Yeah, that would just be. It would be. And I'm expecting to go through all the crimes and say, yeah. And now that after you knew the story, so it's very convenient, isn't it? Now all of a sudden, now you're telling us the truth. Now that we know, you're telling us the truth and feeling all contrite. Those of you were saying it's objection beyond the scope. So this is something that we have talked about, and we will probably be assessing the legal perspectives, arguments on this for a great deal of time. I think it should be beyond the scope. I do not think it should be admissible. Sometimes we talk about how evidence gets in, as opposed, or when it's given to a jury for a limited purpose. So, you're not allowed to have character testimony. This is why you hear the term, whether it's more probative than prejudicial, or there's a limiting instruction given to the jury that this is being admitted for you to consider motive but not to establish the truth thereof. And when they talk about hearsay, it's like when they say objection hearsay, they say, no, it's to get his mental state. What he's really saying is, I do want the hearsay, but this is an exception. They're allowed to listen to this because this helps us understand the state of mind. So the jury should not believe it's true, but just to understand what he heard so that you can understand what he was thinking when he heard these words being said. Does that mean now? So tell us what words were said. Does that mean the jury's not going to think it's true because it's admitted for that purpose? Obviously not. Meaning, obviously, Just because you're saying that the reason I want it in here is so the jury will understand his mental state, doesn't mean that the jury's gonna be like, okay, we understand his mental state, but we also understand that the person who's saying it, that the words themselves may not be true. You think your typical juror is gonna be making that distinction there, or they're gonna be like, oh yeah, okay, well he said it at the time, it must have been true. That's what happens. So too, when you talk about these financial crimes, why are these financial crimes coming in here? Not to say that he committed them. We're not saying he committed them, but just so you can understand, like, motive, which means you think he committed them. By definition, that means you think he committed them, and you want the jury to believe that he committed them, and that's his motive, which is, it's just asinine. The whole thing is asinine. But we're at a point in the trial here where the judge has accepted that asinine position, endorsed it, embraced it, welcomed it, said, give me more. I want more of that asinine stuff. Give it to me more and more. When you have a judge that's already ruled that way and said this stuff is not more prejudicial than probative and should be excluded. This is not information that is irrelevant, but this is highly relevant. This explains why he killed his own wife and son. And that's the position, that's the mindset that this trial, that's the rubric that this trial is operating under. That's the world of this trial. Well, in that world, you can understand why the guy who committed these crimes is on the stand. He should be able to be asked, and he's waived his Fifth Amendment right. The state should be allowed to ask him about it. Normally, it would be excluded as character testimony. Now, there is an exception to character testimony, and so I want to be clear so you understand from a legal perspective. When we're talking about things related to indicating falsity, a propensity to lie, you can question about that. And on that grounds, forgetting about like whether he's a bad person, because again, when we're trying to parse out how the legal world looks at some of these things. So when you can't bring in character evidence about someone that he likes to torture dogs. He's just a jerk, and that's why you should hate him. You can't bring in stuff saying, wow, he beat his wife. If it's a whatchamacallit, if it's a case about that's not about someone being violent, because beating the wife is not a good example in this case, because that shows propensity for this type of crime, that he would harm his own wife. But if you're in some arson case and you want to say, oh yeah, and the defendant takes a stand for saying, I didn't burn down that building, you can't ask him about like, did you beat your wife? Because that's just trying to make the jury hate him. Say he's a bad character and punish him for his character rather than the actions that he committed with respect to the charges. However, when you talk about things that relate to the witness's propensity for lying, that can establish that this person is a liar. So you wouldn't talk about the charges per se, but you would talk about, hey, we heard evidence that this guy, that you lied to this kid and took his money. You lost that. You admitted that you lied to the police this time, that time. You lied to the police over here. You lied to the police when Sled interviewed you. You lied to the police by that roadside assistance situation. You're just a crazy good liar. The only time you ever come out with the truth is when you have no choice. So, with all the fraud claims, it's going to get in. It's going to get in. Certainly in the world that we are in, where it's already been allowed in, the judge is going to allow all this. It'd be shocking if he doesn't. Shocking. I'm shocked. Matt Sprint says, Joe, I've heard you and Branca praise how good jurors are. I did? I don't remember doing that. But Nick once said jurors are people that were too dumb to get out of jury duty. I have to agree. Jurors tend to be morons. I don't assume that jurors individually are smart. You hope that there's enough smart ones in the jury pool together. That's what you hope for. But there are plenty of stupid people who end up on juries, obviously. Miles to Joe, thank you so much, Cards. I appreciate that. Salty says, covered that. So Joe, what's the new grandson's name? Covered that. Paul's ex was in the media saying he beat her. Parents gave him booze. In heels, she's shorter than Paul. Might be 5'2". Okay. I don't believe. Okay. You don't need to put a face on the 5'2" suspect that experts claims is the height of the shooter. You don't need to. It doesn't make it more compelling that the jury's gonna be like, oh, maybe it was that person. I don't think it's gonna do anything. That you just sort of just toss out that here's a list of short people. Let me give you a list of all the people who were extras in The Wizard of Oz. That doesn't do anything. Remember that movie Elf? I got a list of suspects for you. It doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. Nothing. That doesn't help. I understand why you're saying that, Waffles. I'm just saying, it's just throw out speculation that here's a person who hated him who was short. It's not really very compelling to anyone. Lead guy lied to the grand jury which started this. This is true. This is true. And Agent Owen, he's a liar. He'll lie under oath. Here for the truth. So heartbreaking for these families. Either way, the families have to live with this tragic series of events. This is true, too. It's a terrible tragedy. It's really ugly. I think that's why my heartstrings were being tugged. This is such a sad episode. It's a really sad story. It's terribly sad. It's awful. Hey, Vices. Hey, push Joe over 100K. Subscribe today. Or Space Lasers. Space Balls. When his lawyers made it clear that his shirt had no blood on it and that the agent had lied to the grand jury, the cops simply adjusted. Eh-ho, eh-ho. Would jail living be better on financial conviction versus murder? I don't know. I've never been there, but I've heard that they say it's not as bad. So that's what they say. We do see that rich folk tend to get some cushy living conditions, some of them. When Jeffrey Epstein spent 18 months in jail, his living situation was they let him leave during the day, come back here at night. He had an office around a mile or so from the jail that he would come and go to. He had to be back. He had curfew from the jail. You have to be back here by 6 o'clock. Okay. So, and this is something that's not new. That's something that's the way it's been for a long time. A long time. I remember those of you who are old enough to remember the show Cheers. So what was the guy's name? Robin, who ended up going to jail for financial crimes, and they visited him in jail, and he's playing tennis. He's got his tennis shorts on. He's like, oh, yeah, I'll meet you on the links on the back nine. I don't know why they're so nice to these financial... I guess there are a lot of donations that are made. For Dorgy, more Corgi. Is there a difference in the level of prison he would go to? I think we covered this, yeah. Does Alex still own these properties? So I've heard different conflicting things about this, whether he had sold them. And I'm not sure. I haven't checked the records. I can't tell you. I don't know. Viteus, if the state opens with the financial stuff, they will show the jury that they have nothing on the murder, just innuendo. Here's the thing. Okay, so I want to point this out to you, just as far as understanding legal strategy. I understand what Legal Advice is saying. It was saying, you got nothing to lose. And I know the majority of you probably don't like the whole vibe thing and jury thing. I'm all about strategizing, and I have pretty strong respect for the defense team. They've shown they got some skill They got skills, okay? They've got skills. So you have to ask yourself, you know that if we put him on the stand, he's going to spend 3 to 4 hours, likelihood, with Creighton Waters bashing him over the skull, saying stupid things. Terrible things can happen. Terrible things can happen. We also know that we've had all this evidence that it cannot possibly be him. Look, our last expert witness basically gives him a digital alibi. Then no one could possibly say that they believe he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Even if you want to come up with some sort of explanation for how maybe it's not a perfect alibi, they have no reasonable doubt that he's a murderer? Please. I mean, there's nothing tying him to this crime. There's no motive for the crime. And you're saying he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, even though I have digital evidence that says he wasn't the one playing with Maggie's phone moments after she was murdered. I mean, seriously. How the hell can any reasonable person, reasonably fair person, come at this and say, I think that beyond a reasonable doubt he did it? And yet, so that's where we're at coming into today's testimony. Coming into this morning, that's where we're at. And yet, we have to assume that his lawyers said to him, and because most people follow their lawyer's advice, that his lawyers said to him, take the stand. You have to take the stand. But he's going to get clobbered by Creighton Waters for hours. He's going to try and embarrass him, remind the jury of every financial crime he's ever did, every time he's ever lied, and the roadside assistance, and the admissions, and the drug use, and all the ugliness of him is going to come out. No, you still have to take the stand. Why? Why are they telling him to do that? Why are they telling him to do that? Well, they're looking at the jury. They're reading the jury themselves. So you and I, we're watching this and we're saying to ourselves, how the hell could any jury say guilty beyond a reasonable doubt with this no evidence, no motive, no basis, no weapons, no guns, no eyewitness, no nothing, no time for him to actually commit these crimes, digital alibi, and ridiculous motive? Why would anyone think that he did it, that they're going to convict him and say he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, you know what? They looked at that jury and they said, I think that jury's going to convict him unless he takes a stand. That's what his attorney. That's what we learned from him taking this stand. Is that's where their juries are at. That being the case, questions whether this pushes them over the edge and to take him below reasonable doubt. But clearly, that's what they believe this jury is at mentally, emotionally, one way or another. That if he does not take the stand, we think they're going to convict him. That they will come back and say, we unanimously believe beyond a reasonable doubt that he murdered his own wife and son to get a month-long delay. As insane as that sounds. And you can say it's because they used tabloid media. So I saw someone just mention that the state used tabloid media, which they did. You could say it's unjust. You could say it's unfair. You could say it's un-American and illegal. You could say it's a runaway jury ignoring their duty. And everyone who's saying any one of those things would be spot on, 100% accurate. And yet, he's still convicted. Every one of you will be right. Every one of you will be more American than that jury, which is coming back and finding him guilty. And yet, he's still convicted. Yet, they still put him in prison with the other convicts, with anyone else who basically killed anyone, raped anyone, did the most violent crimes on earth. You'd be right. The jury was wrong. Okay, that doesn't help Alex Murdaugh. He's still stuck. He's still stuck with that conviction. So it's not a matter of what you feel is right. Yes. Are they cheating? Is the prosecution cheating, playing by illicit rules, lying to the grand jury, doing all sorts of terrible things? Yeah. Can you feel morally outraged? Yeah. Your moral outrage is about as useful as someone putting a yellow and blue flag on their Twitter bio. Doesn't do anything. So great, he has your support that he was wronged, but he still ends up being the only one who has to live with it. So his lawyers are trying to protect him from that. You have to assume that they're reading it right because they seem to know what they're doing. Is the judge back? No, the judge's not back. Engage with people more than anyone. Daniel Gammon says it's going to look bad when the state spends more time on cross-questioning about the finances than the murder. If they're doing that because they're trying to inflame the passion of the jury, I agree with you. Questions where the jury sees through that. MS Krim says, I'm an expert with detecting deception, 10 years experience. I did not see any active deception in his testimony so far. However, I did see in his previous interviews, he's telling the truth in my opinion. I agree with you. And I actually mentioned to Legal Vices that he looks more comfortable on the stand on direct testimony this morning than he did when he was sitting. And that was in front of a couple hundred people than when he was sitting face to face with Agent Owen in that interview. In any of those interviews. Joe, you just had a grandson. You're emotional, so you would feel bad. Just kidding. Just picking. Alex admitting to lying and fraud makes it look like he doesn't care about going to prison. He just doesn't want to go to prison for murdering his family. That's a fair take. Is it a hot soup or a soup like cereal is a soup? Cereal is not a soup. It's ridiculous. I don't know who says cereal is a soup. That's just wrong. Oh, what's your soup? Oh, I call my soup Cheerios and milk. It's ridiculous. Dark Strange Nico. Hello, Good Logic. Thank you for covering while Nick is in Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. And give Ken Counseling Couch the blue wrench. He's one of Nick's bubbies and a therapist. I have no problem. I mean, I stink at giving wrenches. Here for the truth question, why are so many hating on James? He's young, curious, and trying to share what he sees in court. Take it or leave it. Don't be a-holes. That's why I weighed in on him. You all know where I stand on James. Sled lied to grand jury twice, which was the reason he was indicted. His financial stuff with firm likely exposed how rampant it was. I agree with you. I agree with everything you said there, Tara. Why are people a-holes for not liking James' input? They're not a-holes for not disliking his input. You're a-holes for basically saying how you express that can turn you into an a-hole, right? Right? I have so many. This is leading me into the whole Matt Walsh, Matt Mulvaney, Dylan Mulvaney thing. It's like how you feel about something. That's truth. I have so many thoughts about that. I haven't weighed in on it yet. Sort of letting it settle within me and deciding whether it's a story I want to cover at all. I do think that I don't understand some of the hate that Matt Walsh has gotten from the right. I mean, I'll give a more detailed perspective on that at some point, I guess. Probably on locals. Chris Chianti says, I do have locals, and that's where I tend to talk about that sort of thing. That's probably what I'm going to do my next locals. I'm going to talk about the whole Dylan Mulvaney, Matt Walsh story. Chris Chianti, all the families in Boat case or Stephen Smith case want Paul dead. Netflix documentary, you can plain as day tell the hatred is real. The show is filled with BS, but you can really see the hatred people have for them. Yeah, I was watching something like that yesterday. Not on Netflix. It was some sort of YouTube thing. Tara Rayner, Maggie's phone was found using Find My iPhone. That app would give them date and time, last location. They had that info and didn't produce it. In my opinion, exculpatory evidence. Again, get Alex, not the truth. It was about getting Alex. I don't think they cared about getting the truth. I do think they wanted to get Alex. And I think there was a lot of sloppiness here. I don't, but I will. The only area I might differ with you is I don't think they necessarily want to go after Alex because Sled had personal animus. I don't think it's because of that. I think they believed it and went with it. Bigot. That was earlier today. That's not now. You psyched me out. All right. Phew. Okay, I thought I was missing something. But I think once they decided that he was the killer, they basically decided we're going to go get him. And anything that exculpates him. I think there's a moment where they cross the Rubicon and they feel married to the fact that he's the one who did it. Now we're going to prove it. And anything that exculpates him, we're going to tend to ignore. That's what I think it is. They got to an emotional point, and from there on. I don't think they started there, but I don't think they necessarily invested much effort in trying to find any exculpatory evidence. Like I said, no fingerprints, trampling all over the crime scene. How long did it take them to get to OnStar? I mean, how many years was it going to take them to dig up the OnStar records? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's true. There are 6.9K watching. I don't know, and so few likes. Everyone hates me. You're all so mean to me. If you could hit like and subscribe, that'd be cool. It would be cool. Thank you kindly, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Well, that's what we mean by exculpatory evidence. Exculpates him, shows that he's not guilty. And a lot of people agree with you. Sir, don't trip. Sir, don't rip. Iceman says, Alex might be a great lawyer, but he isn't the best planner. He left evidence in his desk. He left contradicting evidence in the 911 phone call. He couldn't get away with this even with his charm. Missed too many small details. Yeah, I agree with you. Somehow, he's either like really, really brilliant and a great actor, or a terrible actor and sometimes a terrible actor and really a clod. It's hard to understand how someone could be so brilliant and so stupid at the same time. I mean, look at that roadside assistance fiasco. That was the worst planned crime ever. I think we really are on it back now. I think this is real. This looks real to me. You probably need sound. Will financial testimony be used against him in the financial trial? Yes. Tish, how you doing, Tish? As the state did this bad on a case, they knew it would be so high profile given who it was. Imagine how bad they would do it if it was me or you. Great point. True. Jamie Green says, I think he's being genuine. You can fake cry, but accompanied by his nose being a false, I don't think that can be faked. I almost cried watching him. Same. I also did.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
The jury is present. You got it. Thanks.
Mr. Murdaugh, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021, in your meeting with Jean Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting Ms. Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Will do.
Jeannie came up to me and asked me, previously Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job. And
I wouldn't have brought this up.
Asked me some questions.
He's going to the financial now.
Which I understood.
Which now
Briefly,
it hurts his chance to
the
appeal.
Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally?
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
Yes.
Should have come to you directly.
No.
Did, when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what'd you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
I know, I love it. Love it. Right behind
There was
Jim,
some
the Hobbit.
level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't
it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point, Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson got, I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, you know, what is this all about?
Pardon?
I said objection to rules 801 and 802, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And, I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through, one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston.
He's so sneaky.
The
He said
partner was
801
going
and
through a
802
divorce.
instead of saying hearsay. Because if he says hearsay,
The wife of the partner
Makes it sound
was
like I don't want the
trying
jury to hear
get
it.
Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's, Ms. Seconder testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it was John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatments. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario, and that's what it ended up being ultimately, and that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, were the information you had, were you believed at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you had reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property that, or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And, I mean, Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was
That's not a good thing for him to
$800,000
point out to the jury.
owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just set $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example, but if it was 500, it'd be
Saying
another
it's in Maggie's name is not
$800,000.
great
So,
for him.
There was several $1 million in
Gives him a
equity
little bit of a financial motive
in that Moselle property.
if he wants to use the
Right, and
property
did you have
to take care of his financial
equity in the
issues,
Edisto
which he doesn't.
beach house?
Yes.
And
He just
on-
gave himself
around June
financial
7th,
motive.
How much equity did you have in the Edisto beach house?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time, I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so 700 and something thousand dollars.
Did Maggie's death
I'm not saying it's disastrous.
make it
I'm
more
just saying-
difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder around June 7th?
Oh, that's where
8th?
he's going. He's like, now it's harder because now you have to
Maggie's,
have everything probated.
yes,
How so?
because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name.
And
The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name, so I was only a
now I can't get
half
financing
owner.
on it.
So with Maggie, all I had to do was get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question
Right.
finances.
Okay.
So, I mean, she signed the papers.
If you're a cynic, you're going to say
When
she was going to sign
Maggie
now,
wasn't
and
here.
so you killed her, so you'd be able to get it done.
There
That's
was
what-
a state
that's
issue.
what the state's gonna say.
I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So,
Yeah, but once it gets probated, you're her heir,
couldn't.
presumably. I try looking at
On,
both sides.
Was there a hearing scheduled in the
If I don't present both sides, what use am I to?
voting lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week?
yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony, and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing,
Yes, sir.
my level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which,
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about, I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. I mean, Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, you know, I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I had already done what I had to do for the financial motion, and Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because...
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you, was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No. I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state.
So he's addressing.
In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are
Thank you for reminding me of
trying
that.
to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, you know, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case,
the point that he's getting at,
I am not aware of.
he's not worried about having to reveal
I
his
personally
financials.
have
There's
never,
no judge that's going to
despite
compel
trying
that.
repeatedly,
He's a lawyer.
have
He
never been
knows-
able to get a judge to order the kind of
And that's
information
standard.
that Mark Tinsley was
Until you get a
saying he
judgment,
was
you don't
seeking.
get that.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes,
And what was that?
a financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get
The
your
state is saying
current
that
balance of your
he
retirement
wanted his
You know,
motive
I don't remember
was
doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did, and, because I know I'd
a
have to
delay
have that
so he
for
wouldn't
that
have to show his
financial
financials.
statement. And the document that I prepared
He wasn't going to have to
was
give over his
what Mark
financials
Ball
until he lost.
talked about that he
The
found
other side wanted
later
it,
in my office.
but they never get it.
And it was tight, it was
The
handwritten,
other side also
ready to
wanted a
be
judgment.
typed
They didn't
up
have
by,
that yet either.
you know, because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office, it was doing it, and I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, or paralegal other than mine, was gonna be the person who was gonna put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Well, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal
Well, that's going to get you convicted
or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
on the finance
did.
crimes. This is usable in court in the fraud in the fraud cases against him. He's
How
basically
did you
putting
get
up his
in such a
hands and say,
financial predicament
put me in jail.
that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
No, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills. I got in a spot I couldn't.
Now, what type of addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to opiate painkillers,
And
The
when-
poppy.
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you
Another
first
victim of the
become
poppy.
dependent or addicted to opioids,
Oxycodone or opiates in general.
opiates in general?
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4, so I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time. I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, it just escalates, and escalates, and escalates. And
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could. Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And
Very good facility.
Jury's heard a audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents. Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootli and I?
That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, it's hard. but supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like you're running a marathon, you can't hold your legs still, you can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up, you have all, you just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
We haven't even
what's
gotten to the
rehab?
roadside
Rehab
assistance
is
yet.
the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You're supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. You're still going through, and though this physical dependency is gone, you still have, you're still so sick. You just,
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
as long as I can remember.
Ask him how he got to 50K though, because that number sounds really high.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
He just had to. His wife was nagging him
I
all
want
the
to
time.
ask
So he
you
was.
questions about
now
Labor
he's
Day
good.
weekend 2021.
Okay?
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure
Yeah.
I do.
I guess maybe it's designed
What
to
were
give
you
the
confronted
jury
about?
hope that he's going to
Stealing
be
money.
rehabilitated now and healthy contributor.
And
I want to know about
admit
the.
your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partner, so Danny and Randy. Yeah,
Did
admit it. Admit it now.
and they learned about a fake forge account? Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told him about my addiction, yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge, I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your
No,
opioid
slow day,
use or
brother.
addiction?
Very, very slow
Severe,
day.
moderate?
Nothing happened.
Then or
I'm
now?
not even sure who's on the stand now. I can't remember his
No,
name.
in 2020, 2021,
Enjoy your trip.
I don't know how I
Go
would
do
have
your thing.
characterized it then. After
Some
going
of
to
us are
rehab
working
and
here.
learning, more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I will tell you that my addiction was extremely, extremely bad.
how were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir, I was successful.
Made me better.
After you were confronted
I
on
was average when I
Labor
was
Day
off.
weekend 2021,
You should have seen me
did
on
you
fire when I
resign
had
or
them.
were you forced to resign from the law firm?
Absolutely.
You give me some painkillers, I'm good to go.
And then on
Kids, don't do drugs.
Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir, I remember.
And what happened?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I
Yeah,
had taken. I
pretty
didn't
much.
give him, we didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
It's pretty funny.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I'm sure we had to have had it by then, because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes,
and did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at Detox and Rehab to help pay for it.
And what was your immediate plans after, I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson? Did you have plans to do anything, have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did,
Okay. And did you
and a good friend.
go meet with Corey Fleming?
No,
What'd you do instead?
I'd given when I gave my pills to my brother Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking any more. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount.
I think the drug use is something the jury could probably
I
connect
could
with.
tell, you know,
I think
I wasn't
most
taking
people know
anything near
someone
like what I had been taking,
close to
so I
that
knew it was
who's had a
coming.
drug problem. So it could
and I
help
called-
him be more relatable.
Someone to bring me more pills. And I believe before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet did the person you called bring you more pills?
You know, I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris, and after, you know, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore, and instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy, or did you want
As a sympathy
die?
ploy?
Yes, sir. Why did you
No.
ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith,
And did he in fact shoot you?
he did.
And where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you shot in Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road. It runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. I'd been through so much. At the time, in the bad place that I was, It seemed like a better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but
Right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh, yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
And who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
And
How much
secondary
life insurance did you have?
I had $12 million. I had a $4 million policy and a and an $8 million policy, a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never,
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
no.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. I mean, she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me, I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything, ever. Fun.
That's his brother,
playful.
John Marvin, on the left.
I mean, she had a laugh that,
He seems broken.
you know, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. You know, she had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she would just do it, it just melt you. You know, she was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had two boys, and I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding four-wheelers and hunting and fishing, and I mean, she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding four-wheelers and, I mean, doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl, and you heard Marion say, I mean, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but, I mean, she threw herself into her boys' lives. I mean, you know, she never took not working for granted. I mean, she might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. You know, she wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time.
with both those boys. And when we had Paw Paw, Maggie got in trouble, and Paw Paw got in trouble. And just pregnancy didn't suit her, so we decided that, you know, we would just have the two boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterboro and fit in. Everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Paul, I mean, Paul was just the brightest. He was the brightest. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there.
There's a poll up in
nose
the chat
there
right
to
now.
see what you were doing.
And whether he killed him and whether he'll be convicted.
He was a man's man. He was 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool. I mean, he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home where he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset. How many 22-year-old people you know do stuff like that? I mean, he was such a special boy. He cared about people. He was fiercely, fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I'll challenge you right now. I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you. And he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Paul might not have quite found his
place yet. Paul was ADD, ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. And I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But, excuse me. Excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends, and he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but some cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paul, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, I learned, Paul would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way?
It's
Be
a
present.
very mature attitude.
Appreciate things around you.
It's a very mature attitude.
At 22 years old.
Appellate,
He's the most special boy.
do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions for the state, Mayor.
Sir.
Well, here we go. Here comes the state.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we'll take a,
We'll take a break.
we'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow. Well, that was a powerful finish. A very powerful finish. I think every one of us can agree that that was a very, very powerful finish there. I fully expect that he's going to get blitzed. He's going to get blitzed on Cross.
It's hard to say. I mean, I've been on Twitter along with you, Whodunit, all morning, and I've been trying to gauge the temperature of whether or not people are kind of buying it.
Jury analysis? Jury analysis?
emotion.
Is that what you're giving us? Jury analysis?
I mean, he owned it. Like, in terms of what I was most interested in, to be honest, was whether or not the team, and that was obviously something that was discussed, I'm sure, pretty vehemently between Harpootlian, Griffin, and Murdaugh, whether or not they were going to lean into and just own the financials. Because to me, the biggest thing.
How do you not? Why do you have a question on that? How can he? If he's going to bring it up, you have to lean into it. The only reason to not bring it up would be to protect him from on an appeal. But if he's going to bring it up, he has to lean into it.
It's pretty powerful.
That's not like a lengthy discussion. Ooh, let's have a deep conversation. Ooh, what's he going to do?
Was the question in my mind last night. He chose not to. The fact that he is owning this, and which will obviously, because it's under oath, it'll be clearly be able to be used in court should they proceed with financial crimes. It's pretty powerful in the sense that he's saying, look, I know I'm admitting this in open court. I'm going.
I think most of you want me to get this guy on instead of James from court.
I'm not going to go in on is that I killed my wife and my son. So that's my biggest takeaway from it. Whether or not you believe him, that's a different story. But that was what I got from it.
Okay, Chris Adams, I have been, as you know,
I like
do a lot
I
of
like
defense work
watching
just like you do.
the other
And,
side
just in the
of the
last
coin
segment, okay?
to
First
see
of all, let me say that one
where-
of the
what are they
things that he
saying? What are their
does have if
perspectives?
he gets found not guilty is he gets access to Maggie's estate, the Moselle property, the Disto Beach property, which he doesn't if he's convicted of homicide. But that being said, if I am his counsel, I was worried about a couple things. One, when he said Paul was nosing around all the time. He was trying to be, I think, cute, but that nosing around is what we heard about the little
What
detective
the hell do you
earlier.
think
And if I were his
happened?
counsel,
Oh,
I
he's
was
nosing. I
also a
gotta,
little
I gotta,
concerned when
I
he
gotta
said the word,
finish
and I
those
wrote it down,
meddling
so
kids.
misrepresented in the media about his son Paul, because that was the exact same terminology used by Maggie's sister when she testified. So misrepresented in the media. And to me, then I said, oh, rehearsal. What are your thoughts?
What?
I think it's really a challenge when you put up your defendant.
I thought so.
And
You're an idiot.
And whether you encouraged them to testify, advised them to testify, or whether they chose to do it over your strenuous objection. You have choices to make.
It does
and
sound
one
like the
is
View.
to have a very short direct and then hope you can survive cross. The other is to do a longer direct. They
Well,
obviously
actually, that
chose,
would be-
and Jim Griffin chose to put on a lengthier direct examination.
A short direct would have been
And to
stupid.
expand the scope and spend a lot of time on the relationships.
Do you think?
So I'm sure that it was prepared with counsel. Whether that comes across as contrived or rehearsed, it didn't sound that way.
Wait,
to
hold on.
me.
I can some of you
But
tell me mute
ultimately
this.
the
I
jurors
like.
will
You don't
decide
like
that.
watching me react to this
It's-
idiocy.
Now the fireworks are going to start as we shift into cross.
I'm on the same page as you. I think these guys are idiots.
I can't wait to listen to the cross-examination here.
Oh
as
yeah,
with
are
our
you
viewers. But
salivating
we're
the same
gonna
way
take a
Creighton
quick break.
Waters
Here's
is?
a
All
long time,
right.
Eric. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. These are my two great guests. We are
Okay,
in the
fine.
Alec Murdaugh trial,
Everyone's
and he
screaming
is
to
on
mute
the
them.
stand.
I'll mute these idiots. All right. I thought that his testimony there at the close was very powerful. I thought the way he described. Okay, we'll get rid of the whole. Give us your little. All right. I thought that the state. I think he looked incredibly sympathetic. I think he seemed very real. I think the only way you'd think he didn't sound legit. Now that, again, I want to make it clear. It's possible he's really, really good con artist. I mean, let's face it, he conned a lot of people for many years. So that's possible. But I'll tell you, even knowing that, I buy it. I'm like, man, I believe him. I believe him. So, if he is a con artist, he would own me because I believe him. I believe him. So, I don't think he killed Paul. I don't think he killed Maggie. I think the state's case is garbage, and I don't understand how anyone objective can say I see through that. No one is seeing through that. No person alive is seeing through that. There is no behavioral analyst who's going to see through that. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I do not buy it. The only way you see through that is that you were determined to never accept anything he was going to say. In other words, if it wasn't the infamous thief, fraudster, Alex Murdaugh, doing this, telling us this story, any other human telling you that story, with those emotions, those facial expressions, you would believe it. The only reason anyone would refuse to believe it is because they hate the guy already. And they say, if Adolf took the stand, I wouldn't believe him. And I would think, wow, I know that must have been good acting because I know he killed him. But you have to walk in there saying, I know he killed them, to ignore that testimony as being anything other than 100% truthful. That's my take on it. That's my personal take on it. The only way, there's no one who knows he's lying unless in your brain you think you know that he killed them. That's how powerful that testimony was. Every note, the way he hit those notes, and the runny nose, I mean, just like drooling DNA all over his own clothing. I mean, the way he expressed his love for Maggie, for Paul. There's nobody who saw through that. There's not a single person who saw through that on earth. There are some people who were determined to never accept it, no matter what he said or did. I think anyone else is sitting there saying, like, that looked truthful. You can say it looked truthful and still recognize, like I am, it looked completely legit, and still recognize that you know that he's very capable of fooling people. That's not inconsistent. But if you, only God knows what happened on that. Maybe one or two people who are still alive know what happened by the Kennels that night. But there's nobody who now knows that he did it from seeing that. That's ridiculous. Anyone who says, "Oh, I was able to see through him," has their head buried so deeply up their own sphincter that it's just like not worth having a rational conversation with them. Because that was just, you can't point to anything and say that looked fake. There's just nothing about it looked fake. I mean, come on. That's what I'm saying. Some people might walk in there saying, I'm not going to accept anything he tells me. But that was heart-wrenching to anyone who didn't walk in there saying, I despise this man. Like this clown. She's a clown. I can't listen to her. I can't even look at her. She makes me sick to my stomach. And we'll address the whole EDB chat that you guys love throwing at me. You guys love saying, but EDB's chat saying, I know. They say stuff. Hold on, I gotta save some of these chats here. And when I'm calling a con artist, I'm saying on the fraud stuff, like, he admitted that he conned people. He stole from them. He was a liar. That's what he admitted. Now, law and cucks basically having you believe that the reason he's lying about this stuff is because he's okay with being convicted to get money. So he's okay with spending the rest of his life behind bars because he's interested in getting the money for it. Okay. We're still in 10-minute recess. Okay, I'm just making sure that I'm not missing anything here. I don't want to miss Creighton Waters coming out of the gate. I expect Creighton Waters to come out firing. I expect him to do all the stuff that I mentioned by the lunch break. I think he's going to come in here saying how good he is at fooling people and how this whole thing is designed to fool people. What I liked about that guy with the beard on the right here is that he seemed affected by it. He seemed to recognize the impact of that testimony, far more so than James did. He seemed to realize that was powerful testimony. He seems to not want it to be powerful testimony, but he said, you can't, he basically came out and said, this guy here pretty much said it was powerful testimony. But I expect that Creighton Waters is going to come out there going nuts. He's going to be going nuts. It's going to be insane. It'll probably be fun. I'll probably think it's fun for 10 minutes, and then like a half hour into it, I'll be like, oh my God, this is just getting annoying. That's what I'm anticipating my own personal reaction to watching this go down. But yeah, and I think everything's going to be framed in ridiculous ways. Anyway. Let me start getting some of these. Let's start getting some of these. Reasonable doubt threshold can't be met when probable cause was fabricated by Owens. Shouldn't have been a directed verdict. Should have been directed verdict the second he admitted it. Oh, I'm with you. But we know this judge was never going to. Frankly, very few judges would ever do that. But still. What do you think about a juror covering their face during moments of Alec's testimony? Ever heard anything like that before? I don't even understand what that means. I pictured Ali Sheedy in The Breakfast Club, like hiding behind her own clothing. I don't even know what that means. Why would anyone do that? It's the weirdest thing, Sean. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing you could take from it. This is why people hate jury analysis, okay? There's absolutely nothing. It could be she's covering her face because she's like literally trying to go to sleep and trying to tune it out. It could be she's covering her face because she feels like she's gonna be sit there sobbing and she doesn't want anyone to see her sobbing. Like there's nothing that anyone can take from it. There's no way to interpret it. It's just it's an interesting little quirk. Oh, look what we got. We have a trial. We got a trial. Let's go. All right, all right, all right.
You may bring the jury.
We may bring the jury. Don't worry, I'll make it big when they get in here. Joe and Vices, my two faves. I usually wake up with Vices and go to bed with Joe. Now I get both during the day. Thanks, guys, for making my day. Did not have anyone other than Lady Logic. You were about a hung jury? Most of our polls worried he's going to get convicted. I didn't even give him the hung jury aspect. I didn't have enough. I only had 4 slots. Sorry, I was trying to find something. I just need a link between everything being normal at the Kennels, and then 10 minutes later he was 2 different guns, explaining why blowing them apart.
Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with
No
a few
one's
things
tried
I
that.
think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You're a liar and a thief.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels
No.
at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
Most important thing.
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution
Oh, I promise to make
and
this
here in
bigger.
open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
and that you were stealing from your law firm,
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
and that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I have,
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right, sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was
I'm
12
fine with that
years,
date,
11
Mr.
years,
Waters. I
13
don't have
years.
any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right.
He's so ticky-tacky, this guy. He's so ticky, like such a stupid
Let's
thing.
just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good.
Yeah,
tell me
show
about your
enough.
great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph?
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he
my
solicitor?
granddad. Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was
Okay.
the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know. I
So he
loved
was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that, is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
20 years.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine, fine, fine man.
Yes, he
And an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And not only just the central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area.
Yeah, we get it.
Since 1910, I think, up until 2006.
We got it.
1920.
1920.
2006, 1910 is when my great-grandfather
It
started.
feels
the
like
law
he's
firm.
building a very important
Yes, sir.
foundation here.
So 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Moss & Kuhn, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in
Answer my question
1994.
if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Moss & Kuhn. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your
Compound
activities,
question.
correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so, yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Heard your former law partners say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been
in the 2015
Eventually, you're going to
range,
get somewhere, Creighton, right?
2014,
We're going
15,
somewhere with this.
somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well, I mean,
That's
that,
part of it, right?
yes, sir, that's,
Are we going somewhere?
Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes, and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
yes.
You were the head of moot court, weren't you?
What kind of cases did you normally do? Just generally what subject matter?
This is
I
what happens
did
when a judge allows you to have 3 trials in
all
one. You think
kinds
you
of
can talk about
cases. I
anything
did
for as long as you
cases
want.
That, I mean, I handled some very big cases. You know, I had a lot of cases where, you know, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right, so the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiffs' work, all plaintiffs' work, correct, for your big cases?
Yes,
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, I mean, no, sir, not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that,
You're in the 1%. Guilty.
developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes,
And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week.
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
From their, essentially their computers?
OnStar
correct?
data. I've had data from the black box, you know, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean, many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when did you start with the law firm?
So he's going to, we have no evidence because you know how to get around
September
it.
of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did, yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
I
prominent.
asked you if you thought if people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
what about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir, I
People
definitely
view
don't think
Your
that.
family is prominent in this community.
Prominent,
Yes.
as in,
By what
It's
yardstick?
not a hard question.
By what
well,
yardstick?
I'm just not sure, you know.
Calls for speculation.
I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of
It's
people.
not relevant. There's not.
I'm not
it's
challenging you
called
on anything. I'm just
speculation.
getting
What are
you to
trying
agree what
get
seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought
Very
of?
prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association
You have red
with law
hair.
enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships? Yeah.
You know how to
Not
get
only-
around
not only just
crimes.
friendships, but also
We have no
professional as
evidence,
well,
so
correct?
you did it.
As a
Professional
prosecutor?
associations with law enforcement.
As a prosecutor or as a civil
Let's talk-
attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or a tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement
Objection,
community in this area
relevance.
was
Where
invited?
are we going? Who cares?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that. But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement.
Are we
and
going
they
somewhere,
were
counselor?
Always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement. Your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community.
It's a simple
in
point, just an
this
irrelevant
circuit.
one.
Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
Oh, my.
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton. So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but
They probably don't want to object because they don't want the jury to think they're hiding
when
anything.
You became an assistant solicitor?
at some point I did, yes, sir.
This is
And who
just
gave
a
you
joke.
That badge.
My father,
Mr. Randolph?
yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir, at times I did.
And
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001, I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry, until 2021, from 1998 to 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials,
5 trials?
is the best that I can remember. And
You had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time, is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges.
All right, that's it. Nothing further.
I had one badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Did you ever have a client named Jones?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
But putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
presenting evidence in court,
Yes, sir.
giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them, yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or
Oh my God.
dismissed for some reason?
You know, I'm sure that at some point over between 1998 and 2021, that
Have you ever used DoorDash?
I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that, and I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea, or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
Oh my God.
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. And fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah. That you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you
Yeah,
agree with that?
that's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree on
question.
that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of
And
what you
that is
do.
an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction, because in civil court, you have the deadlines, and so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial, or, you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that
Oh my God.
none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion.
Are
and
you,
that's
this
certainly
whole
not
thing was to
anything I'm
exonerate
intending
the
to
state for
convey.
not getting
You talked to the
GM
jury a
evidence?
lot
That's
about
what your
that,
questioning
but you
is?
know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us?
Talk,
You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Good.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct?
What do you mean?
The OnStar data.
What?
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another? Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying,
How would I know? I don't know.
do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data tells gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good answer.
So you don't think they're consistent?
I don't know what that means, consistent. What does that mean?
I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Do you agree that rainbows are consistent with televisions?
Mr. Warden, I'm just trying to answer your question,
All right.
and so I'm not trying to be difficult.
my understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
Which has nothing to do with
and
gear
what
shifting.
direction it's going. So I think that they're just two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I don't know what that means.
I don't,
consistent. This is the
I guess
stupidest
so. I don't think
question.
they contradict each other.
All right, thank
They supplement each other.
you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes,
And that included obviously for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
That I was the breadwinner.
The primary
in large
breadwinner,
measure?
At which
breadwinner,
point
yes.
in time?
No,
Buster.
I was their source of, I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older,
Right, I was going to say.
I
your
mean, there's some
objections
point
clarify
where
as to time. 'cause
Buster had a job.
yeah,
but,
Buster's earning for
I
himself.
mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr.
You're
Ward, I
not
don't
asking
think-
simple
I don't think that was
questions
a trick. you know,
that
so-
anyone but a simple man would
You're
ask.
the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I agree with this, by the way. He knows what he's doing here on the stand. Alex knows what he's doing. And you can see his brain is processing, like, where's he going with this? What the hell are you getting at? And I'm not going to sit here and get caught up in a question.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the badge.
It was very nice of Creighton Waters to bore the jury to sleep before getting into anything remotely important.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
If I put it in the bag and
And then I'm
crumple
going
it
to show
up.
you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right, what is that?
Which one?
570, what is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right, and then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 571 and 570 in the evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
All right. Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
Do you know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I
Whoa.
believe that.
Have the Elmo, please. No, the screen, please.
I don't know about you guys, but I have a feeling he set up that whole side of the road incident. That's my gut.
And 571, where did you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all over. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason, other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You'd agree that you haven't gotten a car wash in the last 6 months.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
Oh my God.
I mean, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like, for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir, I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as an assistant solicitor for 2 decades, roughly?
From around 98, so yes, sir, for 2
Impersonating
decades.
a cop.
And you would ride with it.
Throw him in prison for killing his son.
Sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so but you didn't consider yourself law enforcement?
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
Oh my God.
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
I wear this
You could use it to
NYPD
get away
hat
with something,
so that
right.
Susan will be nicer
Get
to
better
me.
treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over. I mean,
I get
that's
better treatment.
probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
Oh
No,
my
sir.
God, the badge
You didn't?
still.
Not that I remember. I don't. I certainly don't recall taking one, like, so going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your
and-
hand and saying, I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity? You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right, and at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just gonna see what's on the back. All right, sir.
All right, and it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right.
That would justify asking about
Put
his
that one back
badge.
for me, please.
All right. So you wanna
All
look
right.
at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there?
Objection, filibuster.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right? And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As
Tell me you're not
the-
staring at the Hobbit right now.
Okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws
in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So deputy solicitor, is that correct?
No.
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor. Unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says deputy solicitor, but deputy
No,
solicitor
it's
is
not a
higher
point at
ranking
all.
assistant
It's
solicitor,
actually
correct?
not any
Your
point.
understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with, and that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to, I
I
mean,
went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law
Oh, for
enforcement
crying out
community,
loud.
but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
well, no, sir, I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking an oath, and then you started asking me about these things.
Okay.
Nice.
And you agree that this card says deputy solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you,
Where
no, sir,
are
I mean,
you
I
going
trust
with this,
if you're reading
Creighton?
that off the back of that, I assume that it does.
This man has been preparing for this cross-examination for a year, and he started the first 40 minutes with nothing but meandering, I'll walk around screaming obvious things that no one cares about as thoroughly irrelevant. That was his game plan. That's what we're seeing here.
You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from?
Things that no one cares about.
No, sir, I think I can see it.
We're talking
That
about a
was-
badge here.
That's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better, there we go. All right. So the one on the top was what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's
used a fake ID to buy beer when you were 19.
Unexpired four-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
Yes, exactly, Entropy.
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was law firm.
Who said he had lights for
The
20
law
years?
firm's own
No
vehicle.
one said he
So
had.
how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure.
There
It
was a
would've been-
special.
5 years, 10 years?
It was a blue
No,
light
here I
special.
can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on, that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January, so I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles. in the law firm, so I would have had it for 5 years. And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Okay. All right.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls, and I believe in Colleton it was Andy Strickland,
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland?
and I believe in Allendale it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm gonna get some blue lights installed in my vehicle, and he said, that's cool.
All right. So, that's not me. That's not me.
To that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him, and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
In our poll, 89% of you think he did not kill them. Yet 48%, nearly half of you, believe he's going to be convicted. 41% thinks
I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter,
that he's
but I
going to be
believe so.
acquitted. It's pretty close, but still, more than half of you think he's going to be hanged for these murders. 7% of you think, 12% of you think he killed them,
Just real quick.
of which 7% think he killed them and
State's
will be
507.
acquitted of killing them.
See if you
5%
recognize
think
that.
killed and convicted.
I believe this is my Suburban, this is my Suburban that y'all have.
Interestingly,
Okay.
less than
Does
half
that-
of you
does that
think
look like
that
where your
he'll be
badge was
properly,
on the day
the
of
jury's
the
going to come to the right conclusion of killing
I have
and
no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
conviction versus
No, but I don't
acquittal.
take issue with the fact that it's, I don't take issue with the fact that it's there, if that's if that's how they say it was. Found it, and that's a picture.
Your Honor, Dr. State's 507 in the evidence.
Submitted.
You, testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that later.
Boat case being, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case, can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February in 2019?
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case.
Okay.
But when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Paw Paw.
Okay.
So, but there, also the civil case.
Paul, that was your new name for Paul?
I mean, I called him Paw Paw. Maggie called him Paw Paw. Bus calls him Paw Paw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Paw Paw. I mean, that's
Roro?
not.
Who is Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Paw Paw during that?
I don't know
Do you recall?
how I referred to I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation. Or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Paw Paw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
In all
called
the
him
recorded
Roro
statements?
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
All right, well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case, okay? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so, but I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I acting
Yeah.
in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't know who that is.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence.
Submitted.
He went in there with the badge. What that tells us is that 2 years later, he killed Paul.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out of your pocket? You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. And why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did I
you want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
What advantage did you want?
When?
Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
The elected solicitor?
there was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to, around the time prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but, at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and
It's like there's no point
I
at
knew I
all.
couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
What is the point to this?
That's correct.
What are we getting
But
out
over
of
that
this?
next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
And
I
you've already
guess.
testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact,
Hey, that's not me. I think it's the internet's allergic to Steve.
No, I'll go. I'll
I'm
leave.
joking. I'm joking. Joking. It's
Oh.
not you.
I'm certain that none of my partners knew.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
You know, I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I didn't,
So he's trying to show the
I don't
jury
think so.
that he
Well,
improperly
comes
uses
naturally to
his
put your
influence.
badge out
He's very
when something like this
influential,
is
and he
dealing with
improperly
why you
uses
did
his
that.
influence.
No, I don't even remember having my badge. And I
is stupid.
specifically
This is
know
stupid.
that I didn't
Yeah.
use the badge. You know, did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you know, you notice that that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, you know, acting like I was on official business.
So you're
So-
saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right, well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember using
but
it.
I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often.
I don't remember having
and I
it. He
didn't
said
use it
that
as a
100
wallet for very
times.
long when I did use it as a wallet.
So this
Are we on a murder trial or not?
You would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that
We're on
badge.
an
and
improperly
you went into
impersonating
the
a police
hospital.
officer trial
Do you agree
now.
with
Okay,
that?
this is the next phase.
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
I think he's
You're saying
doing
you
great.
don't know if you hung it out
in the way
like that
he's-
on
Oh, yeah.
purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that is hanging out of your pocket in the full view of everything.
I'm saying I don't remember the night.
I
don't
am
remember-
saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That is not something that, I mean, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right, so you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that?
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket?
Freaking stupid.
Or would you only
This
carry
is
it when you
so
wanted to
weak.
use it for something?
Whoa, weak.
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right, so we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
Oh my God.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right? So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, you know, that's just not, that's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I
Is
don't
it hanging
know.
out of your pocket?
All right. That's fine. You
But-
won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that.
I said
at
I
the
don't
hospital
remember.
that night.
Objection.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge.
Fair enough.
And I specifically remember, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead, you can ask
You
your next.
specifically
much.
remember what?
That, like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
Oh my
I-
God.
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
Absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that,
What in the hell is the point?
that was not
Nothing has been relevant so far.
truly
We have
public domain.
an hour of cross.
I mean,
And we have
basically, the places
nothing.
that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad, and she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you're wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge,
That question is
any
something
point in time did
that
I
the
tell
Murdaugh
anybody, don't
podcast
cooperate
people
with law enforcement.
have made a
Did you
big
become
deal
aware
about
in March or April or
what
May
he did
of
in the hospital that night.
2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the
I'm gonna tell you
investigation
all
of that night had begun?
why he's
as
making a
well
big
as
deal
your
about
conduct?
this.
Yes, I did learn of that.
This is preaching to the part of the jury that hates the Murdaugh family because of the boating incident. Because part of the reason they hate it is because they think he used his influence improperly. So he's trying to
don't
rile
know the
them up about
status of
that.
that,
Nothing to do with the murder. He's trying to
investigation,
rile the jury up about the
Being
other
that
crap.
I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that, I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
This is so bad.
Well, it's bad.
pretty sure
It's
that
bad if you
I
care about proving
already-
that he committed murder. It's good for Creighton
I'm pretty
if he's
sure that
trying
I
to just
already knew
rile
that.
the jury up that this is a guy who used his
June
influence
7th.
improperly. He's a
Strickland,
bad
what happened
guy,
to him?
and they
Do I know what happened to
all
him when?
they all know
How
this
he lost his
story
job?
about how he went there that night and tried talking to kids
sheriff?
in ways that and that
I
made him look
believe that
sus.
when he was charged,
That's why he's doing it.
I don't know
It's
if
totally
he resigned
wrong
or
and
he
shady.
was,
It's gross
suspended.
to try and get him convicted of murder for what happened that night 2 years earlier.
That was a few months
But
prior.
he is trying to
you
get the jury
becoming
angry
aware
about that.
Of an investigation.
That's what you're seeing right
into
here
The
now.
investigation of this boat case, including you.
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior
This is the
to you
weirdest
becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not
Thank you.
I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend,
Sure.
all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
So, yes, sir, I considered Andy a friend.
would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted, that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
What? What link? What are you talking about?
Anything further?
The question is, something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Finally.
We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen? The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case?
What murders?
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June the 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
Where do we get to this?
We're so far out. This is such
What
a
the hell are we
wasn't
talking
before
about
that.
now?
Think about it.
Shortly
You're the
after.
prosecutor on a double homicide, and this is how you question the murderer on the stand?
testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's,
My pleasure.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir, not
You
as
haven't
we
gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you gotta understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access, so as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
The
pills
opiate
was-
addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
It was certainly a cause, yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
Maybe you
reason
disagree if that was true.
that they thought, that my partners thought that, that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties?
When?
I mean, they were certainly better after that, but, I mean, no, I don't think I was past them, no, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
What do you call a big case? What is the
Remember
relevance? Who cares?
What date?
Oh my
All right, well, let's
God.
go with
This is such a stupid
the
question.
Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
Oh my God.
2011.
When was the
when it ended?
recession? When did it
When you
end?
got
What are you talking about? This is the
recoveries
most
in that case.
moronic thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
which
if you're looking at
recession?
something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that.
When did the
But
recession
I can't
end?
remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
Is this the Biden recession, the Obama recession?
Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of
Who
my head.
cares?
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
Well, this is the dumbest. How
No,
long
tell
has he
me.
been on the
I
stand?
really don't know when the 2008 recession ended. When did it end?
It didn't end. I don't know. When did it
when
start?
When Trump came into office, when did it end?
Let's have an expert witness on the econometrics of when a recession begins and
And
ends.
who cares? And the first case does not the
In
one he's
two-
going to get money from first necessarily. And what do you call a big case? And why are we having this conversation in the first place?
2011.
States
Look at
331.
the defense is laughing at their table at this stupid prosecution.
Actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents?
Do you have any evidence to convict him? Show us something that you can throw in his
I
face
did.
and say,
All right,
you did
Mr.
it.
What are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back,
Talking
please?
about which
yes, sir.
clients he had in 2011.
Take your time.
Just trying to see
This
which
is
one.
insanity.
Look at the defense team is laughing at him. They're just going, well, I don't know what they're doing, but when should we object? No, they're burying themselves. They're looking stupid. Let's not stop them.
I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about. but
Oh my
Yeah, we'll
You
talk
asked
about
the
that.
questions.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about it. There's not much we
right.
won't talk about.
Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what she was injured in this wreck in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. You remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
Are you trying to say he had a lot of money? Who cares?
$100,000.
We know he admitted he stole.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Who
All right. And so
cares?
that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
No.
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean,
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
Which documents?
if that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It
This
wouldn't
is
be
what he wants to
unusual
get
for me
to.
look them in the eye.
You're used
While
to
you were
lying to
fast
people
talking
while
to
you're
the
looking them in the
teenager,
eye.
correct?
And you're lying to the jury now, aren't you? You were lying this whole
I
morning when
certainly
you looked
was
them in the
not
eye.
telling her the truth. I don't know if I
This
was
is
talking
relevant.
fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family.
This is what he should have started with.
And I don't dispute that I did it.
I understand that. But
And
you
so-
understand that we have to ask about these
That
things.
you
because
spent
we've
years
heard about
convincingly
it in a
lying
very
to people who
academic,
thought they knew
paperwork
you.
manner, but every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time.
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them.
Objection.
I did wrong.
Listen to the
and that I
groans in the
stole their
courtroom.
money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
And what he's getting at is that sometimes you have to sit down with the client and sometimes you don't. So you're asking him to answer, did you sit down with every one of these clients? And he's like, I don't know.
For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
And I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have
Objection.
that be the end of it. But in every
Objection.
single one of these cases,
To the comment, Your Honor.
you just testified that you would like to just admit that. And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you
No.
said? Isn't that what you implied?
No.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son.
Which has nothing to
And
do
I've
with
sat
anything you're
here
talking about here.
for all these weeks, listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong.
He's crushing Creighton Waters.
I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically, in some instances, what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is, it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince
That was
them
funny.
that you were telling
I'm
them the
saving that
truth
one.
in order to steal this money, correct?
No,
That
that's
may not be
correct.
true, because
That
in
was
some
great calling him
situations,
out on that.
I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point is, I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and, like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. I can say I did wrong, I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look
Yep.
at stage 330. This is,
Oh, that was it. He just admitted to
Arthur
murders.
Badger in the EPS case, correct?
That was
correct.
such a great answer.
You remember
for
what
him.
the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right, was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Is it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if, ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant. But I believe Arthur Badger was the defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork?
See, he
that
doesn't
you were using
understand
to
the
steal his
civil
money?
process, idiot.
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
You
Yeah,
managed to
he's
convince
pretending he
him
does.
That nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did, yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here
Ugh.
and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and
Fast
left
talked
thinking
him.
that you had done him right.
I would have, I
Did that-
believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to stage 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became a, can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
You remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right, well, let me show you states 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement, is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct?
Correct.
Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Or did you take more
Oh, no,
from?
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not
Thank you
have
very,
taken.
very, very much.
Been
Jim.
rendered a paraplegic.
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic,
unfortunately.
thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
And from the perspective of the state doing what they want to
Ultimately
do,
take money
talking about the
from his
patheticness of his clients that he's ripping off is
Mother Pamela as
beneficial
well.
to show to paint him as being ugly. It's effective as
I
far as
believe
showing
that I
him being
did.
ugly. You have to admit that. I mean, it's dirty pool because you're trying to basically
how much
get the
money you
jury
took
mad
from-
at him and
from
convict him
Hakeem?
on that basis.
No, sir.
But
No.
if you're looking for scalps,
Off the top of my head, I do not.
at least you
I
understand
told you
why
it was
he's
over
doing it.
$370,000. Would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If it was over $1.3 million, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which,
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that, you know, certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, I mean, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
By most standards, yes. By most standards, yes.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
You know, that's not how I would characterize it, but
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize
gonna-
it as wealthy?
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
Yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million?
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Is it,
We're
were
not
you living a wealthy
struggling.
lifestyle?
Objection.
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy, you
Is
know?
this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, you know, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, you know, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue, if you want to call it wealthy.
All right.
How
Would
much
you
is this
concede
just
with me
plaguing
that
the
not all of
class
this money
envy?
was going to pills
Yep.
at this point in time?
That's why he's pounding the wealth.
No.
All this stolen money?
No, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that, you know, I don't remember in 2011 if I just can't remember those land deals, but, you know, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right, and you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you? Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Plowlers?
They were two young girls from Columbia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case related to that?
Yes, sir.
You remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement. I know it was a very good settlement, but.
Millions of dollars?
Oh, yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, you know, 2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
Are we
There was a
closer to figuring out a motive
conservatorship,
here? Are we any closer to figuring out a motive?
For them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember, but for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father, in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that it was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear, we felt like.
What is this about?
We didn't,
What's the
we
relevance?
didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit.
This is the
So
most
we
ridiculous-
appointed a conservator
Who was that?
for that purpose, is
Who wa-
why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay, and who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plowler Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plowler account.
I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it.
I mean, there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing, I'm just telling you that.
Every time he says this
Russell
jury,
Lafitte
he's
gave
trying
me
to
a
say you're
loan
lying.
From,
Every time he says the phrase
Flowers.
to this jury,
question
he's trying to
was,
say,
did I
are you
get
lying
him
to the
to
jury
do that?
again?
and I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir.
Relevance.
But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plyler account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that.
Long
but
time
There
ago.
were emails to that effect?
Not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir, I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand, I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, you know, I mean, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Plyers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You
Yes.
take issue with that? You take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plyler girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them that.
Russell to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you.
Still
what
12 years
I
ago,
told
right?
him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
How is this
I
anywhere relevant
don't
to a
remember
murder that
having
happens
any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
10 years later?
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
One
But
thing's
I-
clear, you never told this to the Plyler girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be, I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before in the UPS case?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen the money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account? You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay,
I had to have.
all right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe, an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to
It-
talk
it's
about
not
that.
the
I'm
whole
just talking about
thing.
what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte, and what I want to let you know is that I did this. And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
I just asked you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right, so you sent him an email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters.
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay,
I
you don't
don't
know.
dispute what's in those emails as far as, or text, as far as what I told Russell, and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that. You want me to give you
If
details
Waters had the
on,
goal
and I can't
of
do
becoming
that.
less
I do not
popular than
dispute
Alex
what's in those
Murdaugh.
text or emails.
He couldn't have done any better.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself. And
No.
First off, I don't know anything about
No, he is
any
not.
money that Russell loaned to
To my
himself. I only
recollection.
know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me,
to himself and to you.
What?
first off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan, or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember, that's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls without their knowledge?
$1
Does that
million?
sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records, but I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million?
Maybe.
I didn't believe that I had a loan. Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that, and I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever.
Oh my God.
And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowlers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money, and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that was never an issue or motivation for me, again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember
a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a
No,
coincidence?
why you applied it to the Plyler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is, I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere, and if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today?
Oh,
Objection.
I've never practiced that answer, but
Oh my
you keep
gosh.
asking me these questions, and I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered into evidence as states 321. You recognize
Yeah, this,
generally that document.
can we vote guilty for the prosecutor?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Deion Martin case.
What happened to Deion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Did you know his family
When he got in the wreck,
prior to him getting in the wreck?
I knew who his family was, but prior to getting in the wreck. But after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Became very close with his family.
Oh,
Deion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Deion was hurt bad. Yes.
Including an injury to his head.
You know, I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Deion having a head injury. I believe Deion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Deion,
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Deion's case, but I know I met with Deion, and I may have met with his parents, if they say that. I mean, his dad's one of the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close
Became-
with the parents?
I consider Deion's, yes, I think the world
Just
of
think
his
for a
dad
second that
and
he's
his mom
drilling
and
this
Deion.
guy about his memory from 10 years ago when he's admitted that he's been on drugs the whole time.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Deion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it was $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I
pretty
believe
funny.
that I said it was $2 million.
That's pretty funny.
I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million, and I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, correct?
It
Hasn't been for a while.
appears
too.
that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the Elmo out and then I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I?
Yeah, why'd you put
Why
that
did I-
500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to that top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made to, forge, as you've heard, to steal that money from Dion Martin
All right, down at the bottom.
that I shouldn't have.
Is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side?
It,
You dispute that?
no, I don't dispute that.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin, this document with him, and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin. But I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them
You gave
and
one person.
convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it, even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're
is a
stealing
better
from them,
question.
and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people, I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people,
I'm asking you to tell me
He's
about
ducking now.
one
Now
conversation.
Alex is ducking this now.
one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
there were plenty of conversations
Give one.
where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken.
This might be the
Plenty of
smartest
times where I
question
stole
Waters has
money.
asked.
For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said.
He's dodging very effectively.
If you ask
but
me
he's
questions,
dodging.
but I
He's
can't.
dodging.
I agree.
can't
This is the
remember
first
sitting down with
first
Dion
time that I think he's gotten any
on a-
They certainly
traction.
remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You
Oh,
can't
no.
remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversations.
To their face.
But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdaugh. You've said that 100 times.
And we've asked the same question.
You've asked the same question 100 times. I'm starting to
Jinxie,
want to
call for this
curse.
jury. One of these people, looking them in the eye while
Looking
you
them in
lied
the
to
eye.
You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise
Ask
you.
and answer.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Here you go, Mr. Waters.
Point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but here's
You don't know that either, do you?
here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion. I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them.
He wants a name so that
But
when he
I can't tell you
closes,
exactly
he can say, just
when
like he
those
lied to
occurred
John Smith, he
12
lied
years
to
ago,
you.
is the only point.
And
I
Alex
don't
knows that,
dispute
and that's
they
why he doesn't
occurred.
want to give him the name.
I don't dispute that everything
That's what's
about
happening. That's
what
the
I
battle
did
we're watching
was
now.
wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give
That's
you.
the silent battle they're having with each
Down
other.
on a sheet of paper, and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't you, Mr. Wood?
If
Objection.
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you
Overruled?
want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely.
He
They
wants
were-
to
you
make
know
I
what?
know you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And, you know, one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt and that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of. And,
Now, they didn't know.
hang on, I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That
I think he should start
There's
throwing
no
in.
question about it.
I never,
I'll show you what's been marked
I would
as
never
States
physically
315.
harm.
See if you recognize that.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened, though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
Who cares?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck
Did she die?
and she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one
I
at
do.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr. Waters, I remember
Objection.
all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't
Mischaracterizing
remember
his
them.
testimony.
You're just asking me details about
Argumentative.
conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
Right, and you stole all of the money, didn't you? In
I,
this
s-
case?
I s- I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime, isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's.
credited yourself with legal fees, and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that.
All right.
If you
Tell
let
me
me see
about, first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
that is correct.
And she came to you for
Was a
help, is
daughter,
that
a
correct?
granddaughter, but
All right,
one.
all right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime.
He's not going to admit
of
that
the
he looked her
money.
in the eye.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. If you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Exactly. That's the way he's doing it.
Never having any conversation
He's
with
not
her.
looking in the
You
eye.
lied
He's
to
doing it
her
on a
about
piece of
this case
paper.
while you were stealing all her money.
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
So,
That's
again,
exactly right.
You
Yep.
can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the
Back to the
eye
same battle.
and convinced them that you were doing
Jeez.
them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay. All right, you just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart,
There are a lot of,
stuck in your brain.
there are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me. And I remember them.
Okay. So
But you keep-
again, can you tell me one, tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them? Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did
I need something for
Your Honor,
closing.
Objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection's overruled.
Overruled? This
What's
is
your
why
question,
this
Mr.
judge
Lynch?
is allowing this. Unbelievable. This is a murder trial.
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can
When
tell you-
what was
excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients that I cared about. And so I will tell you that I had conversations with them where I misled them and I lied to them and I took their money. And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me,
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
every single one of these clients, I would have had conversations with at some
It's
point.
fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like, Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, I didn't have, there was never a sit-down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side?
To her face?
You don't remember that?
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her
Tell me about one.
about
Tell me how it went down.
where
We're going to recess for the day.
Thank you.
Resume
God.
at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves.
Do you think they're going to close up his testimony tomorrow?
See you
Or it's
all
gonna go
at
into-
9:30 tomorrow morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's see if there's anything from the judge or either side before they all leave the room.
Well, I'm going to have some thoughts tonight. I'm going to do a live stream at 8. Just a quick, not too long, a quick live stream on my Rumble channel to talk about a number of things that came up here and what we're talking about. And actually, I want to talk to you about an inside view about how this defense is advising and what they're doing.
Adjourn for the day.
Say, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we have two experts we brought in. Basically, one of them last night, and another one came in today from out of state.
Yeah, they're not going to go till Monday.
Not complicated. One's a pathologist. His testimony would perhaps take 30 to 45 minutes on direct. I don't believe there's going to be much cross. The other one is a crime scene analyst who's testifying not about the whole crime scene, but specifically based on the pathologist's testimony about what happened in the feed room. Total, they should not take more than 2.5 hours. I wonder, since it's apparently going to go on for a while, if we might put them up tomorrow.
Oh my God, no way.
It's not gonna happen. Either first thing in the morning or at the morning break. That's what Mr. Waters like to do, and get them out of here. Because I believe his cross is probably going to go into Monday anyway at the rate we're going. It's just an accommodation. They're not controversial. They're not going to opine on who killed who, when, and how. Just the mechanics of what happened.
What says the state?
Your Honor, and I think the defense would have to concede, I've been very as accommodating as I can throughout this, but I do not want to interrupt my cross. They took a very long time today. And
Oh,
the state's
come on.
entitled to the same consideration without interruption.
How long are you going to be?
Can you project how many more hours you have?
Well, I'm actually, didn't think it would take this long to get this far. But
He's
I
answered
think,
all your questions.
I've got some more financial to move through, and then we'll get to the other evidence. So
That's not an
4
answer.
hours, 6
I'm
hours?
so bad at that, Your Honor. 3, 4, something like that. And if that's out at the outside.
3, 4 on the outside.
Tomorrow afternoon, we could
Your Honor,
get to 1 or 2.
again, we could probably do this fairly quickly if Your Honor just leave that door open. I'm gonna
You have
keep
to
him here.
redirect, though,
If I have
after
to
his
keep him
3 or
here,
4
again,
hours.
The financial impact of that is huge.
I understand the dilemma, but I'm not going to require the state to break up the cross-examination of this witness.
Well, and again, you know, as I sit here and listen to this, I could have sworn this was a murder case.
Bro, go.
2 hours now, we haven't heard the word murder once.
Wow, that was a question that someone asked me.
Not criticizing his strategy, obviously denigrating his character is what this is about, but really not relevant to the issue of whether he killed him.
Credibility is an issue as relates to all witnesses in every case. But we'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Wow, what a waste of space. If you're enjoying the coverage here, I'd really appreciate if you could like and subscribe. I'm trying to work my way to 100,000, and I'm sure at least a third of you are not subbed up yet. So if you could do that right now, I'd really appreciate it. I will be streaming again tomorrow, continuing this cross and providing my coverage. So this way it'll make it more likely you can find me. Also, I have locals down below where I let everyone know where they can find me. It's goodlogic.locals.com. But my guest here, Steve Gosney, who is a professional defense attorney. Professional defense attorney who's never lied to his clients or stolen money from them.
No, that is true. Well, I will say that
I'm averring based on my knowledge, based upon information and belief. I can't swear it's true, but it's
that's right.
I genuinely believe that's true.
Well, thank you. That's awful kind. I'm a public defender, so it's not like my clients have any money to steal to begin with. You know, we get done and you get them not guilty and they go off and do their thing and
yeah,
I don't know. Well, let's see. Let's talk about this.
Oh, we have a lot to talk about.
What do you want to do? It's your show.
No. I want to get your feedback. What's the first thing on your mind after watching? You joined me midway through Cross. Did you? Well, let me just get the basis of your where you're coming from here. Did you get to watch much of his direct?
I followed the case in the background, so
Okay,
I've been
that's
following
fine.
it. So I've been following the case. So I'm
Okay.
aware of what's been going on.
All right, good. So now, what are your thoughts? What are your first thoughts?
Well, number one is my guess was that he was going to testify. And I think that was correct. My also guess is that he is a tremendous asset for the defense. I also think that was correct. I think he has outmatched the prosecutor. He is making the prosecutor look like a fool. And the more the prosecutor hammers away, the more of a bully they are, the more sympathy he's generating for Alex.
Yes.
Now, he is badgering. I think that he's trying to get this. He's desperate to get something where he can say, he looked him in the eye, just like he looked at you. He looked poor little baby Molly, who had paraplegia, and he looked her in the eye and told him and lied to him.
Yeah.
But see, this is not the way a person steals, okay? I've done a lot of white collar crimes. And this is the way they do it is they're your buddy, and he's lying to him by saying, I'm going to take care of you. But when he's stealing, all he's doing is filling out that little piece of paper and giving it to his secretary, and the secretary cuts the check.
Yep.
So he never looks them in the eye and says, "Now, honey, I'm going to take your money," this is
no, honey, I worked the best deal for you, and then you made, and your cut on this whole thing is $300,000, and even though it should be $3 million, that doesn't happen. You don't have conversations like that. Instead, you might call him on the phone. And you say, hey, we're at the settlement, and the numbers will come. The numbers will come to you. We'll send you a letter, give you a final breakdown and everything here. And if they ask you but it's rarely a sit down.
Yeah, basically what he's doing is a betrayal of trust.
Mm-hmm.
It's a betrayal of trust because he's saying, I'll take care of you. We got a good deal. Sign the settlement. He takes that document. He forges whatever he's going to do. He does it behind closed doors in his little secret spot. And he's the guy entrusted with the documents and the money, and he is betraying that trust. Okay, I get it. And it's despicable, and he's going to be disbarred, and he's going to be prosecuted, and he's going to go away.
He's been disbarred, yeah.
Right. So, but the question here is, did he look him in the eye? Okay. The only reason the prosecutor wants that is so he has a story that he can tell the jury to say he looked them in the eye just like he looked you in the eye, and he's lying to you just like that. That's what he's trying to do.
And that was the back and forth we saw there between them, where both of them realized that Alex realized why he wants him to say it, and Creighton Waters was prepping for his closing, because that's what you do. You're going throughout the trial trying to put your pieces together, and this is a nice critical piece to help rile up the jury into saying we're dismissing in our minds everything that he said. I will point out one thing for you guys to understand, because I am a civil attorney. I have had to try to sell my skills as a civil attorney, and I do commercial litigation. And the point that you're mentioning here is so spot on, perhaps even more than you've personally had to experience as a public defender. Your sit down with the client comes when you're trying to get that retainer signed, because that's where you're having the face-to-face, when you're first meeting them, when you're first trying to sell them on why they should use your services. There's little sit-down that happens maybe when you're prepping for trial, for a deposition. When the case is wrapping up, there really is not much sit-down at that point in time. Right. It's a matter of, if anything, it's a phone call, but it would not be face-to-face the way Creighton Waters wants him to say. That's my experience, at least, as a commercial litigation attorney.
Well, I did civil litigation for 6 years.
Oh, okay. So then you probably can confirm that you've had similar experiences as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I've represented clients, and they trust you, and this is why it's so painful to listen to this as a lawyer, because you are a repository of trust. And this is what he did is ridiculous. It's ridiculous he got away with it so long. I mean, I have a lot of criticisms of his firm and all his staff and all these other partners, because it's so easily catchable with basic accounting procedures. And the fact that they don't have that in place, to me, is that they are somewhat culpable. But that doesn't excuse him. I'm just saying that this is the type of thing that should not be. But he's a good old boy. He's the boss of the firm. And a lot of this is a power broker move, because he's been in charge, and they've been in charge so long that he's the power broker, and nobody's going to challenge him. If you challenge me, you're going to get crushed like a bug, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. Truth tellers are outed. Truth tellers are outed, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
when you say outed, you don't mean exposed. You mean you're gone.
They're gone. It's like, okay, so you got some young attorney come in, and there's an associate or a young secretary who comes in who's a really good accountant. How long is she going to last challenging Alec Murdaugh? Not long.
Right.
So, because you're saying, though, well, what is this person trying to bring down our house of cards? So this is what I'm saying. But the point is, I don't know what I'm saying. You direct. Give me some more fodder.
No. So my question is, let's talk about Creighton Waters. I'd like to discuss Creighton Waters' strategy in this cross, or we could talk about the effectiveness of the direct. Your choice.
Well, let's break that out, because I think on direct. Well, and I'm going to talk about this I'm going to do an 8:00 Rumble live stream, because I've got lots of stories, and I want to talk, and I don't want to burden your stream with my long stories. It's your stream. But I will tell you that it's interesting choice here. And people don't understand this about prosecutors and defense attorneys. And I'm going to share this with you. And it's going to be part of my new book, Prepare.
Nice.
And this is called the truth defense. And we are called attorneys. We are also called counselors. And I'm going to share this very personal thing for you. One of the things I really like about my job is that I can advise people to be better people than they are. I get people that are broken, that are liars, that are thieves, that are drug addicts, and I can sit down with them, and I can look at them one-on-one, and they can be honest with me in a safe environment. And I can encourage them as a Christian, as a believer, or maybe just as a person, that they need to do better than what they're doing and what the behavior they're exhibiting. and I counsel them to be upfront. Now, not necessarily, this is kind of the extreme thing, but these lawyers, I love these lawyers because to me, they're sitting down. His interest is to get justice for his son and Maggie and not to have that stain on his soul as being accused in public of murdering the people that he loves because he didn't do it. He's willing to kill himself, sacrifice himself, everything he's been, this identity that he had. But what he's doing now is, I am going to be truthful from this point forward, which is a big part. There's a chapter on this in my new book about this is the way every one of us should do, because the reason he's in this position, not in the murder position, but the reason he's in this financial position is because he was not truthful. He was not honest. And as a counselor, that these attorneys are saying from this point forward, you will be truthful in everything you possibly can say. 100% honesty. And that's what the prosecutor is frustrating him, because he is being 100% honest and answering his thing, because I have shed my past of lies and I am moving forward into the cloak of truth. And
he's basically stepping forward as a born again. And,
right.
Yeah.
And that's how the prosecutor can badger him.
Like, you son of a gun. How dare you become a born again when I want everyone here to judge you for how evil you've been throughout your life.
Right. Right.
And judge you on this case for the evilness that you've committed throughout your life, which is really thoroughly unrelated. I mean, thoroughly unrelated, but I want them to judge you on this case for all of your evilness, and you're coming out here as a born again, and it's making me very difficult for me to stamp you down.
Prosecutors do not believe in redemption.
Right.
Defense attorneys, we believe in redemption.
And I think both of you are extremists in that. I think that many of these born agains are full of garbage, and sometimes they are, but sometimes they are legit, and it's difficult to know one from the other. But I don't mean he doesn't need to be a born again to not be guilty of murder. Everything he did here, even if he's not repentant, even if we don't get biblical here and say he found Jesus or whatever God someone might believe in. The point is what does this have to do with a double murder of his wife and kid? I mean, it's a joke.
I'm talking about the direct. You're talking about the cross. I'm sticking with the direct.
All
and
right.
I'm saying that, and I do believe in redemption, and I have been endlessly disappointed by my clients, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that I am going to buy into their sin, and I'm not going to buy into their wrongdoing. I'm going to counsel them to be better and to do better. Yeah. They go off all the time, don't listen to me, lie to me, commit new crimes. I get it, all right? That's all fair and good. I don't think that everybody's Halo and we're all good and let's sing kumbaya. But I do believe that there is a possibility of redemption. Now, in this case, this guy, he has lost everything. He knows there's no recovering from this fall. So why not be honest? Now, I will ask you, the gentle listener, even you, Joe, why should you also not be truthful and honest in your own life? So there is a great lesson. This is a tragic. I'm just saying. All right. Anyways, I'm working on the sites. Okay, go ahead. No, you want to go to cross, right?
Yeah, I want to talk about his strategy here because it's baffling to me. I mean, it's baffling. I understood him going to the financial to show that he's a liar. And that's why I called it, and you were saying it like half a second after me when I was like, this is the first good question he's asking, when he's basically trying to get him please let the jury visualize you lying to poor Mrs. Walters, whose daughter died, and how you sat in her parlor room telling her how sorry we lost the case while you were pocketing the $5 million that you settled, or something like that. Please walk us through how that happened. And he was sufficiently savvy to recognize what was the setup that was being made. And he's like, I'm not going to let the jury visualize that. I cannot remember a specific time. And you're sitting here trying to say that that's what happened in this case. And I'm telling you, I don't remember that ever happening. I don't think it did happen in this case or in this case or in this case. And I'm not going to help you out by giving you a time that it did happen.
Exactly.
But
right. Well, because the prosecutor wants a face to put in his closing argument that says he looked little Jessica in the eye when he looked in her and he signed that document. He told her everything was okay. He wants some heartfelt story told from Alec to tell him. But that is not the way he's stealing this money. He's lying to them by saying, I care about you. You can trust me. And he probably believes it at the time. But then it's a crime of opportunity. He is behind closed doors. The sin is what we do behind closed doors. That's who we reveal who we really are. And he gets behind closed doors, and he's got this big pile of money, and all he needs to do is change a few numbers on a couple pieces of paper, and he submits it, and he gets away with it. And boy, this is the trick of the century, right? So his betrayal isn't looking somebody in the eye. He's stealing that money based on
Behind
his
the
trust.
back.
Right.
But he wants to look at a juror and say, "You're Mrs. Walters." That
Right.
same Mrs. Walters, who he looked his friend in the eye, he sat there in the jury box looking you in the eye, because he was spent the entire time just looking at the jury. Even when he was being asked a question, he's shrewd enough and savvy enough to recognize that the whole back and forth thing that Amber did and Gage Grosskreutz thing, that looks shady, it looks staged, it looks awful. He spent the entire time just turned towards the jury and just hearing the question and just telling his side of the story. And he wants and I think Creighton Walters appreciated, either consciously or subconsciously, the power that may have had in actually swaying the jury to believing, to trusting him, and saying, don't be swayed by him. He was lying to you the same way he lied to Mrs. Walters when he stole her money, and he was deceiving her and misleading her and getting away with it. And now now you're Mrs. Walters. You're the latest Mrs. Walters. So, and that's why he sounds so convincing, because he's good at it. That's what he's been doing for 10 years, and no one caught him for 10 years. So don't be the next one. And that to me, I think, is something, and that's really what the only thing that I think he was trying to do. But it took him an hour of cross-examination to even get to that. He's wasting time talking about the badge and going through a century's worth of Murdaugh controlling the territory and trying to build up that, there's a class disparity here, that he's been elevated in society and using that to laud it down upon us by waving his badge around while he's been the most corrupt, evil person on the planet. And that's all a matter of, okay, now we hate you because we were reminded about what a terrible person you are and how you walked into a life of blessing, a life of wealth, a life of class, that you were the elite, and you used that to rip off poor Mrs. Walters. So, but he spent so long just asking, and on the badge, and you had the badge on your window, and coming out of your pocket. Let's look at this picture again. It was like, I mean, by the time anyone we understand what's happening here, but it's irrelevant to whether or not he committed murder, because I mean, who knows who knows when the hell he's ever going to get to a night of murder. If you think he's going to be done in 3 hours tomorrow, you're crazy. There's no way he's done in 3 hours tomorrow. I'd be surprised if he wraps up his cross, before. I'd be shocked if he wraps his cross before lunch, and I think that, and the redirect on this is, by the way, it's going to be another 2 hours at least. So I think he's going to be on the stand for all day tomorrow. Maybe they'll allow the expert witnesses to come in before they do the redirect. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be up to the defense to say whether they want to do that. Probably depends on how effective the cross is. But I don't think this style here, to me, it's not a style. I would never, if I'm giving a class in trial advocacy, I would never use Creighton Walters as an example of this is effective trial advocacy. I think that it's grating, it's annoying, it's dragging out, it's talking about tons of irrelevancies, everything, all the points that we were talking about him trying to get to, he could have condensed that into 20 minutes instead of 3 hours. And yes, there is some strategy towards getting the jury into a certain mindset, but I mean, to go through every single case here, it's just we get it. We know he's a thief, and he says he's sorry, and whether we believe him or not, I don't know. But it's like over and over again, I'm getting bored by listening to this and just spacing out and thinking about looking at my watch and thinking, when the hell are we getting out of here? I'm getting hungry. I'm tired, and this is boring as all get out. So I think it's terrible.
That's been the theme. That's been the theme of the case the entire trial, though. Yeah. I mean, they don't get to the point on anything. They don't establish a coherent narrative. They talk about all sorts of irrelevant things, and I think that at this point, I see Alec as somebody who is lost everything, and the only thing that remains is for him to basically prove that he did not do this because he's innocent, and he feels that it's a grave injustice to see the murders of his child wife be put on his head when there's a free and per murderer floating around that the state doesn't. I would, and the.
Now, I will point out that he does have a potential benefit, certainly for the with respect to being able to and apparently, and if you believe law and crime, and maybe you have thoughts on this also, that they're basically saying that if he's not convicted, this is what his motive to be free of the murder is, that he could inherit her estate. I don't know why, if he's spending the rest of his life in jail, he wants to inherit her estate. If he doesn't inherit the estate, it goes to Buster. If he does get it, if he does inherit the estate and he spends the rest of his life in behind bars for the fraud crimes, then it's all going to go to Buster anyway. So in that sense, there's no motive to take the fall on the fraud to get out of the murder so that he gets the money, so you can be a wealthy prisoner in jail. It's ridiculous. That doesn't make sense. I'm wondering if you heard when I was listening to that woman who sounds like the lawyer version of Joy Behar, throwing that out there, and if you have any thoughts on that.
On who? The other people
On
commenting
law
on
and
it?
crime.
I don't
Law
care
and
about
crime.
that.
I was watching.
I got my own opinions. I don't need to listen to other people. I mean, the thing is that I'm watching the trial and the evidence in trial. In fact, that's something that I consciously do, is I try not to watch, not to listen to anything outside the evidence that's presented in the court. So that would be, I think that's more appropriate, because then you get a feel for the jury and the judge in the courtroom and what's actually going on, rather than propaganda that's being spun all outside it, which just seems, because a lot of these court TV things, they're spinning agendas. They want to make it an entertainment and a soap opera. And we shouldn't. It's pretty disgusting that we're making this man's life and this murder into some sort of blood sport where we watch the person being crucified in front of us.
No hating.
Right?
No hating. Yeah. I mean,
it's like
that's where society's become.
We want to see the blood of somebody and look on with rubber necks as we watch the mangled bodies of our mob victim, dangle in the wind, and then it's entertainment.
Yeah, I want to clarify for you, Cettery. I'm not talking about the stolen money. I'm talking about Maggie's estate. Who gets Maggie's estate? When I was addressing his motive to admit to the fraud while trying to disprove the murder, it's those monies, the monies from the estate of Maggie Murdaugh, whether or not that passes through him. And that was my point. That if it either is going to go to Buster or it's going to go to Alex. So if he murdered her, he wouldn't get the money from the estate. It would go straight to Buster, presumably.
But they're not. But the state is not even suggesting. The state's motives is not saying that he's doing it to steal money. They're saying he's doing it to cover up. He's killing his closest family members on earth to get a continuance in a civil case, because that they back off because now they have sympathy for poor Alec. That's what they're saying, which is a bullshit.
It's a joke. It's
a joke. It's absurd.
As I've said a few times, if he killed someone to get a continuance, he's the first lawyer in the history of America to do so. Killing his own family member to get a continuance is.
And I've done civil. How easy to get a continuance? It's the easiest thing in the world. There's a million strategies.
Yeah, it's not even a strategy.
Yeah,
it's not even a strategy. It's like if he wanted to get some BS continuance, you just make up a story, and he didn't even have to make up a story. He had a story built in for him, in that he had his whatchamacallit, his father dying. You just say, hey, my dad's dying. They need me to look at, I need to look after my mother for a bit or whatever, and and boom, you get 30 days.
It's curious. It's obvious that neither of you have much criminal jury trial experience.
Theophrastus is getting mad at your religious comparisons, and he's right.
Okay, well, so what? It's like, that's tough. The truth will set you free. I mean, you have faith in something, you just don't know what it is.
All right, let me get to. I have a bunch of super chats to get to. Tonight, I'm gonna try to stream. I'm not sure because here's my situation. I usually stream 10 o'clock at night. Tonight, I don't know if I'm gonna end up doing it tonight or not, only because, yeah, if I don't stream tonight, it will be because I'm transporting stuff. Basically, I'm going to Brooklyn for Shabbos. So I can either stream from Brooklyn or from home. If I stream from home, then I have to stop streaming like at lunchtime. If I stream from Brooklyn, in that case, I start in the morning in Brooklyn. In that case, I can basically stream all day until Shabbos starts, which would be like, 5:30 or so. So the point is I can get an extra 3 hours of streaming tomorrow by not doing a live stream tonight because I have to transport all my stuff. That's basically what I'm going to be doing, like transporting these 2 monitors and my mic and my camera and everything. And that's what I'm thinking I'm going to do. I'm going to take all this to Brooklyn so I can stream the trial tomorrow. So that's what. But it's going to be a massive work thing that I have to do tonight in order to move everything, and it's going to cost me streaming tonight. So that's sort of what I'm torn about. It's like if I do that, I may do a locals from my phone, but I'm not going to be able to stream tonight. That's the likely situation. Just give me all a heads up on that. Anyway, let me start getting to some of these super chats because otherwise we're going to be here till way past the start time of your 8 o'clock stream tonight. Do you have anything else you want to share with the audience here before I get into this?
No, just I have got a lot to share, but I think I'll answer whatever questions you or to chat or the super chatters want. But I'm going to do an 8 o'clock to wrap up all my thoughts and give you all my preaching so that people don't have to hear it. We are in the Orthodox area, so I grace you with my, but still, it's all Abrahamic.
It is. It is. Matt from Minnesota says, I hope Alex likes the prosecution up. Yeah, he's a shady dude who's done some bad stuff. But I don't believe there's any way he killed them. I'm in the same boat as you. It's not surprising that Law and Crime Poll considers him guilty if their speak persons have talked against him since the beginning. No joke. I'm 5'2". I did it. Well, that would explain it, Kenosha kid. We're going to add you to the top of the suspect list. Stephanie H., did you see the person that called in a bomb threat was an inmate in Jasper County, South Carolina? I did not see that. No. Angie Hammond says, not all thieves are murderers, and not all murderers are thieves. Waters will lose his cool, I'm sure, on cross and could lose jury attention. I think he lost jury attention.
I think she was a good prediction, Angie.
That was a great prediction. She made it 2:30, so well done, Angie. Andrew Hansen, or Buster, I'm not sure. This could be either of them, says, how many days will be spent asking why he didn't offer alternate suspects? Oh, I don't know. We haven't even gotten to anything near that yet. Libertarian Podcast Review says, I start with your stream delay and combining my 1.5 with your 1.5 was a rush. Nice. Yeah, because in the morning when I popped in here, I was doing 1.5 speed. Berserker says, I thought they could only cross on what was covered in direct. If the defense doesn't ask anything about financial or roadside, wouldn't that mean the state wouldn't be able to ask anything about it? No, because it goes to the whole motive and murder and proof that he did it or evidence of guilt or whatever. So in most worlds that should be, but not in this courtroom. Scooter McDuder's sled started out lazy, then got corrupt. Blue rain jacket is sus, and after the lying to the grand jury, it seems pretty obvious Owens planted it. I'm not sure that he planted it, but I definitely think that the dude is sus AF. Travis Chappelle says, I have access to the parcel information. The Moselle house and acres surrounding are all under Maggie's name since 2016. That's what he testified about. Matthew Self says, Joe, check locals. We found our mascot.
Oh, Matt. Hey, Matt.
You know Matthew Self?
Oh, yeah, he's a good guy.
I have to check locals? I'm supposed to check locals? I hope it wasn't in the chat there. Was it something else? Was it? Let me see what he's talking. Oh. I'm gonna share this. I refer to the people in my chat in locals because they say like I ignore them, like a redheaded stepchild, and also that and I also have said that they go off and talk about their own thing, like they're their own little world. And I said, like, when I was a counselor, like, I had certain kids who, instead of playing sports with us, would just dig in the corners. So I called them my redheaded diggers. And apparently, the new mascot for my loyal supporters in locals, it's right here. There you-
That's kind of, I don't know. That Chucky thing always scares me.
Does it?
Yeah, I don't like that. It's
All
a
right.
childhood memories. Man, I don't know. It brings out the scared little child when I see that crazy doll.
All right. Jonathan says, I was thinking about that. Could his testimony hurt his chances at appeal somehow? So I want to add, this is a good question for me to ask you. I was dissecting by lunchtime whether it was before they had brought up the issue of the financials. The defense did not bring up the issue of the financials until after lunch, and when they did, I was a little surprised, and here's why. You're an appellate attorney, so I was thinking, if they don't bring up, the normal reason that you bring something up that's negative is because you want to get in front of the jury instead of it just coming out on cross and everyone reacting, going, "Oh, I can't believe it." You sort of want to get in front of it, so that's why you bring something up, it's a negative up on direct. So I said, in a normal situation, that might be a reason potentially to bring up the financials, so that, hey, everyone should know this is what happened. It'd be something you get in front of. In this circumstance, where the jury already knows all about the fraud, perhaps if you're the defense, you want to avoid bringing it up on direct. Then, when the state brings up the fraud, which they will, on cross, you object. And when the judge allows it to come in, seeing as how it's not a conviction, and nothing has been proven yet, you object, you lose the objection, and you preserve your right to appeal it. But if you raise it yourself on direct, you're harming your chances of succeeding on appeal, that the judge never should have allowed that stuff in, because you brought it up. So obviously they're going to be allowed to cross on it. So that's why I was thinking strategically it might make sense for them to not bring up specifically the fraud and let the state do it, and then you'll object, and you're going to lose the objection and save yourself that option for appeal. So I'm wondering your thoughts about introducing the fraud on direct when Alex took the stand.
That's a very good question, and it's very complex. Let me start with this saying that I'm a Florida appellate attorney, although my board certification is in criminal trial. But I do appeals currently as well as do trials. Mm-hmm. But I will say, as a first answer, this is very state specific. So when I speak at it from a Florida lawyer's perspective with the Florida law in mind.
Fair enough.
There's very specific. So there's a lot of questions that I would have starting out. Like if I was to move to South Carolina and jump past the South Carolina bar, the process would be the same as an appellate lawyer. You would approach the same way, but I would need the knowledge and the answer to the questions from the basis of South Carolina law. So proceeding forward, I don't have that knowledge. But for example, one of the things that I'm noticing that's very different is it looks to me like there's a lot of trial by ambush that's going on. Florida is very much open book, and we are very much against Florida on trial by ambush. Can
you define trial by ambush?
Well, the discovery seems to be very loose and goose. Seems to be they don't know the full case until they get up and they promote it, and then it's allowed in. The second thing, although that's a general rule, the second thing that I really think is important to talk about when we're talking about appeals is the standing objection. And that is that in Florida, it has to be contemporaneous and on point at the time of the error and every time, which is ridiculous. I don't like that part of Florida law, but it looks to me like, and maybe I'm wrong, South Carolina lawyer can disagree with me, looks to me like they have a standing objection that is preserved for the purposes of appeal so that they're not jumping up and down every time and objecting. Now, I would say that appeals are for losers, and that's a good statement, because what that means is a bad trial is better than a good appeal. Your chances of winning on trial are way greater than winning on appeal. So if you've got to throw the appeal out in order to marginally increase your chances of winning at the trial level, I will tell my trial people every day and yesterday, do it. because I don't want the good appeal. I want you to win at the trial level. So at some point, the trial strategy has to override the appellate strategy. Okay.
Oh, understood. That
So-
being
so-
the case, I'm not even sure what the upside is in trying to raise it on direct, because you know it's going to come out. You can bring it on redirect when they.
Okay, I'll tell you. Well, this is where I'm laying some foundation. I'm getting there,
Do it.
counselor.
Do it. Okay, no, that's fine. That's
All right.
fine.
So the thing is that I think there's multiple errors already, appellate errors, if we had to deal with it from that. The first is the judge allowing in all of this trivia that does not go to the fact of the murder. And it's at this point, now maybe it would be okay to get into it as part of motive and allowing it in for some limited purpose. But at this point, I would say this entire trial is basically about his financial crimes and and I would use as case in point. The murderer gets up on the stand and you spend the whole 3 or however many hours he did on cross examining your murderer, and the only thing he talked about was financials. So basically the entire state case has been swamped in a crime that is as out there. All right, so that's the error there, and then now he's been put into a Hobson's choice, and I bring that up because either way, if he testifies and admits that he's going away for life, and if he doesn't testify and gets convicted, he goes away for life. So he goes away for life either way. So he's not given any real choice. And the fact the judge wouldn't. So there's error number 2. Error number 3 now is to allow the state to cross on this financial stuff when it wasn't opened. Okay, so that's the third step down the line. So at that point, you've already got it in the appellate box. So with the additional point of bringing it up on clock, does that create a waiver because he testified? No, because the opening the door and the allowing in of the financial crime swamping, that appellate point exists prior
For
to
5 days, they covered just finances.
Right. I hope it's a lot of talk, and I talk a lot, but it's a complex point, and I could go a lot further, but I think that kind of gets the nugget of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing.
All right.
I was thinking about that because testimony we covered that. I heard Court TV confirm John Grisham sitting in front of Buster. Is that really true? Is that really true? I don't know what John Grisham even looks like. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if John Grisham is working on his next novel based on this case. Alyssa, it seems like a combination of several John Grisham books I've read. Alyssa Ramirez, her estate was to her kids, Joe. Oh, is that true? I didn't know that. That's interesting. John Diaz says, wouldn't it not make sense to have property assets in her name in an attempt to hide those assets or keep them from being taken through a lawsuit? Yeah, that could be why assets are in her name, but they're still in her name. And with her dying, it would pass to her estate. So Nancy Jennings, it doesn't change it. Once it's in her name, it's in her name. Nancy Jennings says, for example, I'm sure she didn't pay for the house, but the house was in her name. So Nancy Jennings says, something in the back of my mind says that if Alex had stayed from drugs, we wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, don't do drugs and don't lie. Okay,
Kids.
can we summarize the lesson of this trial? How about those two?
Yeah. This I already addressed earlier. It was a great point by Ashton. Rosie says, awesome coverage, Joe. Agree that murder is likely carried out by drug dealers. AM may never know why, and that AM's devastation emotions are very real. Thank you. Crispy Leg Transport says that opioid thing is real. I had knee surgery and doctors gave me Tylenol 3. That was the best feeling I ever had. That was back in January 2000, and I still know the feeling.
Yeah, it's actually, I have a story in Prepare about understanding drug use, because I had a migraine headache once and I had to go to the hospital one time. It was the worst pain of my life. And to this day, they gave me hydromorphone. And I remember my headache went away, boom, like that. And it's like, and I remember I was in such pain. If they had handed me heroin, I would have taken it. It was such terrible pain. So
morphine, morphine. Susan Barber, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Carpe Deegan says it's clear and he doesn't care about guilt or financial crimes. Knows he did it, isn't fighting. He doesn't want to be found guilty of the murders or his family. He's either the world's greatest actor or he's not guilty. I thought his testimony today seemed so legit that he either is the world's greatest actor or he's completely innocent here. In fact, I actually made this point by lunch, which I'm going to repeat now. And so if you were here by lunch, I apologize for repeating myself. And that is, anyone who's saying he looked like he was lying, anyone who actually believes that was going to say that no matter what. That performance, if he was lying, that performance was so good, nobody would see through that performance. 0 people saw through that performance. The only reason anyone would properly see through that performance is because they walked in determined that he definitely killed them. And if he says that he didn't, he must be lying, and I'm going to see through it. But there's nothing about his body language, his expression, the emotions that were real every single time. And
Are you a body language expert, Joe?
I'm telling you right now, I will lose so much faith in any body language expert who comes back and says he's a liar, because I'm telling you right now, I'm going to lose faith in them. I really will. And I happen to have respect for several of them. I will lose it. I'm going to lose it if they come back and say, oh, this is how you know he was lying. I'm like, stop it. You know better. There's nothing there indicating lying.
Well, we're going to, anybody that has my first book, look up page 111, and we'll talk about people's ability to detect the truth, because we are very bad. We are very bad judges of truth and falsity. And we're going to talk about that tonight in Rumble. It's another point I wanted to talk about.
So you're saying I'm wrong?
No, I'm saying I actually am with you, but I'm just saying that anybody who can, well, just as much as we're bought in, there's going to be people on the other side says, oh, you didn't see that he's lying through his teeth, and they're just as convinced. So ultimately, you have to look at the facts and measure the facts against the evidence.
Yeah, let me pull up a few Rumble rants here. Where was I? Yeah. Exam Moon TV says, I think Murdaugh's appeals chance is next to none, regardless, as it's clearly a railroading. The state's attorney general is directly involved. His best chance is a pardon. I don't know about that, but I don't think anyone's pardoning him anytime soon. Matches Burns says, I just don't get the huge desire for James for court. His jury watch, Nick covered why that's garbage. His takes inside are very wine mom-esque. Not watching the same trial as I am, apparently. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, you don't ever hear, I don't think anyone's heard me ask him his jury take in any of the times he's appeared in this trial.
Who?
And James from court. I don't ask for that. And so once in a while he'll volunteer it. The reason I know that his take is a little bit more, and I purposefully keep him on, I purposefully bring him back here and bring him in here for like 15 minutes, because I'm not looking to have an hour-long conversation with him about what's happening in the courtroom. I don't think that adds, but I do think that getting some perspective about the vibe in the area and what people are saying about Alex Murdaugh testifying, or the state's empty case and all this other stuff, I think that does give us a little bit more flavor for the case. And that's why I bring him in here.
I would like to see, law nerd clips these things out. The point that I want to go back and see, and that we were watching, was when that prosecutor said, oh, we're going to go through these things line by line, right? And then you could hear the whole jury groan. You could hear the whole courtroom go, oh. I mean, to me, that really says something.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So sometimes there could be just like, instead of an audible groan, there could be like a visual that that we don't necessarily pick up on because we're focused in on 3 people in the room. So that's really what I'm looking for from him, more than anything else. Rocky Fork says Emily Baker is cheerleading her viewers that he's obviously guilty, even though no evidence, but plenty. The prosecutors and investigators have committed felonies. I don't know. I haven't been watching her coverage, so I can't weigh in on the take that she has on it. I'd be curious to see that and what her basis is. But Matches Burn says, here's the problem. Alex can't be spending $50K a week on drugs and be alive at the same time. There's more to that story than we've been led to believe. Doesn't make him guilty on this, though. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Matches Burn also says that Lauren Cuck's woman's voice is like nails on chalkboard. Oh, God. She's like the legal version of Joy Behar. Make it stop. Also says, are we sure the prosecutor isn't schizophrenic? Would explain his A leads to B leads to lawn chairs logic. Rocky Fork says, con artist. I haven't seen any evidence against him that proves he was the murderer. Only evidence of lies and deception by SLED agents and prosecutors. Violet Pro says, Joe Rant, get off the damn badge. I was losing it when they were talking about that badge for so long. Oh my God.
What was that about? That was so stupid. That was such a, and this is what I'm saying. You've got your murderer on the stand, And the first thing you start talking about is this stupid badge and his family history. I mean,
an hour,
an hour
hour.
of nothing.
Yeah.
That is not the way. I mean, I've crossed
terrible.
Some bad.
Terrible.
When I prosecuted, man, you hit them right between the eyes. The fact that they're goofing around all this stupid stuff, again, they got nothing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I really
terrible.
hate this prosecution.
Oh, me too. Me too. Viola Pride also says the diggers are going to have a hole in the middle of the earth out of the uselessness of these questions. And Revere says, Joe, check Twitter DM for a meme. I didn't get the meme. I think it was a reference to a movie that I never saw before. This is the meme. I'll share it with you. Maybe you can explain this real quick. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Do you understand this meme?
That's Murdaugh, and he's got, I don't know. They let the chat will figure it out.
I think it's supposed to be, I think he's in a rap battle. I think it's supposed to be Eminem in a rap battle.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe there was a quote to
Yes,
it.
I'm a big rap fan.
Tell them something they don't know about me. Oh, that's what it is. So there you go. All right. All right. Well, anyway, so it was cute. I guess it was a rap battle thing. Yeah, Eminem. All right, 8 Mile. Okay, beautiful. Big Rig says, do you think the defense team should have briefed him better on not giving him too much info on the stand? Seems to me he's too open with info. I think they trust him. I think they trust.
No,
him
they've given him carte blanche. He is there. The strategy here is you will be 100% brutally honest on everything.
Yep.
That's what it is. And that's what you're seeing.
Yeah. Legendary Racing, how long have you been sober? 535 days. How long have you been incarcerated? 536. I know. I had the same thought. I thought it was a great.
That's my client too, man. Like my clients are like, oh, I've been off the drugs for so long. And
Chris Cianti, I may be crazy, but it almost seems somewhat admirable that he's willing to take the sentence for financials to clear his name on the murders. Admirable is probably wrong word, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I get it. I think I agree.
Yeah, they sort of like accepting accountability. That's what you're referring to. Magoo, Joe, any thoughts on the pros and cons to Alex not wearing his wedding ring on the stand? I didn't notice it. Maybe they might have taken it from him also.
I don't wear, and maybe I'll get criticized for it, but I can't wear anything. It makes my skin break out. Everything. And my fingers got big, and it's like, I'm actually, my wife wears mine because we both got a little lumper over time. And so I don't wear
Steve Gosney is a nudist. Confirmed.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. I've worked in drug rehab center. I know how drug destroys someone perfectly normal. Made her a drug toy. Plus, family and friend are a mess too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an enslavement.
Drugs suck. It is.
Yep.
It is an enslavement. That's a perfect way to phrase it, brother. I thought he was guilty, but I have to say not guilty. I'm in tears. I think a lot of people. I think people who are sufficiently open-minded. I think he was very convincing. I think he does. I think he might have bought himself a hung jury today. At least one
or
person,
not guilty.
Yeah, at least one person. I can't believe that there's zero people. I can't believe that he'll get a conviction at this point. But I don't know. FYI, today is the anniversary of the boating accident. Very sad. Oh, that is sad. Theo Frastes, very few people on Earth are personally connected to just one odd death at their home housekeeper, much less 3. I don't buy that much coincidence. I don't know. Who knows? New member of the following, Carmen Elliott. Welcome aboard, Carmen. Janet Rarity, not guilty. The jury will convict, though. Yeah, I put a poll up about that. Let me see how that poll was going. Actually, I don't remember what poll I have up right now. Let me see. I usually have some poll going. My current poll right now, where are you? I have so many screens. This is getting out of hand. It's getting a little crazy. Current poll is... Oh, if you think this cross has been an utter waste of time so far, please like and subscribe. And your choices are best coverage on the net, liked and subbed, or a cross is great, no like sub for you. Which I'm winning 81-19 on that one. So there you go. Okay. But earlier, I'll tell you this much. This is the interesting thing. 48 or 49% said not guilty, but will be convicted.
Yeah. Well, that's a consequence of the undermining of the confidence in all of our institutions based on
Yeah.
corruption, and that's corruption of individuals. And I think that it's a sad commentary but it's well earned and well deserved.
Yeah. 41% said that he's not a murderer, but he'll be acquitted. There was a total of 12% that thought he killed them, and 7% said he killed them and he's going to walk for it, and 5% said he killed him and he's going to be convicted. So it's interesting. I thought it was interesting that 7% think he killed him, and the jury is going to let him walk. It's an interesting thing to me. To me that sounds like almost like a paranoid type of perspective. Like this guy's going to get away with murder. Brown Eyed Girl 714 said the state has it out for him like he slept with their wife or something. They really want this scalp. This is a very prestigious scalp. They want it badly. Kathy says people are throwing shade on James and DUI guy is because they're saying Alex is faking. The crying is fake. Bull. You cannot fake a runny nose like that or a red face. He's not acting. James and Larry aren't objective. Tina Lewis says, any loving parent or spouse knows exactly where he's coming from. Hopefully someone on the jury can as well. I need to hug my kid.
That's another good lesson.
Hug
That's
your kid every day.
Right.
Every day.
Any loving, right.
Twice a day, in the morning and in the evening.
Yes.
The box says people just want him to be guilty because he makes this crazy story of his fraud and the shooting, and then the hitman all feel like a real life movie. But sometimes life isn't a movie. He did not murder his wife and son.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Kelly R says, look at how many people believed Christine Blasey Ford. Yeah. Although with the way Kavanaugh's been since he got appointed, I kind of wish I believed her also. Adam K says, Long Crime, 160,000 viewers, 7,000 likes. Good logic, 7,000 viewers, 3,300 likes. Nice. Even their viewers hate their content. Well done, Adam. Robin Rowe, welcome as a new YouTube follower. Thank you so much. Paula, congratulations on your new grandson. Thank you so much. That's very thoughtful. Iceman says, my goal is not to punch my laptop while Waters speaks. Waters is just trying to get this scalp. Theatrics are because he knows his case is weak. And it looks like Lady Logic needs me for like a second. So give me like one.
Oh, what happened? Did Joe go? Yes. Well, so tonight he's tonight at Rumble 8:00 live stream. It'll just be a quick. I don't think it'll be that long, but I want to talk a little bit about the truth defense, page 111 in our book that we can refer to, and we'll read it together and discuss it, and also about what a judge should do when you have a lying grand jury. And I wanted to share a story about that. I had a great judge named Richard O. Watson, and he was one of my mentor judges, and I have a good story about that when I was prosecuting and defense actually in trial.
Yeah,
and maybe a sidecar if somebody wants to rumble rant at 8:00. We'll see. I want tonight. I'm ready because I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas, baby. We got
Daddy needs that coin. Daddy needs that bling bling.
So I'm gonna.
When are you headed to Vegas? When do you go?
Saturday morning.
All right. Well, if you're in the area, you guys probably want to check out that convention.
Here, I'm putting the Rumble in the chat. Everybody's pounding on me. Okay, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here's the Rumble. If I can, you guys pay attention. Look at the chat.
Yeah. Mike Lombardo says, I strongly believe he'll be convicted, not because there's evidence of murder. The financial crimes, I believe, have prejudiced him so greatly, not guilty. Hugh Peters says he's going to expose him, make him confess he lied in cases he practiced. Oh, he didn't kill them. Space Coke Cake says, people say Alex Murdaugh is a good lawyer, but I don't think you have to be a good lawyer to take advantage of pre-existing trust and friendships. That's a great point. Sometimes people, and he walked in with a lot of trust. So
and reputation, all that family history goes to the fact that people wouldn't question him.
Yeah, that's true. Shannon says, this feels like Creighton is overcompensating for an inadequacy. I just do not like his voice or style. Yeah, you're not alone in that. NW Food Factory says he's going to say that local LEOs and SLED did a crappy job in order to cover for Alex. I don't think he's going to say that. That just hurts his case. Tom Tillich says cops botched the investigation because he had a good relationship with them. That's what he's getting at. I don't think that's what he was getting at. I think they were trying to say he's a wealthy guy who peddles his influence for his own personal gain. That's where they were going with it. Jim says, "Don't know if this sounds silly, but what would be the procedure if a prosecutor is convinced of the defendant's innocence mid-trial and says as much?" Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Well, yes. But I would say that, okay, let's talk in the ideal world and the world that we should expect from our prosecutors. If they were convinced that the person was not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they should drop the case. They have an ethical duty to drop the case. Sadly, what you see way too many times is they say, well, I have a weak case and I don't believe he did it, so plead to the misdemeanor.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what happens in reality, which is sick. And it's unethical, and I don't agree with it. And that's actually part of I've written on this. I've got an article on this.
No way. No way.
I know, it's hard to believe.
Lancelot says, "Commie prosecutor, quote, you're bad. You're bad because you're well off and took pride in your achievement." Yeah, it is kind of communist. Legendary. He's trying to put a time gap between the emotional testimony and going hard at him. Maybe. That's why he spent an hour wasting time on the badge and other garbage.
Maybe.
K-Dub Smile says Creighton is trying out for his own part in the movie. He won't get it. Tom Cruise will get it. Maybe, I don't know. There probably will be a movie on this. Content and Character says, "Is it true that you put some bad guys in jail? Motive for a former defendant to kill his family." Yeah, there's so many people who have 1,000 times the motive that Alex had that it's just.
But actually, it's interesting because he did not have that much trial. I thought he was a big prosecutor and had that. I mean, I've had over like 80 trials, and a lot of prosecutions. I've had over 3,000. I don't even know what the number. Over 3,000 people. I have cases I handled as a prosecutor, and so. There's a lot of people that probably hate my guts, right? But he said he only handled like 5 trials when he was, and he was a second chair. Yeah. He was a volunteer, and he had one trial. He did a closing argument. So he really was not a prosecutor. He was helping out Dad, and they gave him a little volunteer badge.
Yeah, he said it was a way for him to spend time with his dad.
And he didn't really do pleas. I mean, I have thousands of pleas, both as a public defender and as a prosecutor. So he wasn't really that wasn't his thing. He's a civil lawyer.
Yeah. Squisgar says, "I'm behind, but did the prosecutor just comment on Alex Murdaugh's Fifth Amendment? Quote, would you agree that the first time we heard you say you lied was today in court?" I don't, that is not really about his Fifth Amendment, because if he voluntarily talks to the police and lies about it, in that case, it's not, it would be a violation of his Fifth Amendment to say you stayed silent this whole time. But to say you lied and the first time that you came clean about that lie was here is not implying that he has a duty to speak and that, in breach of his Fifth Amendment rights. So it's a great question, but I think that you're mistaken. That's my take on it. But if you disagree, feel free to weigh in, Steve. It's good? Okay. Mike Lombardo, quote, "He's had 2 years to come up with this story. The way his emotions came across to me when reliving that night feels as if it happened yesterday to me." Yeah, I agree with you. I try when I'm giving my coverage, I try and think through from both sides. That's why I feel like I offer, which I don't think most people do. I think people tend to get locked into a position, and I'm always trying to think, like, what's the other side going to say here? Where are they coming from? And that's why, I'm going to tell you, a cynic would say this. Someone who's, pro prosecution, pro conviction is going to say this. Someone who's pro acquittal will say that. And this way I let you understand the different arguments, and I feel as if that's a value that I try to add and bring. Otherwise, you could just watch by yourself, and whatever you already believe, you're just going to confirm. Or you can find some cheerleader, but I'm not a cheerleader. I'm trying to help you understand different perspectives. That's part of why I do what I do. Amazing Wireless says, "Your Honor, I'd like to move to make Alex Murdaugh an expert in the field of law." The way he was questioning him about his law it did sound almost like he was like going through his whole history so they can have him confirmed as an expert. It was pretty funny. That's pretty funny comment, Amazing Wireless. Doug Murray says, "I'd be ticked off with the prosecutor handling my grandfather's badge." Okay. Woody says trying to get to the end of the day with the relevant things so he can start with hard-hitting stuff tomorrow with a fresh jury.
Maybe.
For 2 hours? That's a long stall.
I know, but it's not like they're really attentive to their time commitments.
There is no time commitments. This judge basically
lets it all in.
There's no limit to the leash. Big Rig says, how did this Colonel Sanders lawyer get his job? Jeez. Ashley King, next thing you know, he also wears an NYPD hat too. Possibly. C. Satter says, Waters makes my head hurt. He alone makes me like Alex Moore. That's what I said. I was going to put up a poll that was going to basically be something to the effect of, like, which is most popular at this point? And I was going to have Alex Murdaugh, Creighton Waters, leprosy. And I'm sure leprosy would have won. M. Ham says Waters doesn't have anything concrete to cross on. That's why he's stuck on this stupid badge. Unless they found it in one of the bodies, I don't care. No one cared. Jeremy DeWitt 2.0. I don't know who that is. I don't know if you know who that is. Jeremy DeWitt. I don't know. Shannon says Waters is hovering over Alex Murdaugh 2 again. What a tool. He's just kicking Alex Murdaugh while he's down at this point. Good grief. Waters has an axe to grind.
I think sometimes I think that is a job requirement for some prosecutors. I mean, because we deal with the public defenders, we deal with kind of the bottom 10% of population, and the system just grinds these people up into little dust. And if you didn't have prosecutors that wanted to put the boot of the state on the people on the bottom rail, they would be out of a job. So, I mean, that's almost a job requirement.
That's not a joke. Richard the Theobald says the prosecutor's demeanor makes me want to say not guilty, even if he is guilty. Kevin Dory, EDB has gone full binger on this case. So sad. I can't weigh in on that. I have no idea what she's.
Oh, EDB, that's another person on that.
That's Emily Baker.
Okay.
That's Emily Baker.
I don't know who that is.
She's. This field that Nick and I do is a genre called LawTube. Okay, it's a genre.
There's no such thing as LawTube. I hear this all the time.
There's no such thing as LawTube, but there is a genre. Like,
right.
People who do what we do. Lawyers who basically trying to help explain the law. You're part of this genre.
Hey.
That's and
I've never been part of a group in my life. I'm always an individual out walking the plank all by myself. So it's neat to be part of a group. Thank you.
Right. Well, it's not a group. So it's just you're a practitioner of the genre. So do you want to be in my? I'll let you in.
Okay. Do I get the card?
Yes, you get the card. You
Thanks.
get the card. So Emily Baker, when she's people who don't have a professional team around them, that's part of this genre also. Like we're sort of all like working out of our basements. So Emily Baker is someone in the genre, but she's got tons of experience. She's a former prosecutor, and she's very smart and very entertaining and very charismatic. And I consider her a good friend and a very smart attorney. Very smart attorney. So, but I haven't been watching much of her coverage on this trial as I've been doing this myself. So, or with Nick. Kyle Karen, who that ever held a badge not display it to PD? Yeah, that was so disingenuous. You showed your badge to PD because you're trying to curry favor with them. Anyone who has a badge shows it to a cop when they get pulled over or something like that. It's very disingenuous. Cards says took a break to avoid this brutal cross, but came back to Waters' line of questioning, showing what a crap show the prosecution is, and they are quite the little crap show. It's been really it's been a massive cluster fart. Not going to kid you. Really, really bad. It's me, Josie. Anyone says this is pointless. He's a liar. We get it. Show us the proof he killed Paul and Maggie. I agree with you.
I heard somebody's saying you're a cult leader. Can I join your cult?
You can join. You can become a follower.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a cult.
Oh.
You hit join on my channel. You just go to my channel and hit join. There's different levels. There's followers, not follow. No, you can sub or you can join as a member, and the members are called followers. The higher level members are disciples. I think.
Where do they go to do that?
On the channel.
Oh, like YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking.
No, that's a fair question. I'm just telling. Yeah, people. It's that everyone gives different names. Like like people who join Nick Recator, they're called like super lawyer or something like that. So, but since I have a show called The Following Program, so people are called followers. But I make it very clear I'm not the leader of the following. I'm a follower just like you, because the following is about unity and community and personal growth. That's our three agendas. And some people want to be a leader. I used to have a thing where I'm so much not the leader that the newest member would be deemed the default leader, because we all just have a common agenda, but I'm not the leader. I'm definitely, and I made the point that it's very much not a cult type of cult. So there's no squirrel sacrifices, no self-harm, no harming others, no spaceships, no Kool-Aid. It's not, there's
All the
none
fun
of that.
stuff. You don't have any of the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Just the mere shell of a cult without the actual fun.
No white robes, no running, no track shoes.
No torches in the middle of the night.
Right. Yeah. It's just community, unity, and personal growth. Kevin Aldridge says, Think Defense asked all states questions with financials and roadside incidents. Yeah, well, not enough. People don't advertise their addictions. Big surprise. Apparently, Denna. Corn Pop almost got another charge impersonating a police officer. Jeff K says, this feels like the prosecutor wanted to be a Murdaugh and is jealous of Alex trying to pay him back or whatever. Nothing about murder this far in. Yeah,
I do sense jealousy here.
I sense a lot of envy. Sensed a lot of envy.
And it's it's almost like this is, it's a strange thing. And I think he's appealing to the jury's jealousy and envy. Like he wants them buy into my jealousy, right? This guy's a rich guy and put him down, tear down the guy that used to be somebody.
Tyler M, I didn't click this off, so I want to just read it out in case so I don't miss it. It says, F me sideways. I thought I had my notifications on for this stream today. Can't believe I missed this live. I'm like 7 hours behind, so pissed off at myself. Catching up now. Love you, Joe. Thank you, brother. I'm going to tell you, Tyler, and everyone else, you have to turn all notifications on for my channel. You're so likely to be unsubbed for my channel if you're already subbed. If you think you're subbed, so many people tell me that they were subbed and they get unsubbed and they don't get notices. And that's why I highly recommend everyone, if you sign up in locals, I give notifications in locals. I'm going live now or whatever. I try to let everyone know when and where they can find me on anything. And that's whether I'm on my own channel or someone else's channel. I'll give you links to, if I ever pop on Steve's channel, I'll make a thing so you can.
Would you come on my channel? Would you
Yeah.
come on my really?
Well, I mean, don't phrase it like that, but yes, I'll join you on your channel.
Come, yeah, you gotta. Well, I'm trying to do a little more one-on-one. Okay, well, we're gonna set it up. We'll do it in the near future. We'll have a Rumble live stream with Steve, and I'll have Joe Good Logic on. That would be great. I'd love that.
My privilege.
Oh,
yeah,
that'd be
my
awesome.
privilege. You kidding me? I'd be thrilled to do it. Of course.
Woo-hoo. All right, happy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just have to catch me, and if you're going to try doing it by email, it's going to be tough. Because
well,
I read my
why?
emails. I read my emails like every 6 days.
How do I do it? How do I get in touch?
Twitter.
I don't have Twitter.
Just sign up on Twitter. Just sign up and DM me there, and you don't have to tell anyone if you don't want to deal with it. But just that way, you check it once a day. That's how all of us contact. All the links I send out. You know what? You have my phone number?
No.
All right. So here, I'm going to give you my phone number. I'm going to put it in the private chat. Okay. And this way, at least I could text you.
Okay. Well, I think I can accomplish something like that. I can figure that out.
All right.
Thank you, Joe. Well, we'll definitely have Joe on Steve's Rumble channel. I'm over. Well, see, if I tell you how few subs I have, you will.
I won't care.
Not come on. Okay.
I don't care if you have 6 subs. I'll join you.
No, actually, I just celebrated 3,000 on Rumble.
Which is like basically half. It's almost you're half the size of mine. So there you go. I mean, people on Rumble hate following me. Also, I had 2,000 people watching me today on Rumble and 2,500 the other day, and like I can't get anyone to sub up. Like none of them.
Well, part of it.
I'm trying to develop my relationship with you guys on Rumble. I'm watching your chat like regularly, like religiously. I have it up here regularly. I'm trying to, and I'm starting to recognize some of the names there. I recognize Sporkio.
Sporkio, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, like people who I see here regularly, like, Cab 866. Some people I see regularly there, and I assume they're signed up. But yeah, they're friends. I think maybe Rumble. Maybe you guys are snobs. I don't know what it is. I can't. I'm pleading. I'm trying to get to 10,000 during the course of this trial on Rumble, and I think I'm like at 6,300 or something.
Yes, if people want to see me with my one of my most popular videos is when I did the meet and greet in Miami with Nick, and this is my cell phone, but it's not really a cell phone; it's a tablet, and it doesn't really. The only reason it's a Samsung tablet, and the only reason it doesn't work. This tablet is really terrible, and the reason is because I could put all my music on here and play my music. So somewhere there's a phone and a camera.
I should have mentioned Matches Burn also. He sends me rants all the time. He says Joe doesn't mention me in a little crying face. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I definitely recognize him. I get Viola Pride on there all the time, and Rocky Fork. Just Revere, Outcast. Anyway, I'm watching that chat regularly now, religiously. I'm no longer are they that's why I only have one little group of redhead stepkids who hang out and chat on locals. It's so hard. I wish they had a pop-out chat for locals. I would so happily pull that up also. And then I could have all three chats running at once, and I could literally see it on one screen, and that would be so perfect. Kevin Dorr, I'm calling out Nick for not jumping on Joe's stream. Nick quit the case. Joe, if this case runs into next week, keep streaming it. It's now yours. I'm not doing that to him. If he comes back here, I will join his panel. I'm not gonna be fighting with him over your views. So if he comes back and is streaming it, I'm gonna join. I have no intention of streaming. Vance Loker, ding ding ding. We have a winner. Nicely said, Joe. That was when I called out why Creighton Wars was asking those questions about the I think I'm not sure which one it was, but yeah, I pulled it up at the time. Lancelot says he's got no evidence of murder, so he's going through every piece of junk evidence he has to try to get him in jail. The Iceman says Waters knows judge will let him get in anything. MS Krim says he gets convicted on this. Jury should be required to explain the reasons why they convicted. Kyle Cannon, please tell me, not Brooks, there's one honest DA.
Actually, no, and I want to qualify this because the Brooks DA was outstanding, A+, and Vices and I covered a murder trial over in Tampa, and that prosecutor I gave a B+ to. So at the end of all these trial streams, I do a Rumble video on grading all the parties. So I'm not just I want great prosecutors. I want them to be better than what they are. Sadly, we're seeing how bad that profession is, and how badly they need some good guidance and some buck-upmanship and say, come on, do it right, follow justice, do the right thing,
Look at you with your whole, you are more than you have become.
Right.
Simba.
You
are more.
Down. Oh, right, okay. That's Lion King, okay.
Yeah, well, same voice. You recognize the voice. So
that was good. I liked it.
Thank you. Tony Yu says, I'm convinced every good attorney becomes defense attorney, and the ones who can't cut it there become DAs. This is pathetic. Yeah, he was pretty bad today. Sapphire Super Chat is preparing for money boat trials. South Carolina is preparing for money boat trials, not murders. Dan Church says, Sob, this guy is why I can't buy used tires. Alicia Harper, I'm having terrible Elaine flashbacks. Elaine, average coverage, Joe. Neither thanks nor no thanks. That was when I had a poll up that if you like the coverage, you should, whatchamacallit, then in that case, you should sub up as a thanks or something
Everybody's pounding on me about not being on YouTube. Let me tell you, the live stream I did last night, I could not have done on YouTube. Let's just leave it at that.
Spicy. Spicy. MS Krim, wow, water's over his head, no pun intended. That's a pretty good pun, though. Water's over his head. I like it. Stephanie H., we can't prove murder, but let's go over everything else he did 1,001 times. Andrew Peak6 says, no new thought. They used the murder trial to get these confessions on record to slam dunk the financial cases.
Yes, actually, and this is a big point that I'm going to be talking about tonight. That's part of the appellate problem here. Because do we have a procedural? Now we have created a procedure by which the state can defeat your right to remain silent just by filing BS charges? Yes.
Very, very good point. Very good. That's what you need to write a book about. Sherilyn Bertrand, Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate that. Peter Watkins, can we get an F's in the chat for the real MVP of this trial, the lawyer representing him in his upcoming fraud case? Janelle, did you notice all the cops in court today? One was crying. Oh,
I didn't see that.
Me either. Captain Useless TV says, first is Captain, not CPT. Useless. Long story. I got it right when I was naming it. Second, and most important, I effing love you, Joe. You're one of the so few that exudes human positivity whilst also being just so incredibly New Yorker.
You are so New Yorker. I love it, though. I think it's wonderful. You're the best of New York.
Well, thank you. You're really too kind, both of you. Let me just make sure I didn't miss this. I'm trying to check things off and bounce back and forth.
Because you're direct and honest, Like that, I tell you, this prosecutor should use a lot more New York. Get to the frickin' point. Move on, counselor, right? I mean, we could use a lot of New York in this prosecutor.
Amen. Doug Murray, I get it. Joe and Steve know this is BS cross, and we all know it. But this jury's from South Carolina. I know Alex's reputation. To this jury, he's toast. It could be. Definitely could be. That's what people are concerned about. 48% of my chat thought the same thing. Jane, thank you again for the very generous super chat. I really appreciate it.
Salute Jane, man. Good job.
Salute to you, Jane. Thank you. Brian Ogden, thanks, my brother. Jay Hike, motive okay. Small victories. What would state ask if boat money info wasn't let in? Nothing.
That's the problem.
Nothing. This trial would have been over 4 weeks ago. Vitaeus, can't the defense stipulate to the financials after having a discussion with the jury in the room? I know it's cross, but this is getting farcical. No, they can't. They really can't. And the state will not let them get away with it.
Well, the state they could, but the state would have to agree, and they don't want to agree because they want to get into this. That it's all up to the judge and the prosecutor that this
and there's
whole
no way
travesty is allowed.
There's no way they'll get it. They'll let them do it.
Yeah.
DCV Titan says JFC. He better explain why events a faking decade before the murders is in any way relevant to this. No one can figure out why. Gates of Above. At this rate, Andrew and Nick will be back in time for the cross about the murders. Corn Pop, 3,000 year sentence. 3,000 year sentence he's facing. I don't think he killed his family. Yeah. New member of the following, Tanya Davenport. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, Tanya. Vitaeus, so at what point does the state lose even the ones who hate Alec? They're so boring and so lengthy. They might be. Hopefully. Helene Queenie says the jury must be drawing cartoons during this irrelevant cross. Good Logic son. I don't think that's really my son. It's the first time I've ever seen this name. From a lay perspective, it appears Alex has done a good job of taking the wind out of the sails of the prosecution by admitting to the financial crimes. Or maybe I'm reading this wrong. Thoughts?
Well, actually, I'm thinking about this. This rattled a little idea in my head.
Well, that's
is
why
it
he's
possible?
the Logic son. There you go.
Yeah, that's right. The idea is they thought that they were preparing for all these lies for Alec to get up there and say, I don't remember, and all this stuff. And when he gets up there and admits it, they've got all this ammo. And now he doesn't know what to do because he's like, oh, man.
Yeah. It could be that maybe he didn't expect that. And that's why his cross has been so lame. It's true. Mateus, holy hell, Alec would have been a hell of a trial lawyer without the drugs. I say maybe the opposite. Maybe he needed them to be a good lawyer. Ooh. There's a little wrinkle. McCrae H says, just out of 2 hours of meetings and don't feel like rewinding at 2x, but should I? What have I missed? Nothing. Nothing happened today, really. I mean, you kind of have to watch it. But basically, there was 4 hours of Alex Murdaugh taking the stand on direct and another 3 of him on cross. So, Carbonosity says, starting to think Alex got with this guy's wife and then Waters killed Paul and Maggie and made this trial super painful to get back at him. Thank you for the super sticker, Christopher Violante. Crispy Leg Transport says, why does he keep asking question? The man admitted to stealing the money already because he wants the jury to picture that he's a liar. He's a liar, that his pants are on fire, and that he lied to them when he was on direct the same way he lied to all these other people.
At what point does it become just like Sled lied to the grand jury to get the indictment?
That's what I think. That's a way of like, look, I lied and I own it, and I owned it and whatever, and like But I think we're getting to a point where he can actually start strategically. He can actually start pushing back a little bit on why if he gets asked a facetious question, that he can almost like start throwing back like, we're still on this because there's no evidence, because I didn't kill my wife, and that's why you're trying, and start trying to insinuate and just calling him out as to what this entire thing is about. I'm so tired, like it's so exhausting that I think he's starting to garner sympathy. He must be starting to garner sympathy from some of the jurors and be like, why the only reason we're spending this long, when he gets critiqued that we're spending this long on this, and you say, I've admitted it 1,000 times, the only reason I can imagine that we're still on this is because that there's no physical evidence that I didn't kill my wife, and there's no physical evidence on that, so that's why we're here. I mean, I think that we're getting to a point we can start getting away with that. You don't want to be snarky, but when it's like, if everyone in the room is feeling that already, at a certain point, I think he can start intimating that more overtly, because this is just a joke. It's insanity how long he's going on about this. Magician Sapphire says, listen to this chorus right now is making me wish someone put a few rounds in my head, obviously referring to alcohol. Make it stop. NCFD says, this prosecutor is giving all of us a kindergarten level lesson in patience. Good Lord, get to the point already. That one chick says, I don't think he did it, but I think he may have owed someone some money, and they did it. Either way, I haven't seen anything to convict him yet. Welcome aboard, that one chick. Theophrastus 3.0 says, the violin he was playing for us concerning the murders is getting tinier and tinier. Seems screwing quadriplegics and poor people was no problem at all.
But there's a big difference between, like I said, going behind the screen and cheating on your test, right? Your final exam, and cheating and getting some money, and then like be a nice guy to everybody because I'm the nice guy, and then I go back there and I lie on a little piece of paper, and taking a gun and blowing somebody's head off who's the person you've loved and raised from the little child, and then the wife who sired them. That to me is, there's a big distance between those two criminal mens rea.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I mean, and I also agree he's not remotely a sympathetic individual. He really isn't. He's a bad person.
But he's subject to redemption.
Well, forgetting
his Orthodox is redemption within the Orthodox creed. I'm just asking.
I don't know. Oh, I mean, look, we have concepts of repentance in my religion as well. But
what does it take?
It's a three-step process. The three-step process is that you have to confess, you have to feel regret, and you have to abandon the sinful activity.
Okay, well, I think he's accomplished those three things, right?
Perhaps.
Has the state, with their lying to get the grand jury indictment, have they done any of those things?
That does, but that's between you. That's as far as between you and God. Any wrong that he's committed, he has to make right also. So, did he get the money back to the quadriplegic?
Well, actually, I think that most of these victims have been made whole by the firm.
Some of them have.
By the firm, and some have actually. Remember the kid, the 30-year-old guy whose mother was killed, fell over, and he got the settlement. He stole the money. That kid made an extra $2 million by the theft because he got paid back plus $2 million. You remember that? Yeah. So that was a pretty good question on recross. So I'd expect that most of these people have been made whole either by insurance or by the firm. I'm not positive, but it sounds to me like that's the case.
Look at this showing up, and as we're nearing the end here, how are you, Kurt?
Oh.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Welcome.
It was an interesting day, trial land today for sure.
Did you enjoy?
It was interesting. My concerns about the undue prejudicial effect of the scope of the motive evidence continues to mount with every passing question. It's like, apparently we're going to go through this piece by piece.
Case by case. Do you remember which client was the first one you had after the Great Recession?
Yeah.
When he was asking that question, I'm like, what the hell are you even asking? This is the stupidest. That was, to me, that was like one of the stupidest questions I've ever. It's like, okay, what is the recession? When did the recession end? What's considered a big client? Why is this relevant? Even if he got a client 10 minutes after whatever moment you decide to label, you randomly label as the end of the recession. Who cares when the money he got from that client, considering he does personal injury, may have come 7 years after 4 other big clients he got? Why? How is this relevant to this thing that happened 10 years before
12 years ago, yeah.
the murders happened? That how is this remotely relevant to anything? And it's like, he's you don't, so you don't remember, you don't even remember who the biggest client you got was after the recession. It's I don't even know what the hell you're asking. Why don't you just say you obviously have a client in mind? You could just say, do you remember being retained by John McCrae 10 seconds, in 2012 when he got burnt alive or something, and came into your house covered in bandages, looking like the mummy. Do you remember that when you lied to him and told him that you were going to do right by him? But instead, it's like the biggest case. Just stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. Good.
Yeah, I just it's making me increasingly uncomfortable that this stuff is being used for propensity. That's the real reason we're using it, is for propensity, which is exactly what we're not supposed to be doing.
Right.
And
Exactly.
that makes me uncomfortable. It's how this deals with his credibility, how things like, I mean, yeah, he's a thief and all, but it's just, you're hammering it just so much and going into extravagant detail about things in a way that seems inappropriate to the cause. I mean, strictly speaking, like, if the issue is credibility, then the remedy is to disbelieve Murdaugh, right? That's, I mean, theoretically what we're supposed to do. Like, credibility or not, as like in a technical matter, is the degree to which I can rely on his testimony. So if I, as a juror, I'm like, okay, you have satisfied to me that he is not credible, then my remedy there is to say, well, I'm going to disbelieve this witness. I'm going to throw out his testimony because he's not credible. But
I'm sorry.
me throwing out this witness, go ahead.
Yeah, he's got.
I gotta go. I'm being called, and I'm gonna get in trouble. Yeah, I'll take over there, and see you at 8
Later,
o'clock.
brother. I'll send you a link for tomorrow.
Yeah, but him being non-credible, me throwing out his testimony, even in total, doesn't really change anything because, well, I didn't think the state proved his case. So if I completely discount everything he said because he's a lying liar who lies and he's non-credible, that doesn't do anything to really do anything to enhance the state's case. It diminishes the defense's case, but then of course the defense is under no particular obligation to make a case in the first place.
Yeah.
So, but that's in sort of the law school exercise of the thing. What you've commented about before, and I think is quite right, is that in the real world, what the jury is really doing in sort of the real manifestation of this is probably just like, well, he's a liar and he's not credible, and they're using it as points to build up the state's case, which is basically improper. But it's what the state is trying to do with this evidence. To say that we're really trying to attack his character, or credibility rather, not character, because we're not allowed to do that. But to say we're trying to attack his credibility, or to say that we're using it for motive, feels manifestly not true based on the total depth of the thing we're doing. It's like, we've made the point, whatever point we're trying to make. And now we're just beating up on you on the sake of trying to make you look out to be a bad person.
Yep.
But also it doesn't really quite flow as well either, because even if he's the worst lying liar who lies, and a thief, to then go to, well, he's a murderer, it doesn't really logically flow either.
Of course not. Of course not. But
especially of his own family, the ones that the state are arguing. The state are arguing he's doing this for, at least in part, because not all the money went to the drugs, right?
Well,
That's what Mr. Walsh says.
I think that question, especially when he was trying to get the whole thing lied to his face, was designed to personalize to any individual that I can now use at closing and walk up to the jury and say, remember when he admitted that he lied to Molly Walters' face about about the money? That's the same way in the same way he did that happily for his own
Well, he
benefit.
can already do that. I mean, he can't do it in the specific, but
But
that
he
he's
can-
a
yeah,
lying
but
liar
do
who
it-
lies and deceives his clients and his
Okay,
partners.
but he
and-
wants to say the same way he did it to Molly Walters, he's doing it to you.
Yeah, I guess
And-
so.
And you're the new Molly Walters. It makes it a different thing when they can put a face on it, and that's why Alex wasn't giving in. And he's like, I don't
But-
remember. And that's what the
again,
fight
but
was
again, like at
about.
least in print, this is maybe the difference between theory and reality. Because like in theory, him being able to make up that argument is, and therefore you should discount his testimony.
That is
Therefore,
what he's
he's not
saying.
a credible witness. Therefore, you should disbelieve him.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Throw out his testimony completely. I disbelieve every word he says. How
Mhm.
does that strengthen the state's case? It
Well,
doesn't.
it's not a matter of strengthening their case. I mean, okay, but it's to mitigate against anyone who sat there moved by his bawling tears and the runny nose and everything that was happening when he was describing when he seemed, to my mind and probably to the minds of many people, like he was reliving in his mind that evening, finding the bodies of his son and wife.
Yep.
So
His emotions seem genuine. What they reflect is, I suppose, up to debate, but that he was feeling things seems manifestly obvious.
yeah. NCFD 43 says this prosecutor is giving us all a kindergarten level lesson in patience. Good Lord, get to the point already. I think I covered this as well. Okay, hold on a second. I forgot to uncheck a few of these here. McRae says, consensus of the peeps in my house who haven't watched any of this except today. If he admitted lying, he must be lying about not killing them. How's he been doing since Cross started? He's been doing actually very well. I thought he did very well on Cross. In fact,
Yeah, I think he's doing fine.
I think he actually was beating Creighton Waters. Creighton Waters, he's like, look, I keep admitting it, and I think he's very shrewd. I think he's a shrewd attorney.
Yeah.
John Diaz says Waters is in there flailing around incompetently, just praying that Alex would dispute anything. He was ready for the dispute and didn't get it. That's true. He was dodging and weaving like a boxer. Chaos Coordinator says, how many times does he have to admit that he stole money for you to be satisfied, Mr. Prosecutor? Andrew H. Waters is like a girlfriend that isn't satisfied even enough when you admit you're wrong because you're not ready to end the argument. That's a pretty strong, pretty good analogy there, Andrew. GZF, states should have hit them with, you said you care about these people, and look at the terrible things you did to them. Look at how you treat the people you care about. I think that's where they're definitely going. 100% that's where they're going. Saniko says, seems like the state is making a case for a lot more suspects that could have committed the murders. Yeah, they're hoping the jury doesn't think about that, though. Keely Sexton says, Waters still hasn't said the word murder yet, right? And then I still don't. And interesting, great call, Keely, when you consider the fact that the defense even brought that up after the jury was dismissed, saying this entire afternoon, how long is this going to go on? We understand that the state can ask whatever they want, but this entire afternoon, I don't think that he used the word murder once. And you called it, Keely. Good job. Corn Pop, he's innocent. Ashley Casey, is the prosecutor getting paid by the hour? He's making it seem that way. John Gordon said, after every question is answered, Alex replied with, I'm a piece of trash. I did not kill my family. That's not a bad idea, actually. Josh Peckle says, why can't he answer the questions with, what does this have to do with the death of my family? Yes, I'm a trash. That's a similar type of thing that John was saying, John Gordon was saying. It's like, I'm a terrible human being, but I've never physically harmed anyone. I would never physically harm anyone, and I certainly not my family. Jennifer, sounds like he angered a whole lot of people that would want to make him suffer the way they suffered. Yeah, that's true. Lancelot, state acting like some superhero that they give a crap about these people pisses me off. Cinch, that prosecutor didn't get what he wanted at all. I don't think he did either. He just wanted to crush him. Wade doesn't matter. Gunface says, what is with this judge? I was very frustrated with some of his decisions today, but that's not the first time he's frustrated me, and I doubt it'll be the last. So, Corn Pop, I'm sub ED. Gosney needs a YouTube. I don't rumble. Palmyra Productions. My first thought is, can't Steve keep an explanation under 3 hours? Love you, Steve. Kevin Aldridge, fun watching Creighton get so frustrated. Thanks for filling in for the nose. That's my privilege. Pam Ronning says, classic. I've asked you this question. Harpoolian asked and answered 3 times. That was great. That was great. He said, I've asked you this 3 times. Do you remember? You were watching, right? He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I've asked this 3 times. Why can you answer it now? Objection, asked and answered. That was great. That was a great moment. Andrew H., would it be proper or useful if the defense on closing had demonstrative showing the time the state had spent on the murders versus everything else? That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. This is how the percentage of time we spend talking about murder. Nicholas Cernell, is there a reason that Murdaugh isn't adding in, quote, but I didn't kill my wife and son? He could. After he missed stealing the money. He could. And he probably will start doing that soon. Kimberly Ashcroft says, former opiate addict here. A huge part of recovering is confessing to your wrongdoings during the throes of addiction and apologizing to those you wronged.
Yeah.
That's true.
Both doubts, sure.
That is definitely true. Relaxing study and focused music says, is the prosecution going to have 7 trials within a trial during the financial case? Or are they only torturing us because the cameras are on for this? I think it's both. I think they really want the scalp, and the cameras definitely motivate them to bust their tails for it. Becky Z says, what about morality? Does the state not have any? They really want Alex Murdaugh to be convicted because of lying to clients and stealing their money, convicting him on no murder evidence. How does the state not care about that? Because they don't. Because they're motivated to get scalps. That's why. They get recognition for getting a scalp, not for getting justice. Anyone they let off the hook because they recognize the person was innocent, they don't get any recognition for that. But you get a conviction on Alex Murdaugh. It's big. You're in the papers. You get it offered. Yeah, you have a lot more opportunities in life. Doug Murray, here's a question. Why did he supposedly murder his wife and second son to delay coming justice for financial crime and not kill his other son also? Oh, well, he was in another city, so maybe they were the only ones available. I don't know. And why do you have to kill both of them? Why not kill only one of them? He would still get the sympathy. And Russo says Maggie's state settled the boat case. Did they?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Oh, okay.
They have now.
Denise Porter, right. Denise Porter says the jury trusts the prosecution less than Alex Murdaugh. Everyone knows someone who's been railroaded by the state. Thief, yes. Murderer, no. Jay Cadult says, asking before my lunch, can state objections be used for appeal, or would defense have to object to the bad ruling for it to be preserved? Can state objections be used for appeal, or would defense have to object the bad ruling for it to be preserved? I don't think they have to object to the bad ruling, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with South Carolina rules of civil procedure to tell you that definitively. So, hold on a second. I gotta close out my Facebook, which is hit its 8-hour mark. Facebook does not go for more than 8 hours. Nicholas Starr says, I've spent 3 years analyzing documents for MEPs in the EU Parliament. Wasn't bored one day. This prosecutor's cross is boring the living heck out of me. Yeah, it was a pretty terrible cross so far. Steve Gosling is safe for YouTube. Prove me wrong. In my pants, Joseph says, no, sleep till Brooklyn. Enjoy Shabbos sub today. Yeah, Lizzie Bett, I love your religious comparisons, Steve, because it's true. Well, there you go. Stephen Cooper says, Joe, love the stream as always. See you in Vegas. No, you won't. Maybe you'll be watching me while you're in Vegas, and I'll be streaming from my
I'll be
house.
flying out tomorrow afternoon, so I might join you in the morning. I'm definitely not going to stream myself because I can't dedicate that much time to it.
I really feel like I have to be streaming this thing. That's why I'm going to try and make it all the way up to Shabbos. And that's why I'm expecting I'm going to go to Brooklyn. In fact, when Lady Logic stopped in here earlier, she was telling me that I had a car issue, and she was telling me the car is ready. So I plan on probably driving there tonight and doing my thing over there. So I'm probably not going to be streaming tonight, so that I can stream all the way up to 5:30 tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, those of you who might have joined in the last hour or so. So Shabbos starts tomorrow, roughly around 5:30 here in the New York area, and which should be hopefully when the trial is ending. I am going to stop when Shabbos starts, so hopefully that's not going to throw any of you for any type of tizzy. But yeah, I'm not going to be streaming past 5:30 tomorrow for sure. And in order to because I'm spending Shabbos in Brooklyn and I live in New Jersey, I have to make that commute at some point. And if I stream from here, that means I have to shut down like 3 hours beforehand so I can make it
Yeah.
there.
Stream from there.
If I stream from Brooklyn, I can do it the whole day. But in order to stream from Brooklyn, that means I have to take my computer, my 2 monitors, my camera, my mic, all my stuff, and transport it to Brooklyn, which I'm happy to do. But then I have to reset it up over there. And I'm happy to do all this. And I'm going to have to undo it after Shabbos and come back here and set everything up. All I'm happy to do, but what that means is I'm not going to be able to stream tonight when I normally would, because I'm not going to have everything transported.
Your dedication to
set
your
up.
craft is amazing.
Can I get your sub now? Uncivil. Can I get you to sub up?
I've subscribed.
You say that, but if I pull up my list of subscribers, I don't think you're on it.
You mean members?
Not paying. Not paying. When I this is an interesting thing, by the way. It's very possible that you did. I'm actually joking with respect to you individually. I'm joking with respect to you. I don't know if you're a subscriber of my channel, but I
I'm
will
a
tell
subscriber
you.
of your channel.
I will tell you this: if I pull up the list of my subscribers, people who are subscribed,
You can
to my
pull up a list
channel-
of all your subscribers?
Yes, you can. And you can rank them based on how many subs they themselves have, which I've done.
Ooh,
which
exciting.
I've done. And that's how I was able to easily confirm that Nick is subbed to my channel. And I do not think that of all the people in our genre, there are 3 others who are subbed to me. Which I'm like, what? You're not subbed? Even you? I have you on my channel like every week. You're not subbed to me, you son of a... Like, you don't have to like... I was like, how is that even possible? How is that possible? Oh my God. I was like, this is so offensive. And then I realized, you know what? They probably were subbed at some point, think they're still subbed. And
It says subscribed.
Should I
Would you
pull
like
it
me
up?
to unsubscribe?
No. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull. Maybe this is an actual interesting experiment. I'm going to see if I can figure out how I did it. I did this like 2 months ago is when I was looking at this, and I managed to figure out how to find the list of who subbed to me. Like all 90,000 people subbed to me. You can get the entire list. And when I do that, so if I go to where are you? Manage video.
I think I've been on the list the whole time, and you just passed over my name, is what I think happened. I don't think you love me. I don't think you even recognize my name on the list.
No, because you have over 100,000, and I noticed that I seriously had fewer than 7 people who had over 100,000 subs who were subbed up to me, and I was like,
I'd like to take note that I did redirect my stream to your stream after I ended
"You're
my stream
awesome."
today, just because of how much I
I'm
love
not
you.
passing judgment on you, my brother. I'm simply saying. I don't know how it is that I don't know. I was like, you got to be kidding me, really? Like I don't have. Let me see. Let me see if I can help you find it, because you might be curious on how to do this. So if you go into your studio, you go into YouTube Studio, and when you're in there, you go to, is it in analytics, comments? Hold on a second. Subtitles. Where was it? Copyright, earn, customization. Maybe it was on customization. Open like a new window. No, it's not customization. That's not it.
Keep subscriptions private. My subscriptions might be private. That's possible.
That answers the question. So if you had that checked off, I owe you a blessing.
Okay.
If I judged you wrong, I owe you a blessing. So my blessing to you is that I hope that within the next year, your channel grows 10 times the size that it is today.
Thank you. That's very nice.
Yeah. No, it's actually like it's a Jewish thing that if you judge someone, if you basically falsely accuse someone, like in your heart or mind, you're supposed to like give them a blessing. So, and there was an implied accusation there, even though it wasn't a stated one. But to the extent that there was an implied one, so I'm happy to give out blessings. So there you go.
Well, thank you.
All right. I didn't think of that, and that was a great point. Sapphire B says these drugs are terrible American problem. I knew he'd be injured somewhere in Husk history. AM is relatable to many, I'm sure. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that perhaps him hitting up on the drugs and stuff like that is something.
Oh,
that
yeah,
makes
you know,
him
members of the
more
jury know
relatable than the
people.
money.
Members
Everyone's
of the
got
people know
someone
people
like
who
that.
have drug problems. There's no chance in this world they don't.
Almost everyone in the jury, I'm sure, has at least one family member, who they know has real problems with drugs. So that makes him more relatable, I think, just in a certain degree. M. Mahathi says, I like listening to you all more than the trial. Well, that's why we're here. The trial is just a vehicle for me to basically do my thing. Theophrastus, suppose a drug dealer actually did it. Was he so unacquainted with the drug scene that he didn't know his family might be in mortal danger? Perhaps. Or perhaps he knew they were in danger and couldn't do anything about it. So, Clown World Resident says, did you ever spend the night at a friend's house when you were a kid? Can you describe a specific time you did? I can't, but I can remember doing it. Great. That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, it's like asking me, like, tell me one time that you were having a cigarette. Like, what day was that? And I'm like, are you kidding me? I had in the course of my life so many tens of thousands of cigarettes that it's like, it's ridiculous. Nancy Kane says, if you're in jail, can you wear jewelry? Okay, drug people knew he had money. They started charging him more and more. This is the $50,000 a week thing. More and more money. This judge is a joke. I think he's not guilty, but the community hates him so much they will convict. A lot of people have expressed that concern. Palmyra Productions. Oh, Lord, Joe and Steve trying to explain things. The stream won't end till midnight. This guy says, 1 hour behind. I can't believe this judge. They're doing this because the DA wanted the big financial case. State is siding with state. Great coverage. Well, thank you, this guy. I appreciate that. Tyler, I did check this off. I'm sorry that you didn't get your notification, but hopefully you're enjoying the stream right now. Flux says, does Steve even have a mobile phone? I feel like he's a landline kind of guy. Yeah, well, hopefully he texts me and lets me know what his number is. Shannon says, is there any way to get Rumble on the TV? That's why I use YouTube, so as to not tie up my phone. I don't know. If you can do a cast,
probably screencast it somehow.
Yeah, you could screencast.
I don't know if it's natively supported in anything.
Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. Magnolia Girl says, but I don't think it could have direct to TV the way you can with YouTube. Magnolia Girl says, who gets the royalties from future books and movies on this? It depends who the creator is.
Yeah, depends who the creator is.
Jerrybox says Steve should be nicknamed the Goose, and his followers' nickname needs to be the Goslings. Not bad. I think I'm going to go with the Goose. I'm going to try that. Cards 96. Fox carried AM's cross today. Oh, really? Interesting. They clearly didn't do as good coverage as I did, though. So, Steve swears. Who knew? I didn't notice him do that. This is persecution, not prosecution. Well said, Doc Durden. Well said. Buffalo Reaper. Joe, what kind of flavor, if any, of vape juice do you use? I actually always smoked. I hated menthol. I only smoked like actual tobacco, but on vaping, I have a sweet tooth, and for some reason it feels different with this. And so, yeah, this is actually strawberry raspberry, which it's called strawberry raspberry, but it tastes kind of like cotton candy. Not going to kid you.
Just too, because there's probably no actual strawberry or raspberry in it.
Probably not, but
deceptive trade practices.
Yeah. Larry's saying Rumble and Locals has apps for Fire TV, so there you go.
Yeah.
To help answer that question there. Almost done here. Phil Hogan says, only this prosecutor can make this witness this boring. If you can't dazzle him with facts, baffle him with BS. Shannon Truth set Alex Murdaugh free. Even in jail, he is free of the weight of lies now, and in my opinion, just wants to clear his name for murder charges. Love that he took the steam away from Waters, and I thought he beat him up and down. I thought he was beating him up and down. Waters was getting so exasperated that he couldn't crack him, and I think he really just looked continually sympathetic and not shifty. The only time he looked at all shifty was when he refused to identify a single time that he a single incident. But more often than not today, for the last 3 hours, I was like, he's kicking Creighton's butt. Bad Weather Biker says, you can do bad things and not be a bad person. Conversely, I know people who have never stolen or murdered but are horrible people. This is true. Well said. Box says, why do you think they didn't bring a memory expert to speak on why Alex only remember being down at the dog pens now? I feel like this is really the only damning part for him in this case.
Well, he just said he flat out lied. They didn't need a memory expert. He just flat out lied.
That does. Yeah, that's a great answer, and that's true. That's what he opened with when he said one of the things he opened with is like, yeah, I did lie, and I spent a lifetime lying. It's an interesting tactic, very, very interesting tactic. Yeah. Chimp in a bow tie says, Alex could have legitimately answered every cross question with, frankly, Mr. Waters, I don't see how that's relevant to the murder of my wife and son. But that would seem evasive, so you can't do that all the time. Brenda Stafford said, I'm curious how they rode around for a while, cleaned off the bulldozer, messed up with the trees, dog, Sarah, plus napped all in just a little over 2
They're very
hours.
efficient.
Yeah. McRib says, imagine if the judge in the Chauvin case let all the bad acts of Floyd into the trial and compare that to this case. Great point.
That's not
Great
quite
point indeed.
Point because it's bad acts relating to the victim versus the
Victim,
accused.
the
So.
defendant. Right. That's true. That's true. And that is where I need to remind you all about the greatness of uncivil law and let him tell you a little bit about himself. So what do you have coming up and what's going on with you?
We do some good stuff on my channel. Yesterday we were able to squeeze in the oral argument of the 230 case in Google versus Gonzalez. Twitter was yesterday.
Huh? How did that go?
Well, I thought Gonzalez's side didn't do very well. The U.S. attorney who was arguing the same position did a lot better. They're still flawed, but it was a lot more tenable. It was interesting too because the Supreme Court tried to offer the attorney for Gonzalez some lifelines, as is not uncommon when someone's really struggling, but they wouldn't take it for whatever reason. So they wound up really flustering and falling around and stuff like that. It's like it didn't really work. So I think that the Supreme Court's very unlikely to grant relief for Gonzalez. I don't know that they'll necessarily issue a decision in Gonzalez at all at this point. I haven't done the analysis yet on Twitter. So if you go to my channel from yesterday, we do the full oral argument in Gonzalez. I haven't had time to do the Twitter one yet. Probably won't till next week.
Right.
But based on how Twitter comes out, I think that instead of either they'll do a consolidated opinion, or I think they'll just vacate remand Gonzalez in view of whatever they decide on Twitter. So I can see Gonzalez itself not actually being decided.
The one encouraging part, though, is if the court was throwing him lifelines, that's indicative of where their mind is at, that they're hoping to get to, and they wanted the attorney. That's why they would throw lifelines to the attorney for Gonzalez. That they were there, they really that they favored that position, and they wanted him to make those arguments. But
yeah,
all right. Well, make sure you check out Uncivil Law as well as Legal Vices. Steve Gosney. These I am very selective about who I let in here. I'm very selective. So people who pass muster, and I know that some of you don't really like I said, I explained the whole James McCourt thing and why I bring him in here. But if you like him, sign up to him. If you don't. And I thank you for joining me, as well as my other guests, Legal Vices, James McCourt, Steve Gosney. I don't expect that I'm going to be streaming tonight. I may, but I definitely going to be streaming the trial tomorrow morning. Make sure you sign up and like and sub up, and I will certainly be back here, God willing, tomorrow morning.
I may join you in the morning.
No, sounds cool. I'm happy. All right, take care and Godspeed.